A woman with long white hair gives a grave warning to a young girl named Lucielle, telling her to throw away a drink the nanny will offer. With a cryptic smile, the sister instructs Lucielle to close her eyes and count to 1,000 while drawing circles, leaving the girl confused. Lucielle's brilliant red, jewel-like eyes shine as her sister explains the purpose. She must suppress all her emotions. Lucielle agrees with a hug, but her sister's sad smile hints at a tragic future. Suddenly, the sister clutches her chest, crying out in pain and addressing an unseen sister as flowers fall and shatter around her. Tears stream down Lucielle's face as she looks on in horror, whispering her sister's title in disbelief. The memory twists into a nightmare, showing a shadowy, demonic version of the sister holding Lucielle. A flash of terrified, jewel-like eyes gives way to a blood-soaked mob screaming for someone's death, calling them a fraud. The scene shifts to a public square where an older Lucielle stands on a platform before a hateful crowd chanting for her to die. A man with long dark hair smirks down at the bound Lucielle, taunting her as the crowd calls her a fraud who created fake jewels. He reveals that her actions led to the fall of the Belstein family, his sword glowing with ominous pink energy. The man gloats that because of her, the entire empire fell into his hands, a victory built on her ruin. He incites the crowd, declaring she's a fraud who made worthless stones instead of priceless jewels. The blood-splattered mob roars with fury, their voices united in a single, chilling demand. Die! A rock flies from the crowd, striking Lucielle's head and drawing blood as the assault begins. Kneeling in defeat, she reflects that this is the reward for her life of sacrifice, her thoughts trailing off to her own name, Lucielle. Despair washes over her as she thinks of her sister, admitting she can't endure the struggle any longer. In a grim flashback, a blonde man informs a young Lucielle that her sister is dead, having thrown herself into a lake. The little girl is stunned into silence, unable to process the news that her sister is gone forever. The man leans in with a predatory gaze, telling her that her jewels are more beautiful than her sister's, and now it's her turn. She was the last of the Crystal Fairies, a legendary race with jewel eyes who could create gems from their emotions. Her past was a parade of parasites, starting with Count Orbia, who grew rich from her power while she suffered. Then came Marquise Cabillo, a desperate gambler who demanded more jewels from her to fund his addiction. Even the Crown Prince, the man executing her, used her power to make his own magic overflow. Looks like everyone wanted a piece of the magic pie. Back in the present, Lucielle stares forward with a bloodied eye, her expression hardened by betrayal and loss. She's filled with regret, thinking that she should have run away no matter the cost. If she had, she believes her sins would be less, and the Belstein family wouldn't have been slaughtered. The cold steel of a sword presses against her neck, signaling the end is near. The Crown Prince sneers, sadistically telling her to try creating jewels from the fear of death, but she meets his gaze with defiance. He presses the blade harder, disgusted by what he perceives as her arrogance in the face of death. With a final, cruel smile, the Crown Prince raises his sword, preparing to grant her wish. Her life flashes before her eyes, simple dreams of happiness with her sister and a normal life, now lost forever. Accepting her fate as a sinner, she tightens her fists, a silent, final act of resolve. In a final moment of defiance, Lucielle's spirit seems to surge, her gaze piercing and resolute even as the sword descends. As blood splatters, her last thought is a tragic one. She failed to keep her promise to feel no emotions. Kook! A choked gasp escapes her lips as the fatal blow lands. Her lifeless body collapses onto the wooden platform as the Crown Prince stands over his victim. Lying in a pool of her own blood, a final, peaceful thought crosses her mind. She can finally go meet her sister, TSK. The Crown Prince looks down with disdain, callously wondering if she was even that useful to begin with. Suddenly, chaos erupts as a powerful black horse storms through the crowd, sending villagers scattering in terror. The Crown Prince turns, his victorious smirk replaced with annoyed confusion. A blond man in a royal blue uniform charges in on a magnificent steed with glowing red eyes, parting the crowd like the sea. The newcomer's name is revealed, Reynold, but Reynold screams his own name in agony, clutching his head as blood drips from his mouth. Ignoring his pain, he unleashes a massive wave of dark, swirling magic from his fingertips. A terrifying vortex of raw power erupts in the middle of the town square. The magical storm centers on the execution platform, trapping the Crown Prince with Luciel's body. The Crown Prince stares in pure shock, completely caught off guard by the sudden magical assault. Appearing behind him like a ghost, Reynold declares his purpose. I've come to avenge my family. The panicked Crown Prince spins around as Reynolds' hand crackles with blue energy, ready to strike. The real party's just getting started. Cue! With Lucille's body lying in the foreground, Reynolds slams the Crown Prince against a magic barrier, stabbing him with a sword. Blood splatters as the Crown Prince reels from the blow, dark blue energy crackling around Reynolds' hand. Cough. The blonde man, Reynold, stares down his foe with cold fury, his own body racked with pain. Please, the Crown Prince begs for his life as his sword falls, enveloped by Reynolds' swirling blue magic. The ethereal blue energy leaves Reynolds' hand and streams towards Lucille's lifeless body. With a look of profound sadness, Reynolds declares his true wish, to ask for forgiveness. He gazes at Lucille, wanting to atone for everything that happened. He admits it might sound like an excuse, but his regret is real. Reynolds makes a solemn vow over her body. In the next life, he will live only for her. The blue energy coalesces, forming a single, brilliant crystalline jewel. The shining jewel floats towards Lucille, suffusing her with a warm, golden light. Huh? A beam of light shoots directly into her red, jewel-like eye. She sits up in a dusty room, completely bewildered, and wonders, didn't I die? Looking at her tiny hands, she realizes with a shock that she's gone back in time and is a child again. Lying on a bed of hay, she thinks about her return to childhood. Unsure how much time has passed, she stares intently, certain this isn't a dream, because she would have woken up by now. In a jarring memory, a woman tries to force-feed her, yelling that her sister died 3 days ago and she needs to get over it. But another voice cuts through the memory, her sister's warning her to throw away the tea. She understands now. The tea was meant to awaken her powers, and her sister was trying to protect her. She clenches her fist, frustrated that her jewel-making ability hasn't awakened yet. Suddenly, she feels her mana flowing and realizes she has the same amount of power as her adult self. She believes this is a second chance from the gods, a chance to start her life anew. Her first priority is clear. She has to escape this place before the nanny comes back. She cautiously surveys the old, rustic barn she's been kept in. Phew. Taking a breath of relief, she confirms that no one is around. Just then, a freckled young man appears, smugly mocking a weak little kid for being unable to reach him. With a casual toss, he sends her tumbling down a pile of hay, deciding to leave her be. He walks off, muttering about keeping things quiet from a Lady Velati. As Lucille realizes he isn't the nanny, the young man sits down to read a newspaper, completely unaware that Lucille is peeking at him from behind the hay. She creeps closer, getting a better look at the newspaper he's reading. It's an article about a major auction, and a plan begins to form in her mind. A memory surfaces of Marquise Cabille fuming after losing a painting to an old man from the Belstein family at that very auction. The Belstein family, a house shrouded in mystery, and so powerful that even the royal family fears them. She realizes the Belsteins are powerful enough to protect her from Count Orbia and resolves to meet them at the auction. Eek! She suddenly calls out Tom, startling the young man out of his wits. Tom stammers her name, shocked at how she got out, but she shushes him, saying she has something to tell him. Ha! Tom laughs nervously, doubting their master would ever believe a child over him. Lucille coolly counters, reminding him of the master's suspicious nature and what a room search might turn up. Having cornered him, she makes her demand, get her a carriage to the temple, claiming she needs to pray for her sister. Riding in the carriage, she thinks about her true goal, finding a safe place to hide until she grows up. Her mission is clear. She must meet someone from the Belstein family before Count Orbia can find her. She ponders the best way for a noble child to be integrated into a new family, and that way is, of course, adoption. The scene pans over the grand auction hall, where her plan will unfold. She's managed to sneak in, but now she faces the daunting task of finding a Belstein in the crowd. Eek! Before she can look, 2 guards grab her, accusing the little thief of trespassing. She cries out desperately, trying to save herself by claiming to be a servant of the Belstein family. Eek! Her lie only angers the guard, who throws her to the floor for her audacity. As one guard puts his foot on her back, a woman's voice tells them to mind their own business. A distinguished-looking blonde man steps forward, calmly informing the stunned guards, "That child, I brought her with me." Looks like she found her Belstein. A distinguished man with long blonde hair and sharp red eyes is introduced as Gilliard von Bellstein. Two maids bow in apology as Lucille watches from the floor, while a voice admits that's what people used to call him. Lucille sits with her arms crossed, her red eyes observing the scene with caution. Gilliard admonishes her, calling her impersonation of a noble servant a dangerous act, and she nervously apologizes. Changing his tone, he invites her to stay with him until the auction ends, and a relieved Lucille quickly agrees. As she agrees, the scene transitions to the grand building where the auction will be held. She is then treated to a magnificent spread of cakes, tarts, and other sweets. Gilliard carefully pushes a teacup toward her, warning her to be careful since it's hot. While he calmly sips his tea, Lucille eyes her own cup with curious anticipation. She takes a sip and is amazed, thinking it's soft and sweet with something special hidden under the foam. Her eyes sparkle with delight as she realizes just how delicious the drink is. She thinks she's never tasted anything so sweet, comparing it to the pure happiness of drifting off to sleep. Gilliard bursts out laughing at her unique description and encourages her to try a tart as well. She happily munches on a pastry, a smudge of chocolate on her cheek, as Gilliard watches with amusement. Elsewhere, a younger blonde-haired man panics, shouting that Lucille has disappeared. Back at the table, Lucille enjoys her treat, happily thinking that the auction is about to start. The panicked man unleashes his fury on the maids, demanding they find her immediately. His command echoes through the lavish auction hall as the event begins. Leaning in, Lucille whispers a secret tip to Gilliard, bids 700,000 tillings on the porcelain piece. A man in green confidently bids 500,000 tillings, unaware of the competition brewing behind him. Gilliard strokes his chin, a sly and thoughtful smile spreading across his face. With a confident grin, Lucille promises her new companion, "I'll make you rich." She looks at him with a sweet, determined smile, completely sure of her plan. Their plan was a success, as chests of goods are now loaded onto a grand carriage. Gilliard and Lucille stand beside their elegant carriage, ready to depart from the bustling town. Seeing the massive carriage up close, Lucille can only whisper, "Wow." Gilliard thanks her for helping him win the art piece, then casually asks where she lives, catching her off guard. He waits patiently for her answer, his expression unreadable. Now inside the carriage, Gilliard addresses her simply as "child." As she fidgets nervously, he finally asks for her name. She mistakes his question, but then assures him he seems sweet and warm, much to his surprise. Gilliard roars with laughter, admitting it's the first time anyone has ever described him that way. Staring at the laughing man, Lucille has a sudden realization. She decides she can trust him enough to reveal her true self, and reaches for her hood. Revealing her face, she introduces herself as Lucille from the House of Orbia. Gilliard is completely captivated by her stunning, jewel-like red eyes. He introduces himself as Gilliard, confessing he regrets giving up his title, and offers to take her to the current family head. Overjoyed, Lucille thanks him, calling him Grandfather Duke as he laughs heartily. As Gilliard gives the order to depart, a confused Lucille wonders what's so funny. The magnificent carriage rumbles to life, heading out into the countryside. Lucille peeks out the window, watching the world go by with wide, curious eyes. A small smile appears on her face as she lets out a sigh of relief. Finally feeling safe, she leans her head back and rests. Gilliard thoughtfully considers her identity. Lucille from the House of Orbia. He muses that she doesn't seem to belong to the Count's family, and clearly wants to escape her circumstances. He recalls the auction, realizing her tip wasn't just luck when he saw his rival shock, and reflects on her magical, fairy-like eyes. Watching her sleep peacefully, he concludes she is definitely no ordinary child. He thinks she might even be helpful to his grandson, who keeps his heart closed off from everyone. An image of a lonely boy surrounded by black roses appears as Gilliard affirms his instincts have never been wrong. Lucille stirs from her sleep, noticing a blanket draped over her and wondering who was kind enough to cover her up. Riding in the carriage, Lucille thinks back on the rumors about the Bellstein family, deciding they must be false. The distinguished blonde man offers her a cup of milk, and she can't help but notice his mustache looks just like milk foam. With a sigh, she hopes she'll get to have milk tea again someday. She gazes out the window, watching the scenery pass by as they continue their journey. As their carriage passes through a shimmering barrier, she notices the sun begins to set much faster. The blonde man gives her a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry because he's here. They sit across from each other, and she politely addresses him as Grandfather Duke. He gently corrects her, telling her to just call him Grandpa. Suddenly, a servant reports that thorny vines are blocking the path, and the Duke realizes they'll be delayed by the dark. Sensing her distress, a woman asks if she's unwell, and Luciel weakly confirms she is. Their ornate carriage is forced to stop in the middle of a dense, sparkling forest. Now, carrying her through the woods, the Duke soothes her fears, promising there are no monsters here. Cradled in his arms, she shivers from the cold, but he announces that they've finally arrived. Wow. She stares in amazement at the Belstein Duchy, completely surrounded by a wall of menacing thorns. The Duke halts in his tracks, startled by the sudden movement of the vines around them. Luciel looks on in shock, pointing out that the massive thorn bushes are actually moving. The Duke is just as confused, certain that he didn't use any magic to command them. He looks down at Luciel, realizing the truth. The bushes are clearing a path specifically for her, stealing her nerves. She looks ahead and resolves to try walking forward. As she takes a step, the thorny vines magically part, creating a safe passage just for her. Giddy with excitement, she shouts to her new grandpa that the bushes are avoiding her. The Duke watches her in silent awe, recalling a legend that the lord of this forest was once a fairy. A brief, ethereal vision shows Luciel laughing, her connection to this magical place becoming clear. Inside a grand manor, a servant greets the Duke, who explains Luciel is a guest for the current family head. The Duke and Luciel are joined by the servant as he calls out to his son, asking if he returned safely. A new figure is revealed, a strikingly handsome blonde man with red eyes and an imposing aura. The man descends the grand staircase, his presence commanding the entire foyer. He is Louis Vuitton von Belstein, and he wants to know if this child is the one who came to see him. The elder Duke explains Luciel's wish, but Louis coldly questions if just anyone can meet the head of the family. Luciel formally introduces herself as an illegitimate but noble child from the Count Orbia family. Louis' piercing red eyes narrow as he listens intently to her introduction. Though terrified by his intimidating presence, Luciel gathers her courage to say she has something to tell him. Louis instructs a servant named Eva to guide the guest to the study, and Luciel respectfully bows. In the study, Louis sits at his desk and remarks on the strange sight of his father with a child. The elder Duke coolly informs him he'll be seeing this sight often from now on. He then asks his son if he's curious about how he and Luciel met. Louis brushes off the question, stating he's more interested in what business this little visitor has with them. Just then, Eva enters with a magnificent dessert, leaving Luciel completely starstruck. Her eyes light up at the sight of a strawberry parfait, a treat she's only ever dreamed of eating. Eva explains that the chef got a little carried away, creating a parfait tower since it was his first dessert in ages. Louis proposes they discuss business over tea, and his father readily agrees. Luciel blissfully enjoys her dessert, feeling like she's eating a spoonful of delicious snowflakes. Louis watches her with a critical eye, wondering if she was starved before coming here. He takes a silent, contemplative sip of his tea, his gaze still fixed on the small girl. Gulp. Louis finally cuts to the chase, addressing her as Lady Orbia. Luciel realizes she got too lost in her parfait, but before she can speak, the elder Duke stands, announcing that he's the one with the proposal. Taking her chance, Luciel blurts out a shocking request. She wants to marry Louis for protection until she's an adult. A slow, dangerous smirk spreads across Louis' face as he calls her proposal amusing. Looks like she's got his attention. A young girl with long, silvery blue hair sadly reflects that while she's not a hot commodity on the marriage market, her proposal isn't entirely hopeless. A stern-looking, older blonde man declares her deadline is adulthood, while the girl resolves to divorce him the moment she comes of age. A younger, red-eyed noble questions her proposal, his initial doubt turning to serious consideration as a thorny aura surrounds him. Standing before him, the girl nervously offers her bargaining chip, the location of powerful magic stones. The noble scoffs, dismissing her offer by revealing his family already has a place to extract magic stones and doesn't need any material wealth. He smiles smugly, boasting that the Belstein family vault is already overflowing with riches. Her first plan shot down, the girl looks utterly defeated, fearing she has no other options. But her expression shifts to one of fierce determination as she delivers an urgent prophecy. He must protect the nearby farmland and evacuate the people. Baffled, he asks for an explanation, and she reveals she had a dream about the future, warning him to check the mountains for strange noises. The older man steps in with a surprising endorsement, advising the younger noble to trust what Luciel says. The younger noble turns to his elder in disbelief, asking if her incredible claim could possibly be true. The older man calmly nods, his attention shifting to a tasty-looking parfait that has just arrived. In a flash, a brilliant blue light erupts with magical energy. The young noble immediately uses a glowing communication orb, issuing an emergency order to his scouting teams. The scouts report back through the orb, confirming a strange, loud, collapsing sound is coming from the mountain path, with the report confirming her vision. The young noble acknowledges the orders, while the older man and Luciel watch on. He turns away, his mind racing as a dark aura surrounds him, trying to process her prophetic dream. Facing her again, he leans in and intensely asks what other visions she saw in her dream. A firm tap on his shoulder, and the older man cuts in. "Louis Vuitton, you're scaring the child." Wait, did he just call him Louis Vuitton? Lucille interrupts them both with a shocking announcement. The black wall has collapsed. Stunned into silence, both men can only mouth one word. What? Lucille looks up at them, her wide, innocent eyes conveying the terrifying truth of her words. The scene shifts to a peaceful balcony at sunset, where a young red-eyed boy with blonde hair reads a letter. As he reads, his expression is serious, the golden light of the setting sun illuminating his face. The letter announces his arranged marriage to a girl from the Orvia family, and he recognizes his father's blunt handwriting. He lets out a sigh, dismissing the news as nonsense, as a caption introduces him, Kizef von Belstein, the family's eldest son. In another time, a younger Lucille meets two maids, the black-haired Bessie and the friendly orange-haired Rose, who asks for her name. Rose gently places a hood over Luciel's head, intrigued by the mysterious little girl. Luciel looks up, her striking red eyes peering out from under the newly placed hood. A flashback shows the blonde noble, Louis, presenting Luciel with a lovely new pink dress. Back in the present, Louis stands before Luciel and her maids, sternly reminding her that she's far from a proper noble. Despite his lecture, Luciel can't contain her pure joy, laughing happily in her new outfit. Red petals dance on the wind, floating past lush green foliage in a garden. The camera pans out to reveal a grand mansion, with Lucille visible through an ornate golden window. Now a bit older, Lucille studies in a library, recalling how her powerful, jewel-creating magic was discovered by the Crown Prince. She remembers the sinister mage, Erica, who was ordered to research the jewel's elemental power. This research led to the creation of a powerful magic sword, forcing Luciel to continuously produce jewels for their cause. Determined to control her own destiny, she studies mana breathing to master the boundless power flowing from the jewels. A swoosh of brilliant blue mana flows from the ancient text, swirling around her desk. She closes her eyes, focusing as the gentle stream of mana flows into her. A powerful swoosh as the energy intensifies, enveloping her completely in a whirlwind of magic. A serene smile graces her lips as she successfully connects with her inner power. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "My lady!" snapping her out of her concentration. A hand lands on her stack of books with a heavy thud. It's Ellington, who reminds her they met before. Luciel greets him, silently praying he didn't see her practicing with mana. He notices her books, observing that she's studying the history of the Belstein family. Ellington smiles warmly, admiring her dedication to reading such difficult books. He points to a specific volume, mentioning he read it when he first started working there, and Lucille asks what it's about. Ellington passionately recounts the book's tales of Lord Gilliard's victories and Duke Louis's legendary business and military success, leaving Luciel in awe. He beams with pride, clearly a huge fan of the family's epic history. A brown-haired aide apologizes for talking too much, calling the family admirable, as Luciel thinks to herself, amazing. She wonders with a serious expression if she can truly be of any help to such incredible people. With her back turned, she strengthens her resolve, thinking, if not me, then who? Lucille seems lost in thought, a slight blush on her cheeks as she contemplates her new mission. The aide, Ellington, tries to get her attention, asking, my lady, but she remains deep in thought. Ellington explains they need someone to support the Belsteins against the Crown Prince, revealing that person to be the Empress, before asking Lucille if he's boring her. Lucille looks up at him with wide, innocent eyes and asks, is that true? Ta-da! A single, beautifully wrapped piece of candy magically appears. Recognizing it as candy, she's surprised when Ellington offers it as a bribe to become friends. Ellington is baffled by her bribe, but Lucille calls him smart and knowledgeable before beckoning him closer for a secret. Leaning in, she whispers her plan into his ear. As she walks down the hall, admired by the maids for her cuteness, she thinks about the serious economic collapse happening in the village of Ibnak. Peeking through a door, she learns that local workshop items aren't selling and wonders what kind of goods they are. She resolves to tell someone about the person who made the glass cage from her past, but is startled when a shoe suddenly flies right past her head. Whoa! She realizes, with a shock, that a shoe just whizzed by her. Looking up, she sees a small blonde boy, and they both stare at each other in confusion, exclaiming, "What?" The little boy angrily demands she move, introducing himself as Leonie von Belstein, the second son of the family. Lucille calmly picks up his shoe and offers it back to him. Thwack! He angrily smacks the shoe right out of her hand. "I don't want it since you touched it," Leonie declares haughtily. Unfazed, she simply bends down to pick the shoe up again. Seeing her pick it up, Leonie looks confused as Lucille gives him a sly smile, saying, "Then I guess you don't need this anymore." He puffs out his chest and tells her his big brother will never marry her, demanding she go back to her own house. Lucille looks at him with her big red eyes and calmly replies, "Sorry, but I can't do that." She explains she made a promise to the Duke, which only makes Leonie angrier as he clenches his fist and vows he won't accept it. Whoosh! A ball of fire erupts in his hand as he shouts, "I will never accept it." But the flame flickers weakly, and he looks down, confused, realizing his power has suddenly diminished. Lucille coolly observes that his unsteady power proves he can't control it properly yet. She warns him that if he tries to hurt her with magic, he will definitely regret it. His red eyes narrow with pure rage as he glares at her threat. "You don't know anything," he screams, lunging forward with his flaming hand ready to strike. Boop! Just as he attacks, a finger gently pokes him right on the cheek, stopping him cold. With a sweet smile, she offers him a piece of candy, calling him by name and disarming him completely with her kindness. Leonie blushes, flustered, demanding to know how she knows his name and insisting he's not a kid who eats candy. "Really," she says, cheekily pretending to eat it herself. "Then I'll just have it." As she walks away, she taunts him, saying it's a shame he doesn't want the chef's famous strawberry candy. Mortified and tempted, Leonie trembles before finally cracking, muttering a defeated "give." She plays dumb, turning back to him and asking, "What?" Blushing furiously, he saves face by declaring, "Since you asked, I'll eat it. Candy's good." He stares at the precious candy in his hand just as a woman's voice calls out for the young master. A maid named Sasha calls for Leonie, saying the head of the family is looking for him. Holding his prize, Leonie gives Lucille a parting threat. "Next time, I'll really punish you." "Yeah, sure you will, kid." In a study, Ellington reports to Louis that Lucille's health is improving, but replies from Count Orbia have been delayed. Louis holds the letters and grimly decides he'll have to send them again. Leonie appears at the office door with his maid, Sasha, as Louis's voice questions why he's been skipping his classes. Louis coldly instructs his little brother to speak up and explain himself directly. Both Sasha and Ellington are internally panicking, thinking the atmosphere is terrifyingly tense. Louis rises from his desk, dismissing the servants so he can speak with Leonie alone. The tall, imposing figure of Louis looms over his small younger brother. With a weary sigh, Louis covers his face and asks, "I've done everything you asked for. What on earth are you unhappy about?" With a blush on his cheeks, the little boy Leonie timidly asks when his big brother and mom are coming back. Louis sighs, reminding him that they said they would return when the time comes. Leonie clenches his fists, complaining that he's waited for 20 long nights, but they still haven't returned. Louis's patience wears thin, demanding to know what any of this has to do with his poor attitude in class. Overwhelmed, Leonie's eyes fill with tears as a sob escapes him. He breaks down completely, wailing that he doesn't know why he's acting out and that he was wrong. Softening his tone, Louis comforts him, promising that if he behaves in class, his mom and brother will be back soon. Leonie looks up, with tear-filled, hopeful eyes, his expression softening at the reassurance. A gentle smile appears on Louis's face, glad to see that his little brother is taking his words to heart. Later, Lucille stands in a gorgeous new blue and white dress, thinking it's so elegant she could dance in it. Entering the massive dining room, she formally greets her grandfather and Louis, The elder Duke beams, telling Luciel she's grown into such a cute young lady that he hardly recognizes her. He nudges Louis for agreement, but his son looks less than thrilled by the family bonding moment. Luciel lights up with a huge smile, thanking him for the compliment before taking her seat. Her jaw drops at the sight of the incredible feast spread before her. Talk about a welcome dinner. The chef appears with a proud thumbs up, announcing he went all out for this dinner and telling her to eat plenty. Luciel peeks over the massive table, a little intimidated by the mountain of food. The Duke explains that most of the family is away, but Leone should be joining them shortly. Louis confirms Leone was called, though he expects him to be a bit late, as a pouting vision of the boy appears. A sweet memory shows a younger Leone, holding an adult's hand as he looks up with wide, innocent eyes. Just then, the Duke announces Leone's arrival and instructs him to sit next to Luciel. Leone and Luciel sit side by side at the enormous table, the tension between them almost comical. She offers a cheerful, "Hello!" but Leone just gives her the cold shoulder. Suddenly, Leone puts on a show for the adults, flashing a huge grin and calling her older sister. Louis is not buying it. Luciel, however, is happily digging in, her cheeks full as she savors every delicious bite. While she's in foodie heaven, a grumpy Leone with tiny spectacles pokes miserably at his food. The Duke smiles, hoping the two will become good friends and suggesting they eat together often. Luciel happily agrees, but Leone is frozen in sheer horror at the thought of having to do this again. His mind is still screaming, "Meal!" as the terrible proposition sinks in. The Duke points out how well Luciel eats, thinking she might be a good influence on Leone's picky habits. Louis calmly agrees, stating that picky eating is indeed a bad habit that needs correcting. With the final word, Louis orders a defeated Leone to follow his grandfather's suggestion and eat with Luciel for a while. Luciel watches him, a grim thought crossing her mind. She heard that Leone is fated to become a villain. Patting her full stomach, she makes a new resolution. If she stays by his side, she might just be able to save him from that dark path. After the meal, the Duke and Louis review some documents at the table. With a proud smile, Luciel presents them with a thank you letter she wrote herself. As Louis reads it, a memory of his family praising him plays out. He then tells Luciel he has a gift for her too. He reveals his gift with a smirk, ownership of a place called Florin's Boutique. Luciel is stunned by the extravagant gift, asking if he really means an entire boutique. He calmly confirms it. Worried she will have to pay it back someday, she immediately tries to refuse the generous offer. Louis questions her refusal, but she insists that buying her a whole boutique is just too much. Too much? He looks at her, utterly unfazed by the cost. This guy's definition of pocket change is wild. After his father explains she is doing it for the family, Luciel reconsiders and gratefully accepts the gift. Louis asks if she can write, explaining she needs to sign the ownership papers. She admits her skills are a bit rusty. The elder Duke watches with pride, thinking his son is certainly thorough and well prepared. That night, a maid tucks Luciel into her luxurious new bedroom and wishes her sweet dreams. Snuggled warmly under the covers, Luciel thinks about how cozy and wonderful her new bed is. As she drifts off, she happily recalls the amazing day, the delicious food, becoming the owner of a boutique, and her chat with Ellington. Her last sleepy thought is a reminder to herself to finish her conversation about glass crafts with Ellington tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight floods the room as a maid throws open the curtains with a cheerful, "It's time to wake up!" Luciel yawns as she wakes up in her grand bed, sleepily wishing a good morning to someone named Rose. The maids excitedly tell her about having dinner with Leone and present a new dress from her boutique, even including matching socks. Clutching the simple socks to her chest, she tearfully remembers how she used to walk barefoot, longing for such a luxury. Later, at a lavish dinner table, Leone sits with a pout, holding a small, ornate blue box. While Luciel eats, she wonders why Leone isn't touching his food, a thought echoed by a maid's question. She decides to use a little reverse psychology, smugly declaring that she'll be the only one to grow tall. Luciel explains that picky eaters stay small, while she'll grow as tall as the Duke, which makes Leone think of his dad. He has a horrifying vision of himself remaining tiny, while a fully grown Luciel towers over him. Oh, the indignity. "That's nonsense," he shouts, a furious purple aura flaring around him as his pride takes a direct hit. With newfound determination, he raises his spoon and declares that he can eat it too, and will grow just as tall. To the absolute astonishment of the nearby maid, Leone begins furiously shoveling soup into his mouth. A moment later, his angry expression melts into pure bliss as he admits to himself, "Delicious." "Right," Lucille says, with a knowing grin. He immediately gets defensive, insisting he ate it because he wanted to. The maid praises him for being amazing, making Leone puff up his chest with pride. In the middle of dinner, Lucille suddenly leaps from her seat, surprising both Leone and the maid. Her eyes are fixed on Ellington, who is just opening a set of grand doors down the hall. Not wasting a second, she sprints down the long hallway, determined to catch him before he leaves. "Miss Lucille." Ellington calls out with a friendly smile, turning just as she catches up to him. She flashes a huge, triumphant grin, clearly happy she made it in time. A cute, purple-haired mascot with a puppy looks sad, reminding readers to support the official source. A simple message encourages readers to visit the official website to support the creators. Now sitting with Ellington, Lucille's attention is caught by a massive, ornate diamond displayed on the wall. Ellington explains that the Empress is a major trendsetter, and if she likes their glass crafts, it could save Ibnak's economy. Her eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought of finally breaking the rival trading company's monopoly. Ellington considers her brilliant plan and thoughtfully agrees that it is indeed possible. She leans in seriously, telling him the crucial next step is to find the specific glass craftsman she knows. With surprising cunning, she tells him to present the plan as his own idea, knowing no one would listen to a child. She then laments that she forgot her bag and can't bribe him, which makes Ellington laugh and say it's not necessary. As she vows to repay him later, the scene shifts to a dark room where an angry fist slams down hard on a desk. A bruised and battered blonde man, Count Orbia, seethes in a trashed room, realizing Belstein's request was a threat. He grips his head in utter frustration, feeling completely cornered. But then, a dark and twisted idea forms in his mind as he realizes he can just take Lucille back. Cackling madly amidst broken glass, he vows to reclaim his daughter and make her his jewel slave again. Meanwhile, back at the manor, Ellington submits paperwork to Louis, who calmly dismisses him. Ellington hesitates to leave, and Louis, sensing he has more to say, turns to face him. Sitting at his desk, Louis gives him the floor, noting that he clearly has something on his mind. Ellington formally requests to inspect the village of Ibnak, explaining that its economy is on the verge of collapse. Louis gives him a sharp, knowing look, cutting right through the official story to ask for the real reason. A nervous Ellington insists there's no hidden agenda, but Louis isn't buying it, telling him not to waste his time. Finally caving, Ellington reveals a plan to revive the glass industry, prompting Louis to ask if that means crushing their competition. "No," Ellington says, flustered, insisting his method is a much more peaceful one. He lays out the plan: present glass crafts to the Empress on her birthday, hoping her patronage will create a boom in demand. Louis concedes it's a decent plan, but his gaze sharpens as he asks pointedly, "Is this your idea?" Under Louis's piercing glare, Ellington starts to sweat, unable to keep up the lie. He finally breaks, admitting it was Miss Lucille's suggestion and mentally apologizing for betraying her trust. Louis seems intrigued that a child came up with such a plan, as Ellington adds that she's far from an ordinary girl. A faint, amused smile plays on Louis's lips as he agrees that she is certainly different. He then slyly changes the subject, asking when Ellington and Lucille got so close, much to Ellington's embarrassment. After a moment of professional composure, Ellington gives a firm nod, and Louis compliments his formidable nature. The two men stand in the vast, sunlit hall, their important conversation finally at an end. With a cunning smile, Louis decides he wants to observe the child's potential much more closely. Ellington finds Lucille in the library, surprised she's still there, and she asks if he has returned. He explains he stopped by to give her something, and she curiously asks what it could be. Ta-da! With a flourish, Ellington presents a small, ornate chair perfectly sized just for her. She sits down, her eyes sparkling, thinking it's the first chair she's ever been able to sit in properly. More importantly, her feet can actually touch the floor. Amused, Ellington offers to move it to her desk. Whoosh! He suddenly lifts the entire chair with a startled Lucille still in it. After setting her down, he playfully asks if she wants to go again, but a dizzy Lucille quickly refuses. Now sitting comfortably at her desk, she has a moment of quiet reflection. She tells Ellington she grew curious about magic because of Prince Leone, and he explains that Belstein family members are all born with it. He encourages her to learn, suggesting she seek out the powerful Lord Gilliard for help. Ellington then announces he has Lord Louis Vuitton's permission to lead an inspection soon. Relieved for him, Lucille immediately offers to write down the details he needs. As she diligently writes at her new desk, Ellington waits patiently beside her. He leans in with a mysterious smile, asking, "May I offer you a bribe today?" Lucille looks up from her notes, completely baffled by his bizarre question. Still confused, she can only stare at him, wondering what he's talking about. Ellington leads her outside into a beautiful green clearing, and she looks around in wonder. He reveals it's a playground built by Lord Gilliard, telling her that while he admires her love for books, a child's true duty, he says with a kind smile, is to play. Lucille is taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she processes his words. Her wide ruby eyes fill with an emotion she's never known before. She thinks that no one has ever said anything so kind to her, and eagerly accepts his offer to push her on the swing. He begins to push, counting down from 1 to 2. 3! He calls out, sending her soaring into the sky as she laughs with pure delight. The world becomes a blur of blue sky and green leaves from her joyful perspective. Leaning back, she exclaims that this is fun, a feeling completely new to her. As Ellington pushes her again, she smiles, thinking that he is absolutely right. Later, as dusk settles, her joy fades to confusion when Ellington stops answering her calls. Suddenly, a terrifying, shadowed figure with a single glowing red eye looms behind her, holding a candle. She turns, her face contorting in sheer horror at the sight. A nightmare begins. A man grips her face, demanding why she ran, and orders her to make more jewels. Thrown to the floor, she's commanded to create jewels purer than her sister's, and can only think, "I'm sorry." Over and over, the apology echoes in her mind as she lies defeated. She jolts awake in bed, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, the terrible memory still fresh. Morning light filters into the grand bedroom where she rests. The massive, elegant bed makes her look impossibly small and alone. Sitting up, she tries to calm her racing heart, telling herself it was only a dream. Louis appears at her door, inviting Lucille to join him for the day's council meeting. Dressed in a new frilly outfit, a stunned Lucille points to herself, wondering if he really means her. He confirms the lords want to hear more about her landslide prediction, and it is a good chance to get to know them. With a nod of newfound confidence, she agrees to go. Louis gestures, offering his hand to help her down from the large bed. He playfully asks if she changed her mind, but she quickly denies it, waving her hands in a panic. He then gently lifts her into his arms, carrying her like a precious doll. As he turns to leave, he tells the maids he will be back, and they cheerfully wave goodbye to Lady Lucille. He carries her down the long, ornate palace hallway. Nestled in his arms, Lucille looks up with a shy, blushing expression. Passing a large vase of white flowers, Louis casually remarks that they smell nice. Clinging to her new father, Lucille wonders what it's truly like to be held by one. Inside, the Duke's vassals murmur amongst themselves, wondering when the new young lady will arrive. Just then, Louis enters the grand hall, carrying a tiny, wide-eyed Lucille in his arms. As he presents her to the room, she takes in the sight of the assembled crowd. Seated on a throne far too big for her, she understands. These are the loyal vassals of Belstein. A smiling, gray-haired man, Viscount Verga, introduces himself as an old and faithful servant. The compliments immediately start pouring in as the men find her utterly small, lovely, and adorable. Overwhelmed by being called a fairy, Lucille flinches from all the sudden attention. Panicked, she instinctively grabs onto Louis's sleeve, and he immediately notices her distress. Now seated beside him on their thrones, she offers the room a tiny, hesitant wave. Louis looks on with a steely gaze, a strange question popping into his head. Am I trembling right now? He quickly realizes it's her hand shaking in his, concluding she's scared of the retainers. Lucille is shocked that the Duke noticed she was trembling, a small comfort in her anxiety. His simple act of noticing calms her fears, and for the first time, she feels truly safe and reassured. With a commanding presence, Louis cuts the small talk short, declaring it's time to begin the meeting. As the vassals move closer, the formal meeting officially begins. One of the men addresses Luciel, confirming the rumors that she can see the future through dreams. Viscount Verga praises her ability but voices his skepticism, wondering if her visions are just coincidence. A smug, mustachioed man just laughs, clearly not buying into the little girl's supposed powers. The Viscount recalls the time she warned him before he fell off his horse, still treating it as a funny story. Realizing she needs to prove her worth, Lucille decides to share a crucial piece of information. She points directly at Count Gillen, asking if his heavy armor is difficult to fight in. The narration explains that standard plate armor is made of steel, setting the stage for her big reveal. She points out that even steel can be dented, hinting that there's something far better. With a brilliant flash of inspiration, she's ready to drop a bombshell on the unsuspecting council. She reveals the existence of Mithrila divine metal, light as a feather and harder than steel, leaving the vassals speechless. They immediately press her for details, asking if she knows where this legendary metal is located. In a flash of memory, she recalls how the mithril was discovered in her past life, and confidently tells them she saw its location in a dream. With a sweet and innocent smile, she coyly adds that the information she has is limited. A vassal is completely won over, praising her brilliance and foresight as another nods in stunned agreement. Looking at a map, another man confirms her location at Lake Prandal and calculates it's a 3 to 4 day journey. Louis wastes no time, appointing Count Gillen to lead the expedition to retrieve the mithril. Meanwhile, a lone intruder sprints through the forest, making a beeline for the castle walls. He catches a gold coin, laughing maniacally at the easy money he's about to make. Jackpot! His employer, a sinister blonde woman, had a simple mission for him: kidnap the girl with silver hair and jewel-like pink eyes. Giddy at the thought of the massive reward, the would-be kidnapper charges toward the castle. But before he can even get close, zap, a powerful bolt of energy strikes him down. The mercenary lies motionless on the ground, his mission a catastrophic failure. Two mysterious, dark-robed figures stand silently over his defeated form, their duty done. Back inside, Louis learns of the trespasser, a mercenary from another country who tried to scale the walls. His response is swift, cold, and utterly brutal. Just kill him right now. His eyes glow with red-hot fury as he repeats the order, leaving no room for argument. His subordinate quickly agrees to the command. Louis reflects on the sheer audacity of the attempt, thinking he might have ignored a ransom, but an infiltration is a declaration of war. With a weary sigh, he correctly deduces that Lucille must have run away from her abusive family. He rubs his exhausted eyes before reaching for a cigarette to deal with the mounting stress. He contemplates the Count's motives, wondering if this is another pathetic attempt to expand his influence. Taking a long drag, he acknowledges that while others find this game of power exhausting, for him, it's just another day at the office. With a grim sigh, he steels his resolve, ready to handle the problem head-on. While trying to relax on a sofa, his thoughts are interrupted by a faint noise. He looks up to find Lucille standing timidly in the doorway to his study. A voice calls out to a surprised Lucille, who gasps and greets the Duke. Her eyes sparkle with delight as she addresses the Duke. The blonde noble, Louis, finds her at his door and asks why she's there. She nervously explains she wanted to leave a thank you note. His expression softens as he asks if she has a sweet tooth. Kneeling down, he invites her in, saying he has a gift for her, and thinking how she reminds him of a precious memory. Reassured that it's not more paperwork, she cautiously steps inside. An awkward silence hangs in the air as they stand opposite each other. Breaking the silence, Louis asks Lucille how she's finding life in the mansion. She beams, saying she loves it, especially being able to visit the library. She happily recounts how she has people to talk to and has even been to the playground. The word playground piques his interest, and she explains that Ellington took her to the one in the forest and even pushed her on the swing. Louis suggests they go to the swing together next time, much to Ellington's dismay and Lucille's surprise. She blushes, her mind reeling at the thought of going to the playground with the Duke himself. Her attention drifts to a vase of hyacinths, as she wonders if they were a gift from her. She quickly dismisses the idea, but then has a sudden realization, exclaiming how beautiful the flowers are. With a snap of his fingers, a magical glow envelops a piece of paper on the desk. The note, now transformed, floats gracefully across the room toward Louis. He reveals he still has her note, having preserved the flowers she drew with magic. Changing the subject, Lucille asks when she will finally get to meet Prince Kijef. She explains that the arranged marriage can't proceed without the prince's official consent. Louis casually flicks the preserved note, telling her not to worry and that she'll meet the prince soon enough. With that settled, he stands and reminds her he has something to give her. Her eyes go wide as a magical cascade of snacks and cookies appears before her. He gestures to shelves full of treats, telling her to choose whatever she likes. She can only stare in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by his gesture. Later that night, she's tucked in bed, happily clutching a bag of gummy bears. As she drifts off, she can't help but wonder if he really prepared all those snacks just for her. Realizing the entire drawer was full, she's overjoyed, thinking she has a new reason to visit his room. She sits up, contemplating if she should visit him while he's there, feeling more confident that he doesn't dislike her. With a sense of calm, she feels much better than before. She stretches out, attributing her good mood to her consistent mana-breathing practice. Lying in her grand bed, she creates a beautiful stream of sparkling magic bubbles. She decides that while solo training is good, she needs a proper teacher to truly learn. Meanwhile, a bitter Kizef scoffs at the idea of marriage, thinking it's all nonsense. Back in her room, Lucille makes a decision. She'll ask Grandpa Gilliard for help, just as Ellington suggested. Knock knock. A sudden knock on her door interrupts her thoughts. Another knock sounds as she wonders who could be visiting her at this hour. After quickly combing her hair, she proudly declares herself ready. The older man Gilliard stands at her door, apologizing for the late visit. As she reaches up to let him in, he greets her with a warm, grandfatherly smile. The scene flashes to a room filled with presents, including dozens of colorful socks hanging from a tree. He's brought her a mountain of gifts, filling the space around them. Staring at the presents, she's a little confused, asking if they're socks. She adorably calls him Grandpa, and he beams with delight. She gives him a huge hug, vowing to wear the socks forever, and he chuckles, asking if she likes them. Her eyes shining with determination, she looks up at him and makes a bold request. She wants to learn magic. A powerful blue aura immediately flares to life around her as she focuses her energy. Gilliard watches her display with a keen, observant smile. The magic swirls around her hands as she admits she doesn't know much, but is desperate to learn. Gilliard remarks that her level of mana is rare for her age, something he's only seen before in Kijef, prompting her to ask how she can learn to control it. In a magical garden, the blonde man with the mustache instructs Lucille to try gathering her mana again, and she quietly agrees. Whoosh! A brilliant sphere of light erupts around her as she channels her power, surprising the man standing nearby. Leaning down, the impressed man asks her if she has ever studied magic before. She explains that while she never had lessons, she's been training her mana by reading books, which piques his curiosity. She clarifies that she learned everything from a book titled Mana-Breathing Techniques. The man is stunned, realizing that mastering this from a book is nearly impossible and that she might have the potential of the legendary Bellsteins. A sinister, green-haired woman believes Lucille could become even stronger, envisioning her as a powerful mage, as the real Lucille asks her grandpa if he'll teach her magic. Overjoyed, her grandpa pulls her into a warm hug, exclaiming that he will gladly begin her lessons tomorrow. Beaming with pure happiness, Lucille thanks him with all her heart. He holds out his hand, telling her to hold on tight as he prepares to take her somewhere special. As soon as their hands touch, a strange energy flows through her, making her gasp. She's momentarily overwhelmed, realizing she can feel the very wind itself flowing around her. They arrive in a breathtaking, otherworldly forest under a starry sky, where she whispers that the glowing scenery is beautiful. Gazing up at the cosmic purple nebula, she asks him where they are. He explains that they're in a garden in another dimension, as the Bellstein Manor overlaps with two different realms. She looks up with wide, curious eyes and asks if this is the demon realm. He confirms it was once part of the demon realm, but before that, it was the beautiful, crystalline home of the fairies. Walking through the glowing landscape, he reassures her that it's a safe place now. He explains that the powerful moonlight dew tree purifies the area, ensuring no monsters can ever get close. Lucille is completely captivated, her eyes wide with wonder at the magical leaves floating past. She suddenly stops in her tracks, a puzzled expression crossing her face. With a confused look, Lucille stands still in the magical grass. Her grandpa asks what's wrong, and she tells him she just heard a strange beep-beep sound. Thinking she's broken a rule, she asks if she's not supposed to step on the grass, but he seems just as confused. Beep! A plant by her foot glows, and a barrage of beeping sounds floods her senses, making her cry out in shock. Her grandpa asks if she's all right, admitting he didn't hear a thing, while a flustered Luciel insists she's fine. He recalls old stories of these plants communicating with fairies, and suggests they continue on to the tree. As they walk toward the massive, glowing tree, Luciel ponders what she just experienced. He lifts her into his arms, and she stares at the magical tree, absolutely mesmerized. He tells her to grab a branch, explaining that the ancient tree will respond to her. She reaches out, and the moment her tiny hand touches a branch, it erupts in a blinding flash of cosmic light. The entire Moonlight Dew Tree explodes with a brilliant, holy radiance. Grandpa explains that the tree normally reacts to moonlight, dew, and mana, but he admits he has never seen all its leaves glow so brightly from magic alone. He looks down at her, a proud and gentle smile on his face as the magical light surrounds them. Lucille is shocked, wondering if the tree is reacting this way because it senses her fairy blood. Startled, she asks her grandpa if he heard the ding sound that just came from the tree. He insists he heard nothing despite his sharp hearing, but she can't believe he missed it. The branch she touched before pulses with an intense, magical light. Ding! Another clear sound startles her, and she apologizes for being so jumpy. He asks if she was talking to the tree, but she nervously denies it. She quickly covers her tracks, claiming she must have just misheard the sound of the wind. Grandpa decides they should inform Ruivid about her magic lessons and invites her to come along, an offer she happily accepts. They stand together for a moment longer, soaking in the serene beauty of the magical moonlit tree. The scene shifts to an ornate office, where a blonde man asks if the news he's just heard is really true. Now at his desk, the blonde man tells a blonde-haired woman that he already suspected something was going on. Now in the same room, Lucille declares to the blonde man that she wants to learn to use magic just like him and her grandpa. The blonde man, Ruivid, agrees, but says there are a few conditions, which makes Lucille wonder if they're striking another deal. With Grandpa standing beside him, Ruivid lays out his first condition. She needs to gain some weight, or she'll be too weak to cast spells. For his second condition, he leans in and tells her that, from now on, she can't call him Duke anymore. Faced with a new title, Lucille ponders what she should call the Duke now. Ruivid dismisses Your Excellency, suggesting she use something more familiar and friendly. After a moment of thought, she looks up at both him and her grandpa with a shocking suggestion. Father? Beaming with a brilliant idea, she sweetly asks if Father would be okay to use. Intrigued, Ruivid says Father is fine, but suggests Dad is even better, leaving her a little flustered. With a burst of pure, adorable energy, she shuts her eyes and shouts, Dad! Her grandpa absolutely loses it, bursting into laughter while a beet-red Lucille hides her face in embarrassment. Ruivid smirks, thinking to himself that Dad is definitely a major upgrade from Duke. Later that night, a red-haired attendant quietly watches over Lucille as she reads in her bed. A maid enters, reminding Lucille of her promise to start magic lessons, but first, there's a little pre-lesson ritual. She pulls out Lucille's secret weapon, her strategy notebook, the master plan for her future. After a quick check-in, the maid takes her leave, wishing the young lady sweet dreams. Tucked in bed, Lucille checks off a major milestone in her notebook, learning magic. Mission accomplished. She reviews her long-term goals, finances, guards, allies, and decides to tackle them one step at a time. No need to rush greatness. Her ultimate endgame? Marry Kijef and live safely in the duchy until she comes of age. But she knows that even the best-laid plans can change, and one day she'll have to stand on her own 2 feet. The thought conjures the image of a legendary crystal-forged sword, a symbol of the power she'll need. Her eyes shine with newfound determination, ready to face whatever comes next. The scene shifts to a bright new day at the magnificent Belstein estate. A table is set for 2, with an elegant spread of tea and cakes, ready for the first lesson. Dressed for the occasion, and holding a plush carrot, Lucille declares that today is for serious business. Her grandpa clears his throat, agreeing they must set the proper atmosphere for her first official magic lesson. In the grand library, he sits across from her and announces he'll begin with a few questions. With her mouth full of pastry, Lucille is caught off guard when he asks if she has any questions for him. She pauses her snack, thoughtfully considering what she wants to know. A question pops into her head, and she asks why the Belstein family is so incredibly skilled at magic. Her grandpa's cheerful demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by a stern, unreadable expression. Oh. Seeing his reaction, Lucille immediately worries she's crossed a line. Trying to backtrack, she nervously brings up a book she read about elemental attributes. He softens, giving her a gentle pat on the head to reassure her. Still, she feels bad, thinking she must have asked a very uncomfortable question. He flips the script, asking her a question in return. Does she know why the Bellstein family has red eyes? Luciel thinks about it, realizing all the Bellsteins have eyes the color of blood. She recalls the intense power emanating from them and admits she doesn't know the reason. Grandpa reveals the family's darkest secret. Their ancestors mixed their blood with demons, whose affinity for magic far surpasses humans, and the dukedom itself was once a gateway to the demon realm. He explains that while the gate is sealed, a rift remains, connecting their world to the demon realm, much like the magical garden they visited. Far from being scared, Lucille is in awe, realizing just how amazing the Bellstein family truly is. He asks if the revelation of their demon blood frightens her. With a bright smile, she insists she's not afraid at all, because demon blood or not, they're all good people. She pictures the family's kindness, believing their gentle and warm hearts are what truly matter. And the warmest of them all, she declares, is her grandpa, who erupts in a fit of joyful laughter. Giddy with happiness, she jumps to her feet, ready for her lesson to truly begin. Elsewhere in the room, a young blonde boy watches Lucille's private tutoring with a focused, perhaps envious gaze. Lucille proudly shows off a tower she built, exclaiming that learning directly is way more fun than just reading. The boy scoffs, pretending he isn't jealous at all. He questions how learning could possibly be interesting, and Lucille is genuinely baffled by his lack of curiosity. The boy just looks confused, unsure how to respond to her enthusiasm. Their attention is suddenly drawn to a carriage pulling up outside, and they wonder who has arrived. A graceful woman with dark hair introduces herself as Cycline Renitra, their new physician. Lucille happily introduces herself, and the boy shyly adds that his name is Leonie. Cycline smiles warmly, hoping they'll help her out, and thinks to herself that something about Lucille feels strangely familiar. The physician, Cycline, confirms their ages, noting that young Master Leonie is 5, while Lady Lucille is 9. She pulls out a cute, giraffe-shaped measuring tool, and both Lucille and Leonie gasp in awe. Jump! Without a second thought, Leonie leaps onto the giraffe, ready to ride it like a pony. Cycline gently laughs, explaining that he needs to stand beside it to measure his height, not ride it. As Leonie gets measured, Lucille watches him, wondering if she's finally taller than him now. Leonie is completely offended by the suggestion, shouting that there's no way she's taller than him. Lucille challenges him to find out for sure, and he immediately shouts, "Fine!" The results are in. Leonie is 103, but Lucille is 115, leaving the little boy utterly crushed. Seeing his pouty face, Lucille sweetly reassures him that he'll grow up big and strong soon enough. Cycline just smiles, enjoying the wholesome moment between the two kids. She leans in to whisper a quiet thank you to Lucille for helping her out today. Cycline then announces she has something for both of them, and Lucille eagerly asks what it is. She presents a magical blue potion, explaining it's a cocoa herb syrup that will help them grow taller. Holding the bottle, Lucille stares at it, the words cocoa herb and syrup triggering a distant memory. Cycline asks if she recognizes it, and in that instant, a forgotten memory floods back to Lucille. A flashback reveals a more severe-looking Cycline from her previous life. She remembers being sick and weak, with Cycline giving her that very same medicine. Back then, the potion worked instantly, making her recover from her illness right away. But that recovery led to a tragic ending, and she recalls the horrifying image of her own death. Back in the present, Cycline thinks to herself that keeping Lucille close could be useful, as she offers to teach her about other medicines. Lucille clutches the bottle, her heart filled with a new resolve. In this life, she'll stay closer to Cycline. The scene drifts into a beautiful dreamscape, where Lucille sleeps peacefully nestled in a giant flower. A gentle voice calls her name, and even in her sleep, she recognizes it. She's startled awake, her eyes flying open as she whispers in shock, "Sister?" An ethereal vision of an older, white-haired woman appears, cradling a younger Lucille in her lap among the flowers. Lucille sits bolt upright in her bed, her dream fading, as she desperately asks if it's really her. Her sister's spirit smiles warmly, patting her head and expressing relief that she's still living well. Tears well up in Lucille's eyes as she realizes this isn't a nightmare. This time, it's real. Overcome with emotion, she throws her arms around her sister in a tight embrace. Her sister holds her close and asks a curious question. Has she been hearing the sounds of plants lately? Crying, Lucille confirms that she heard them in the magical garden of the Moonlight Dew Tree. Her sister explains that There's no real boundary between the fairy and demon worlds, which is why she could hear them. She reveals a shocking truth. The two races were once like siblings, both children of the gods. Looking at Luciel with affection, she tells her they were all one big family in the beginning. Her sister promises to always watch over her, even from afar. With tears streaming down her face, Luciel makes a vow, promising she will be happier than anyone else. The dream fades, and Lucille wakes up on a couch, where Ruivid kindly asks if she slept well. She sits up with a jolt, completely disoriented in the grand room. He explains she must be tired from her magic lessons, and she sleepily agrees. Rubbing her eyes, she says she's enjoying learning magic, even though she can't perform any spells yet. Ruivid mentions that her grandfather told him she has water and stone attributes, making her ponder her own potential. He chuckles, suggesting her magic is just shy, and reassures her that she'll be able to use it soon. Changing the subject, he tells her she needs to accompany him today, leaving her to wonder where they're headed. Ruivid flashes a confident, handsome smile, clearly having something special planned. Elsewhere, the young blonde boy, Kejef, holds a letter, his heart pounding as he wonders if today is the day he finally meets his fiancée. Standing in a vast hall, he feels small among the other children, as someone tells him to stop staring. He looks out at the magnificent estate, knowing that today is the day. Clop, clop. A luxurious white carriage arrives, signaling the arrival of someone important. A stern-looking blonde man with red eyes, possibly a royal, peeks out from behind the carriage curtain. Meanwhile, Ruivid tells an excited Luciel they're almost at their destination, promising her a lunchbox for the ride. Ruivid presents Luciel with a magical picnic, complete with sandwiches and fresh fruit, and she's in absolute heaven. Pause. She stops mid-chew, realizing she's eaten an entire sandwich without noticing. Ruivid watches her with a cool, knowing gaze, a single cherry poised on his fork. He chuckles, playfully suggesting she's under a spell that makes cherries taste sweeter. Munch. As he takes a bite, he asks if he's right, and she can only agree. Noticing a smudge of sauce on her, he remarks that she must have really enjoyed her meal. He then tells Lucille they'll be stopping by the Florin boutique for a change of clothes before their final destination. They arrive at a breathtakingly beautiful boutique, a grand carriage waiting outside. An attendant recognizes the Duke's carriage and pattern, eagerly welcoming Duke Belstein. Now inside, Lucille is stunned by the shop's beauty, a small stain visible on her dress. Surrounded by other noble ladies, Ruivid tells her to go on and pick out anything she likes. The other women immediately start whispering, surprised to learn the Duke has a daughter. As Lucille looks around, feeling the eyes on her, a kind employee offers to prepare some tea. Her eyes land on a stunning blue and white dress, adorned with bows and a heart. She's captivated, thinking how pretty it is and imagining wearing it to meet Kejef. Clatter! She hopes that looking so lovely might convince him to approve of their marriage, but her thoughts are interrupted. Thud! A red-haired girl bumps right into her. Startled, Lucille turns to the girl, who rudely asks what she's doing. The red-haired girl smirks, delivering a brutal blow. I mean, it doesn't suit you. Lucille is left completely speechless by the unprovoked insult. With a confident grin, the other girl presses on, asking if she isn't right. A dark memory surfaces. The same girl, Penelope, with her father looking down on a trapped Lucille, the living gemstone. She remembers how Penelope grew tired of the gems she created, complaining about the endless rubies and sapphires. The memory ends with a spoiled Penelope demanding a new, different kind of gemstone from her sister-in-law. Back in the present, the girl, Lady Marian, snaps at the staff to bring her a white dress, but Lucille stands her ground, stating she wants it too. The attendant, addressing the girl as Miss Cable, explains the dress has already been shown to another customer. When the attendant tries to mediate, Miss Cabile throws a tantrum, screaming that she already chose it. To avoid a scene, Lucille backs down, saying it's okay and she'll find something else. The two girls stand in a tense silence, the shopkeeper caught in the middle. HMPH. Miss Cabal smirks, satisfied that the kid knows her place. Lucille's face hardens with anger, but she forces herself to endure the humiliation. She turns away, her expression now cold and determined. She reminds herself that, as a Belstein, she must maintain the family's dignity. Nod, with renewed resolve in her glowing eyes, she tells herself not to be afraid. Across the room, Ruivid calmly sips his tea, seemingly unaware of the drama. But then he pauses, his sharp eyes glancing up as if sensing the tension. Lucille finally speaks up, telling everyone that Miss Kabul also said the dress didn't suit her. Shout! Miss Kabul is outraged by the accusation, denying she ever said such a thing. She insists she never did it and claims she was the one who chose the dress first. Whoosh! Enraged, she calls Lucille a disrespectful brat and raises her hand to strike her. Lucille flinches, squeezing her eyes shut as she braces for the slap. But the blow never lands. A strange blue magic suddenly appears, stopping the girl's hand mid-air. A firm voice rings out from across the room, commanding them to stop it. Miss Kabul stares in shock at the magical force binding her wrist. Ruivid appears before her, his expression cold as ice, stating that things have gone too far. Cornered and terrified, Miss Kabul's eyes begin to well up with tears. Wah wah wah. She bursts into a full-blown crying fit as another woman rushes over, calling her Penelope. The woman, her mother, apologizes to the Duke, making excuses that her daughter is still young. Crying to her mother, Penelope demands to know why she isn't taking her side. Swish! With a chilling glare, Ruivid tells Marchioness Kabul to teach her daughter some manners, as Lucille sobs quietly from the shock of it all. Ruivid formally introduces Lucille as his daughter-in-law, a title she repeats in quiet wonder. He stands tall and imposing, his expression unreadable. The surrounding nobles erupt in whispers, shocked to hear the Duke has a daughter-in-law. The Marchioness frantically tells her daughter, Penelope, to apologize to the Duke, but the girl whines, "Why me?" Fidgeting, Penelope stares defiantly as her mother pleads with her to apologize. Ruivid watches the scene unfold with a subtle, knowing smile. Pushed by her mother, Penelope forces out a quiet, "I'm sorry," to Lucille. Lucille accepts the apology with surprising maturity, warning her not to do it again. Whoosh! Ruivid takes Lucille's hand and walks away, leaving Penelope to wail in the background. He glances down at Lucille before looking ahead, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Defeated, Penelope buries her face in her mother's dress, sobbing uncontrollably. Ruivid gently asks Lucille if she's all right, and she beams, assuring him she's fine. Pat! He gives her a comforting pat on the head. He tells her not to just endure mistreatment, and that it's okay to live a little selfishly sometimes. A warm smile spreads across his face as he offers her this unexpected advice. He continues to gently stroke her hair, reinforcing his support. Her heart swells with gratitude, and she smiles, vowing to respect herself from now on. An attendant asks to help her try on a new outfit, and Lucille eagerly agrees. Lucille cheekily asks her father-in-law if he knew all of that was going to happen, and he just hums mysteriously. She looks up at him with a sly grin, calling him father-in-law again. Thud! She falls silent, her determined gaze meeting his slightly surprised one. He lets out an amused chuckle at her playful antics. He notes that his daughter-in-law has a sense of humor as Lucille happily examines her new clothes. The scene fades, focusing on Ruivid's thoughtful, composed profile. Elsewhere, Kijev holds a note, wondering if it's from Maximus. Before the note ignites in magical purple flames, revealing his own name, he stares at the burning paper, completely baffled by the bizarre message. A shadowy hand lands on his shoulder as he thinks to himself that there are annoying people everywhere. Suddenly, a sinister-looking boy with black hair and dark magic wraps his arms around him from behind. The mysterious boy floats behind Kizev, brushing off his collar with a smirk. Meanwhile, a group of girls labeled Kizev fans are desperately searching for him. Someone spots him, announcing his location as another person tells him the principal is looking for him. Kizev stands there looking cool and unbothered as his adoring fans nearly faint, begging for his attention. His confident walk transitions to a somber memory of him standing before a coffin at sunset. He looks on with a confused and troubled expression. A dark, twisted entity materializes, menacingly asking if he's looking at something he shouldn't be. The vision shifts, showing Kizev staring into a swirling blue portal in a dark room. His eyes widen with a mix of shock and resolve. A shadowy figure watches from afar, remarking on his adorable contractor, before promising they'll meet again. Back in a lavish room, Lucille and Ruivid are told that Prince Kizev will arrive shortly. Another man suggests sending Lucille to the academy, but she politely declines, stating her grandfather's lessons are sufficient. Just then, Kizev appears in the doorway, his red eyes scanning the room. The man who is speaking greets Kizev as he enters the grand hall. After telling Kizev he really brought her along, the man excuses himself to let them talk. Ruivid explains to Kizev that he thought it best for them to meet in person, rather than just exchanging letters. Ruavid maintains a cool, almost challenging gaze as he waits for the boy's reaction. He then formally tells Lucille to greet her chosen fiancé, Kizef. Lucille turns to face Kizef, who is being told it's their first time meeting face-to-face. Kizef blushes slightly, caught off guard by the introduction. Lucille, now in a beautiful new dress, takes one look at him and thinks, he's small. Kizef formally introduces himself, all while thinking what an unpleasant family he's been stuck with. In her beautiful blue dress, Lucille proudly introduces herself to Kizef, who looks on with a surprised blush. Thump. She correctly guesses he was taken aback by the sudden talk of marriage, saying she understands. He thanks her for her understanding, but his expression clearly shows he's about to refuse. Blushing with embarrassment, Lucille thinks it's too harsh to refuse without even hearing the conditions. But Kizef stands firm, stating that even if he hears the conditions, his mind won't change. Tap. The Duke sets his teacup down as Lucille watches, her hopes sinking. With a sad look, she quietly concedes that he's right. The Duke sits back, coolly observing the scene and thinking it looks like he'll be getting a daughter after all. He then stands, announcing he's going to speak with the principal and telling them to wait there. Left alone, Lucille and Kizef stand in a painfully awkward silence. Kizef looks away, lost in thought, as sparkles of light fill the air around him. With renewed determination, Lucille decides to try and persuade him one last time. She takes a seat across from him, her posture and gaze serious and resolute. He asks what she's doing, and she boldly suggests they speak informally since they're alone. After a moment, she agrees and turns away, gathering her thoughts. She starts to speak, her face flushing bright red as she tries to make her case. In a flustered outburst, she admits she's not pretty, and probably wouldn't be a good marriage partner. She turns to him with a serious expression, adding that she doesn't dislike him. Her own forwardness seems to catch her off guard for a moment. Kizef clarifies that he couldn't possibly dislike her since they've only just met. He just doesn't want to get married, period. Seizing her chance, Lucille realizes he doesn't hate her and proposes a brilliant compromise, a contract marriage that only lasts until she becomes an adult. Only until you become an adult? He asks, intrigued by the unexpected offer, which she confirms. She stands her ground, stating that this is the condition she's proposing. He clarifies her terms, asking if she means they'd only stay married for the next 8 years, and she agrees. He leans in close, getting serious as he asks why a little kid is so obsessed with getting married. She puffs out her cheeks, indignantly retorting that she's not small. Kizef runs a hand through his hair, frustratedly explaining that marriage is just too difficult. When he asks about her parents, she sadly reveals she left home because her father is not a good person like the Duke. Her expression hardens, showing a mix of pain and resolve. A dark energy swirls around Kizef as he finally understands her true motive for seeking marriage. She looks down, admitting she's doing it for her own protection. As a bonus, she points out that if he marries her, other girls will finally leave him alone. She even promises to keep a low profile at the Duke's residence so she won't be a bother. Kizef listens to her sales pitch, a hint of amusement in his eyes. She looks at him earnestly, waiting for his final answer. Confused by his silence, she wonders what's going on, since she hadn't even finished her speech. She looks slightly dazed as she says, "All right," seemingly accepting an answer he never gave. The scene pulls back, showing her standing all alone in a grand, empty room. She begins to worry, wondering if maybe she was being too clingy. After waiting for 30 minutes, the crushing realization hits her. She's been rejected. The scene shifts to a bright, crowded hall where Lucille calls out Kizef's name. He turns around, his expression cold and distant. As she calls his name again, a teacher and a group of students rush past her. Oof. She accidentally bumps into one of the students in the crowded corridor. The students immediately stop to check on her as she stammers out an apology. They crowd around, commenting on how cute she is and asking if she's a new student from the lower grades. When they ask where her parents are, she explains she's looking for someone, Kizef. The students mention they just saw him and ask if she's his younger sister, but she quickly says no. With a determined glint, she declares she's his fiancé, only to feel a sudden wave of sickness from the lie. As a girl calls out to Kizef, he quickly covers Lucille's mouth, claiming she's just his cousin, leaving Lucille completely bewildered. A boy with silver gray hair watches the awkward encounter from a distance with a knowing smirk. He and his two lackeys approach, their smug expressions radiating trouble as he says, "Oh?" The silver-haired boy saunters over, calling Kizef's name and cheekily asking if he got his note. Kizef's profile darkens, his red eyes glowing with suppressed rage. As Lucille hides behind him, the silver-haired boy sizes Kizef up, thinking, that devil. The troublemaker gets flustered as his friends drag him back, warning him that he's making a scene. The tense moment dissolves into a romantic vision of two hands gently holding, surrounded by white flowers. Back in reality, Lucille takes Kizef's hand, and though he starts to apologize, she smiles sweetly, telling him it's fine. They walk away hand in hand up a grand, sparkling staircase, leaving the drama behind them. He leads her into a breathtaking conservatory, where she's mesmerized by a flower she's never seen before. Lucille stands among beautiful blue and white blossoms, taking in the serene view. She suddenly finds herself on the ground, looking up at Kizef in confusion. When he asks if she's all right, she gives him a beaming smile and an enthusiastic nod, insisting she's doing great. She gushes that everyone's kindness feels like a dream, but Kizef eyes her skeptically, repeating, kind, huh? She clarifies that she meant Grandpa Gilliard and the Duke have both been incredibly kind. A look of quiet determination shines in her bright red eyes. Still sitting amongst the flowers, she looks up at him, simply asking, what? The two of them stand alone in the vast, light-filled garden, a quiet moment between them. Meanwhile, the silver-haired boy is shown seething with rage, thinking Kizef's name. A promotional image features a smiling woman with white hair and blue eyes. Another promotional image shows a cute purple-haired girl in a large hoodie. In a completely different world, a witch with long black hair tells a white-haired man that someone without magic is worthless on their continent. The white-haired man agrees she's not wrong, but clarifies that the magic has only disappeared temporarily. He gives her a final, grave warning. If he closes the portal, she and her companion will be trapped in this world forever. The scene shifts to a happy, purple-haired little girl and a handsome man with dark, messy hair. The white-haired man resigns himself to the situation, deciding to report it so the two can stay peacefully. A woman asks the witch, now called Miss Tang, if she knows the man she's with. Before she can answer, the white-haired man drops a bombshell, declaring that she, Yu Ning, is his fiancée, leaving her utterly stunned. In a flurry of chibi confusion, Yu Ning denies being engaged to a workaholic. The white-haired man looks heartbroken, and the dark-haired man is just overwhelmed. The white-haired man realizes she escaped to another world, which is why he couldn't find her, and promises to come back for her when his work is done. But Yu Ning shuts him down, firmly stating she refuses to leave because she promised to look after a friend's son. The dark-haired man steps in, smoothly telling Miss Tang not to worry about the crisis she mentioned. He grins, revealing he already has two little friends who helped him solve it, as he lovingly pats two small children with animal ears. With a wink, Yu Ning tells the workaholic to have fun with his job and leaves, ignoring the white-haired man's desperate call. Whoosh! As the white-haired man reaches out in shock, the dark-haired man scoops up the two kids and makes a quick exit. He carries the two children through a modern apartment, making his escape. Once clear, he bursts out laughing, trying to process the chaotic scene that just unfolded. He smugly thinks that at least no one will be making messes with magic anymore, prompting an angry Doodle to shout, I didn't make a mess. A few months later, the dark-haired man Ju Chen introduces himself as a typical single dad and corporate drone. He reflects that after some extraordinary events, life is finally normal, and he's even enrolled the kids, Delise and Luo An, in elementary school. Kicking back in his office cubicle, he sighs contentedly, thinking a boring life is the best life. Just as he yawns and takes off his glasses, his phone begins to ring. He casually picks up the call, completely unprepared for what's coming next. A panicked teacher is on the line, frantically explaining that his son, Luo An, just punched a huge hole in the wall during gym class. His calm demeanor shatters instantly, his eye bulging in sheer disbelief. The teacher continues her report, asking him to come discuss repair costs and complaining that his daughter, Delise, brought a moving fluff ball toy to school against the rules. Bam! He bursts into the teacher's office, out of breath but ready to handle the situation. He announces himself as Delise's and Luo An's dad, trying to get a handle on the chaos. But he freezes, his jaw dropping when he sees a familiar face. Miss Tang? Why are you here? It looks like the witch is a school teacher. Miss Tang calmly explains that as an elementary school teacher, her presence is perfectly normal, musing that after traveling to other worlds, she still ended up back here. Back in the teacher's lounge, Ju Chen stands awkwardly with the two kids, surrounded by curious teachers. Delise whispers up to Ju Chen, who looks down at her with a charming but stressed-out smile. As Ju Chen gets up, he fails to notice the determined, white-haired man who has followed them all the way to the school. Oh, the second-hand embarrassment is real. Ju Chen buries his face in his hand, mortified by the escalating chaos. And just like that, the scene abruptly shifts to a moment of quiet reflection. We're back with the drama as Maximus, the silver-haired bully, punches a blonde boy, screaming that he's a cocky brat. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue energy erupts as Lucielle appears, furiously shouting Kizef's name. Ugh. Maximus cries out as her magical energy whips across his face. Trapped by swirling blue flames, the bully panics, wondering what's happening as Lucielle prepares her next move. But Kizef, the blonde boy on the ground, has his own plans, fiercely commanding his magic to fly. Whoosh! At Kizef's command, a torrent of magic sends the bully flying into the air. A close-up shows a hand expertly weaving the powerful blue energy. The attack intensifies as dark, thorny vines wrap around Maximus, squeezing him tight. With a huge splash, the bully is unceremoniously dumped into a nearby fountain. His two lackeys can only watch in horror, screaming their friend's name. Maximus, Kizef stares, completely stunned by the sheer power that was just unleashed. When one of the lackeys calls him a coward for using magic, Kizef gives him a death glare and asks if he wants to be next. Nope, the two bullies immediately turn tail and flee for their lives. Alone now, Kizef looks down, the adrenaline fading to reveal his exhaustion. He looks up with concern, asking the person who helped him if they're okay. It's Lucielle, and she offers him a hand to help him up from the ground. Blushing, Kizef realizes it was her magic that saved him, asking if she was the one who used the mana droplets. He tentatively reaches out and accepts her outstretched hand. Lucielle rewards him with a dazzling, triumphant smile. Lost in her bright expression, Kizef can only stare, his cheeks still flushed. He abruptly jumps to his feet, turning away and leaving a very confused Lucielle behind. Huh? She asks, completely baffled by his sudden cold shoulder, ignoring the unconscious bully on the ground. Kizef walks away, his expression dark and unreadable. He stops, staring at the shattered remnants of dark magic on the ground, as Lucielle calls his name again. She catches up to him and gently takes his hand in hers. With a sweet smile, she tells him it's okay now the bullies can't hurt her anymore. Her gentle words seem to break through his cold exterior, and his gaze softens. He quietly agrees with her, accepting her comfort. The tense atmosphere dissolves, replaced by the serene beauty of a sunlit garden. Meanwhile, two officials discuss Prince Kizef, noting he's a prodigy who has already mastered everything the academy can teach him. A regal man with blonde hair, likely Kizef's father, listens and asks about his son's social life. The female official hesitates, a clear sign that the answer isn't a good one. She confirms his fears. Kizef is always alone. His father reflects that no one, not even his son, can live without forming connections. He had hoped the academy would help Kizef interact with others, but it seems to have failed. A painful memory surfaces of him comforting a much younger, crying Kizef. Back in the present, the father's expression is grim with worry. He lets out a heavy sigh, clearly frustrated and saddened by his son's isolation. His thoughts drift to the sight of Kizef and Lucielle holding hands. Watching them from a distance, he sees a glimmer of hope for his son's future. Kizef spots him and respectfully greets him as father. Blushing furiously, Kizef stammers out a clumsy excuse, claiming he's only holding her hand because he's afraid of losing her. His father just smirks, teasing that Lucielle is indeed small and adorable, which only makes Kizef protest even more. The teasing stops as his father gets serious, asking Kizef how life at the academy has been. Kizef insists to his father that he has no problems at the academy. His father presses him, asking if he's sure, and suggests that if the school's level is too low, he doesn't need to force himself to fit in. Internally panicking that the professor snitched on him, Kizef quickly changes his tune, claiming the academy is actually quite interesting. His father seems to accept his answer, and tells Lucielle it's time for them to leave. Realizing Kizef won't bring it up, Lucielle decides she has to be the one to mention the engagement. She nervously begins to ask about Kizef's engagement, which immediately catches his father's attention. Plot twist. His father interrupts, proposing that instead of being his daughter-in-law, she should just become his daughter. Both Kizef and Lucielle are completely speechless at the unexpected adoption offer. Lucielle stares up in wide-eyed shock, trying to process what she just heard. He repeats the offer, asking her to become his daughter instead of marrying his son. He explains that as his adopted daughter, she wouldn't have to leave Belstein. Kizef and Lucille both formally address the man as Father and Your Grace, respectively. Lucille laughs it off with a bright smile, saying that while she's sure he's joking, she's happy to hear it. He deadpans that he isn't joking, and suggests that since Kizef doesn't want to marry, they could just live as siblings. Blushing, Kizef blurts out that they've decided to get married after all. Lucille quickly explains their contract marriage plan. They'll stay married on paper and get divorced when she's an adult. His father looks at Kizef, asking if he's really changed his mind about marriage. Kizef firmly agrees, stating he believes it's necessary to protect the young lady. Lucille looks up, surprised and touched by his sudden determination. His father concedes, admitting it's a bit disappointing, but accepting their decision to be together until she's grown. He decides they'll start with an engagement since she's so young, and Kizef immediately begins writing up the contract. A magical document materializes from his father's hand, formalizing the agreement. He suggests holding the wedding on her 10th birthday, and casually asks when that is. Lucille says her birthday is in June, but when he asks for the exact date, she hesitates. She looks down, clearly having no idea when her actual birthday is. The three of them stand at a moment of quiet, awkward silence. Taking charge, he declares that her birthday is now officially June 1st, and that will also be their wedding day. A little dazed by the whirlwind of decisions, Lucille quietly agrees. With everything settled, he says it's time to go, and Lucille gives a small nod. As they part, his father tells Kizef he'll be in touch, and Kizef tells him to take care. As she's led away, Lucille can't help but glance back at Kizef. She gives him a little wave, telling him to take care. With a rare, soft smile, Kizef tells her, "You too." He stands alone in the grand doorway, watching her leave. The two figures of his father and Lucille grow smaller as they walk away across the vast, ornate hall. The man leads Lucille down a sun-drenched corridor, their journey together beginning. Lucille worries about leaving Kizef alone, remembering the tense atmosphere at the academy. A row of chirping birds distracts her, and she recalls her promise not to bother him. But an idea begins to form. Aha! A light bulb goes off in her head. She turns to the man beside her and gets his attention, calling him Your Grace. She asks if he could buy something she needs, piquing his curiosity. He takes her to a magical shop, brimming with plants and birds, where a friendly man in a large hat greets them. The shopkeeper introduces a cute little bird perched on his finger. He presents a fluffy white solbang owl, suggesting it would be a perfect companion for her. It's love at first sight. Lucille beams, her eyes sparkling as she whispers how lovely it is. The little owl puffs out its chest proudly, basking in her admiration. Lucille gushes over how adorable her new friend is, and both men smile, happy that she likes it. Her new guardian gently pets the tiny owl she's cradling in her hands. The shopkeeper gives her a special whistle, explaining that it makes a sound the owl loves. Holding the bird and whistle, Lucille thanks the man, who promises to send the owl to her after imprinting its location. The scene opens on a beautiful, sun-drenched day at a grand estate. Inside, a blonde man asks Lucille if he should also order a communication device for her. Lucille looks up in surprise, quickly stammering, "Ah, no." She thinks to herself that a simple messenger bird is fine, especially since that fancy device costs as much as a ship. Clutching a small, ornate gift, she gives a knowing and gentle smile. She resolves to use it to support him, so that he won't have to feel lonely anymore. Elsewhere, the mustached man, Gilead, sits alone in his lavish study by the fire. He sighs, admitting to himself that he feels a bit lonely for some reason. He reflects that it's only been one day without her, and he already misses Lucille's presence. In his imagination, the man, Gilead, wonders how Kizef is doing, while a vision of Leonie dismisses the idea of marriage. He reflects on how Kizef has grown distant over the years, their bond fading since they stopped their magic sessions and games of chess. He muses that Leonie is still quite young, lost in thought. He recalls a chaotic nap time, when a sad book sent Leonie into a crying fit, yanking on his mustache, while a red-eyed Kizef looked on, completely over it. Flipping through a book, Gilead's narration notes that even the cold-hearted Ruivid and stubborn Leonie have changed so much since Lucille arrived, completely shifting the mansion's atmosphere. The memory of her happy, flower-filled smile brings warmth to his thoughts. His gaze drifts to the portraits hanging on the ornate wall. Speaking to an unseen person, He muses that if they were awake, they would have adored Lucille more than anyone. He gently holds the hand of a sleeping, black-haired woman, whispering her name, Eveline. The scene shifts to a dark memory, where a man calls out to a shaking Kizef in bed. The young boy covers his ears in terror, begging the voice to stop calling him. A scarred maid and others look on in horror, calling out to the young master. Kizef jolts awake in bed, his eyes wide with fear. He sits bolt upright, terrified. He cries out in agony, reaching for something that isn't there. A woman reaches for him as he collapses backward onto the bed. On the floor, a shadowy figure looms over him with a chilling laugh. A dark, shadowy entity emerges, asking Kizef if he wants to make a contract. Terrified, Kizef covers his mouth, shaking. The shadow offers a tempting deal. Make a contract, and he'll never have to see these ghosts again. But Kizef refuses, crying that he doesn't want to. The shadow calls his name again, offering to show him something fun. A swirling blue portal of energy materializes on his bedroom wall. As Kizef stares, the shadow promises that one day he will come to need its power. Back in the present, Kizef sits silently in his dark room, the weight of his past heavy on his shoulders. He lies down, exhausted by the memories. As he thinks of the word engagement, a shadowy voice asks why he's worrying about things that don't suit him. A vision of a smirking, dark-haired young man appears above him, calling his name. Lying in bed, Kizef stares at the ceiling where the vision was, quietly acknowledging it with a yes. The dark-haired man recalls how, because of Kizef, he decided he should never love or marry. Floating over the bed, he noticed not buying it for a second, multiple versions of the spirit swarm Kizef, demanding to know who he really met to get such a pure magical scent on him. Ruivid gets right in his face, smirking that he's far too naive to deceive him. Fed up, Kizef shoves him away, telling him to stop bothering him and go do his job as a Reaper, much to the Reaper's shock. Kizef turns away, clearly done with the conversation. A flash of memory shows a knight charging into the darkness. The vision continues with a figure riding away from a collapsing kingdom. The scene explodes into a vision of a grand hall being consumed by a hellish inferno. The blond man from the military stands amidst the flames, sword in hand, and a chilling smile on his face, a body lying at his feet. That night, Kizef lies awake in bed, his mind clearly in turmoil. He sits up with a heavy heart, his crimson eyes reflecting a deep, unspoken sorrow. In another part of the world, a woman with curly brown hair greets someone with a cheerful smile, a letter clutched in her hand. She's speaking to a scruffy, hungover-looking man who seems completely out of it, as she asks if he received a letter. Wrinkling her nose at the stench of alcohol, she identifies the letter's emblem from the Belstein family, a name that barely registers with the drunk man. But then it hits him. He jolts upright in shock, shouting the Belstein name in a panic. Tack! He violently snatches the letter from her grasp. The letter is a final ultimatum to Count Orbia, giving him 3 days to approve Lucille's marriage, before the Belstein family takes matters into their own hands. Gah! The reality of the situation sends the Count falling back into his chair in despair. Fuming, he crumples the letter and reveals his desperate new plan. Since his messengers are gone, he'll just have to kidnap Lucille. His companion points out the obvious flaw in his plan. They have no idea where to find her. But then the woman recalls a little rumor she heard, a sly look crossing her face. She suggests that the young girl they saw earlier might have been Lucille, much to the Count's surprise. A cunning idea begins to form in the Count's mind. The clothing shop is their perfect opportunity. A truly wicked smile spreads across his face as the scheme solidifies. He throws his head back and lets out a maniacal laugh, feeling triumphant. With chilling determination, he vows that Lucille will never escape his control. At the same moment, Lucille sleeps soundly, blissfully unaware of her father's evil plotting. Her peaceful slumber is shattered by a nightmare of a menacing, dark-haired man looming over her. The scene briefly fades, offering a glimpse into other possible stories and timelines. Lucille wakes with a start, looking around her beautiful new room and wondering what's happening. Her thoughts drift to Kizef, questioning if this strange, new feeling is because of him. Or, she wonders with a hand on her chest, could it be a sign that her own powers are awakening? Her thoughts are interrupted when a maid's voice calls out, "My lady," making her sit up in surprise. A smiling maid informs her that a crowd of people are already lining up to see her, leaving Lucille utterly bewildered. The maid encourages her to look at the list of names, and Lucielle's eyes widen in disbelief. All she can manage is a quiet, "Oh." Completely floored by her sudden popularity. Suddenly remembering her mission, she jumps out of bed, apologizing to a maid named Rose as she rushes to find her grandfather. The two maids watch her go, puzzled by her abrupt departure. The maids begin to gossip, with one suggesting her odd behavior is because she finally met Master Kizef. Convinced her instincts are right, the red-haired maid declares that Lucille has clearly fallen in love, though her friend remains skeptical. Unaware of their chatter, Lucille races through the grand halls, eager to see her grandfather. A distinguished man with long, blonde hair and an impressive mustache looks up from his desk, surprised by her sudden entrance. Out of breath, she gets straight to the point, telling her grandfather that she needs to learn magic as fast as possible. He stares at her, completely baffled by her urgent and unexpected demand. She leans forward earnestly, pleading that she just really wants to become good at magic soon. He notices her flushed cheeks and messy hair, realizing she must have run straight to his office the moment she woke up. Looking a little bashful, she quietly confirms his suspicion. With a warm smile, he pats her head, amused and touched by her eagerness. He holds her by the shoulders, looking at her slightly wild pigtails with a fond expression. First things first, he says playfully as he begins to fix her messy hair, much to her surprise. With a deft touch, he transforms her hair into a beautiful floral updo, leaving her momentarily stunned. Now that she looks the part, he announces it's time to begin her mana training, and she happily agrees. In an instant, the entire room fills with beautiful, glowing orbs of blue energy that swirl around them. As Lucille reaches out to an orb, her grandfather notes with approval that her mana is exceptionally pure. He begins her first lesson, explaining that magic is the art of combining mana with the forces of nature. He demonstrates by conjuring vivid images of the core elements: water, fire, and earth. And finally, he concludes with wind, showing leaves dancing on a breeze. He explains that while these are the four main elements, there are other types of magic that don't rely on them. To illustrate his point, he creates a swirling orb of pure, non-elemental light in the palm of his hand. Her grandfather explains that for a high-level mage, casting basic spells is as simple as thinking it. Wah! Lucille is completely amazed by the idea, her face lit up with excitement. For beginners, however, he explains they need an incantation or a magic circle, summoning a simple staff. He presents the staff to her, clarifying that it's preloaded with a simple bolt spell to get her started. Holding the magical staff for the first time, Lucille is absolutely captivated, her eyes wide with wonder. They move to an outdoor training ground, standing before a line of wooden practice dummies. All right, he instructs, focus your mana and remember the spell I taught you. He tells her that once she chants the final incantation, the magic bolt will be cast. Nodding with determination, she clenches the staff and replies, "Yes!" She concentrates intently as a swirl of blue mana begins to gather at the tip of her staff. With a fierce look, she thrusts the staff forward and yells, "Magic bolt!" Whoops! Her lunge throws her off balance, and she realizes her movement interrupted the spell. She tries again, this time standing perfectly still and focusing her energy into a glowing blue orb. A brilliant flash of golden light erupts as she successfully casts the spell, a triumphant smile on her face. She eagerly turns to her grandfather, asking if he saw, and he warmly praises her first attempt. With a pleased smile, he gives her the next assignment, master the magic bolt and 2 other spells. "Yes, grandfather." Lucille agrees, brimming with newfound confidence and surrounded by cute flower effects. Now on her own, she looks ready for the challenge, knowing her next lesson is in 3 days. Boom. She practices relentlessly, unleashing powerful blasts of magic that obliterate the training dummies. Thump! After her intense training session, Lucille collapses on the ground, completely exhausted and starving. Suddenly, a concerned voice calls out, "My lady," from behind her. A maid with long brown hair explains she came running, worried because Lucille wasn't dressed warmly enough. She gently drapes a hooded blue cloak over Lucille, sweetly telling her she doesn't want her to get sick. Warmed by the kind gesture, Lucille beams with a genuinely happy and content smile. The two sit together on a bench, Lucille leaning comfortably against the kind maid. The maid smiles softly, admitting she'd love to see Lucille grow up to be a little more carefree. She offers to be a mother or sister figure for Lucille if she ever needs one. Touched by the offer, Lucille looks up and calls her by name, Bessie. The scene momentarily shifts, offering a glimpse into a library of countless other stories and adventures. In this tender moment, Bessie holds Lucille close, her offer of family still hanging in the warm air. Overcome with emotion, Lucille buries her face in her cloak, whispering a heartfelt, "Thank you." Bessie then gently asks why Lucille still speaks so formally to her in Rose, encouraging her to be more casual. Peeking out from under her hood, Lucille listens as Bessie says she wants them to become closer. With a slight nod, a shy Lucille quietly agrees to her request. As Bessie gives her a piggyback ride, Lucille adorably scolds her, telling her not to overexert herself. Their sweet moment is interrupted as Bessie looks up in confusion. A young man with brown hair named Ellington has arrived, calling out to both Bessie and Lucille. He awkwardly corrects himself from "my lady" to "little miss," and Lucille cheerfully greets him from Bessie's back. Ellington smiles, joking that he was told he now needs a ticket just to see her. Bessie helps Lucille down, noting they've both been too busy to see each other lately. As they walk through a grand hall, Ellington asks about her meeting with Kizev and their decision to marry. Changing the subject with a bright smile, she suggests they find a place to sit and talk. Now settled in a sitting room, Lucille asks Ellington for an update on the artisan she sent him to find in Weibnar. He confirms he found the man at the Hamel Brothers glass workshop, though only the eldest son is still there. Lucille realizes this must be the same young artisan she knew from her previous life. Looking hopeful, she turns to Ellington and asks if it's possible for her to meet him. Ellington nods, promising to get the Duke's permission to summon him, and Lucille thanks him profusely. However, his expression turns grim as he reports that most other glass workshops have gone out of business. He explains that the other craftsmen have all moved on to different work, leaving the industry nearly abandoned. Lucille listens to his explanation with a serious expression, simply saying, "I see." Ellington then reveals that Mr. Hamel, the artisan, sent along a little ornament for her. Much to her surprise, she's captivated by the beautiful, glowing bluebird, thinking it's even more intricate than what she remembers from her past life. Ellington is glad she likes it, and then curiously asks if she started learning magic since he saw her with the staff. With a proud smile, Lucille confirms she took his advice, and her grandfather accepted her as his apprentice. Ellington is completely stunned, exclaiming that she's incredibly fortunate to be taken on as an apprentice. He explains that her grandfather, Lord Gilliard, is notoriously selective about who he teaches, which Lucille quietly confirms. He adds that Lord Gilliard is so renowned, he declined the position of court magician and is now being considered as the Crown Prince's tutor. The mention of the Crown Prince makes Lucille's expression darken, as she remembers he views her family as corrupt. Ellington clarifies it's Crown Prince Reynold, but adds a curious rumor. The prince himself didn't want Lord Gilliard as his teacher. A wave of anxiety washes over Lucille as she processes this new information. She grips her dress tightly, the name Reynold echoing ominously in her mind. A painful memory flashes back. Reynold, the monster who destroyed her family and drove her to the brink. Shaken, she can only manage a quiet, I see. Her mood completely changed. Noticing her distress, Ellington asks if something is wrong, but she brushes it off, claiming she's just tired. He kindly offers to let Rose know so she can get some rest. Lucille sighs, explaining she can't rest with her magic assignments and all the nobles waiting to see her. Ellington wisely advises her not to meet everyone, warning her that some people might have less than pure intentions. He gently suggests she go get some sleep, and she quietly agrees to if the need arises. As night falls over the estate, his comforting words suggest that rest will make her feel much better. The scene fades, closing the door on a long and emotionally draining day. Later that night, Lucille sleeps peacefully, murmuring the word "sister" in her dreams. Her sleep is disturbed by a small tug on her blanket, making her stir. A small blonde-haired boy in a pirate hat beams at her, calling her "sister" again. Half awake, Lucille groggily recognizes him, questioning, "Leonie, let's play!" Leonie shouts, jumping onto her bed with a toy sword, waking her up completely. Ahem. A sudden sharp cough from the doorway startles Lucille, and her eyes fly open. It's Kizev, standing quietly in her room, and she looks at him in utter confusion, wondering, "Father-in-law?" He explains with a straight face that he just happened to stop by a toy store in the capital. He's brought a massive, beautifully wrapped gift box. Lucille stares at the present, completely bewildered, as he simply tells her to open it. Tentatively, she reaches out and begins to pull at the bright red ribbon. Pop. The box bursts open with a shower of confetti, revealing an incredible dollhouse complete with royal rabbit figurines. She looks from the dollhouse to Kizef, her face flushing as she whispers how cute it is. Overcome with joy, she gives him a brilliant smile, thanking him for the wonderful gifts. Kizef responds with a simple, "Yeah," a faint, pleased smile gracing his lips. A tender memory plays out, showing Luciel and Leonie happily playing together with the rabbit dolls. The beautifully decorated box becomes a part of their imaginary world. Leonie playfully brandishes his toy sword at Kizef, who watches the scene unfold. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile softens Kizef's usually stern expression. Lucille's face is lit with pure, unadulterated happiness. The happy memories seem to fill the entire grand mansion with warmth. The next morning, Lucille wakes up with a big stretch, feeling refreshed and well-rested. In fact, she's in a fantastic mood, ready to take on the day. With so much to do, she cheerfully decides to skip breakfast and get right to it. Bessie, however, is standing by with a knowing smile, clearly having other plans. Lucille tries to weasel out of it, but Bessie shuts her down with a single, unyielding no. Looks like the maids win this round, as Rose and Bessie get her ready while she eats a sandwich on the go. Now fully dressed in a lovely cape and dress, Lucille is finally ready to start her busy day. Her first stop is the library, where she immediately begins her search for more books on magic spells. With a stack of books at the ready, her intense study session begins. Quill in hand, she decides her first step is to write down all the basic ice and fire spells. Feeling motivated, she gets ready to dive into the books and look up the spell formulas. Rustle, rustle. She furiously pores over countless magical texts and notes. Thumbing through a book, she suddenly stops, a quiet ah of understanding escaping her lips. With a proud grin, she announces that she's finally figured everything out. Now that the theory is down, it's time to head to the training ground for some hands-on practice. At the training ground, she tries her first spell, but a weak stream of water fizzles out from her staff. "Not correct," she mutters, realizing her mistake and deciding to try a fire spell instead. Success. Her eyes light up as a bright blue flame ignites at the tip of her staff. A magic circle materializes as she understands the spell is about summoning the flame itself. Plop! She sits down triumphantly, declaring that after mastering fire, it's time for water. But looking at her notes, she's confused by the next incantation it's supposed to make it rain. Frustrated, she wonders why the water spell just isn't working. She closes her eyes and concentrates, trying to think through the problem. A new thought comes to mind. Water can exist as a liquid, solid, or gas. That's it. Her face brightens as she remembers another form of water fog. Now that she has a new theory, she re-examines the spell formula. She quickly scribbles down the incantation, realizing it looks simple but is actually quite complicated. With newfound confidence, she holds her staff high and shouts, "Fog!" A powerful vortex of sparkling blue energy swirls into existence at her command. The magic expands rapidly, filling the air with a cool, mystical energy. Wah! A dense fog blankets the entire training ground, and she smiles, pleased with her success. She strikes a victorious pose, cheering, "Mission complete!" Lying back on the grass, she's relieved she wrote down the formula, admitting that magic is incredibly complex. Still, she feels absolutely great, floating on a cloud of accomplishment. Unbeknownst to her, her grandfather, Lord Gilliard, has been watching her practice from a nearby window. He marvels at her extraordinary magical power, noting he's never seen magic so pure and clear. Inside, Kizef stands listening to Lord Gilliard's observations. Kizef tells the older man he now understands Luciel's drive to become strong, revealing he's investigated Count Orbia. He explains the Count's horrific crimes, imprisoning and abusing Lucille's sister until her death, then attempting the same with Luciel. Kizef concludes that Lucille likely blames herself for not being powerful enough to have prevented the tragedy. Driven by this guilt, she's determined to get stronger, while Lord Gilliard seethes, declaring the Count deserves divine punishment. Gilliard asks what Kizef plans to do, and Kizef says he'll discreetly ask Lucille for her wishes, though the man doesn't deserve mercy. Lord Gilliard accepts this, telling Kizef that this sort of thing is his expertise and offering his full support. As the conversation concludes, the scene shifts, focusing on a quiet study. With a grim expression, Kizev states that he needs one thing. Back outside, Luciel daydreams about creating snow or rain with magic. Just as she decides to ask her grandfather, Kizev's voice calls her name from behind. He approaches with a gentle smile, remarking on how dedicated she is to her training. Surprised to see him, she asks what he's doing here, and he explains he has a question for her. She looks up at him innocently, asking what it is. Kizev's expression turns serious as he begins to ask what she would do if she were to face her father. The question catches her completely off guard, her eyes widening in shock as she repeats, "My father?" He holds her gaze, waiting for her answer, thinking of the someday when she might confront him. Her expression hardens with cold resolve as she declares that someday she is going to take her revenge. She clenches her hands tightly, vowing to make him pay with her own two hands. Turning away, she states firmly, "I don't consider him my father." She then looks back at Kizev, her eyes filled with a sad but determined smile, and asks if that answers his question. Kizev looks down, his expression somber, and offers a simple, heartfelt apology for bringing it up. Luciel turns back to Kizev with a gentle smile, telling him she's always grateful. Kizev looks on, silent and pensive as he takes in her words. He then offers to teach her a spell to make it snow or rain, leaving Luciel completely surprised. A powerful swirl of blue energy manifests as the word water appears. Luciel's eyes widen with realization water is Kizev's elemental magic. Together, they watch as a massive, intricate magic circle forms in the sky above them. The scene shifts to a dark, disheveled room filled with discarded papers. Inside, a distraught Count Orbia slumps in his chair, cursing under his breath. His face is twisted with anxiety as he frets that Belstein won't be coming unprepared. A sudden noise catches his attention, and his eyes dart up as he realizes, "He's here!" From his window, he sees a magnificent, ornate carriage pulling up to the estate. A grand carriage, drawn by 4 white horses, comes to a regal stop. Stepping out are Ellington and a small girl in a pink dress who looks just like Luciel. Count Orbia's eyes widen with a greedy, shocked expression as he sees the girl. A voice calls out, "Luciel?" as the girl stands among a bed of white roses. A sinister smile spreads across Count Orbia's face as he marvels that she came back on her own. He triumphantly calls her his golden egg-laying goose, declaring she's his as he takes a decisive step forward. Bursting through the doorway with a manic grin, he throws his arms open to welcome his unexpected guests. The brown-haired young man bows politely, introducing himself as Ellington Stewart, assistant to the Duke of Belstein. Ellington explains he's come for approval of the marriage contract, which makes Count Orbia laugh maniacally. Holding her captive, he sneers that he has no intention of letting Luciel go, especially not for a marriage. The Count deems the request absurd and rudely orders them to leave, while Ellington can only stare, appalled at this blatant nonsense. Ellington furiously demands he let go of her hand, but the Count just smirks, declaring the girl is his property. "Come out," the Count shouts, and armed guards emerge from the surrounding bushes. In moments, Ellington is completely surrounded by mercenaries with their swords drawn. Unfazed, Ellington simply thinks to himself, as expected. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he tells the Count he's just as much trash as he looks. Nearby, a mysterious hooded figure decides, "That's my cue." The figure sheds their cloak, letting it fly into the wind. It's Zarga, the stern leader of the Blackwing Knights, making his grand entrance. Zarga's knights appear in a flash, swiftly disarming the Count's mercenaries. Zarga coolly tells Ellington he'll handle things from here and to go report back to the Duke. He draws a dagger from his belt, dismissing the mercenaries with contempt. With his sword now drawn, he scoffs at the absurdity of anyone daring to oppose Belstein. Panicking, Count Orbia shouts at his men that their opponent is just one man. Zarga stands ready, his golden eyes filled with unwavering confidence. In a blur of motion and a flash of golden light, Zarga effortlessly cuts down a mercenary. The Count looks on in utter horror as his guard falls, lifeless, to the ground. Using the girl as a shield, the terrified Count screams at Zarga to get away. He pulls the girl into a chokehold and presses a dagger to her, desperately shouting at Zarga not to come any closer. Zarga just smirks, nonchalantly asking if he means that doll, and adding that it doesn't matter if it gets hurt. Stunned, the Count can only stammer, "A doll?" His eyes widen in pure terror as the horrifying truth begins to dawn on him. Dropping the doll, He insists that it was definitely Lucille, but his delusion is cut short. Zarga lands a swift, precise strike to the back of the Count's neck with the pommel of his sword. The knight stands tall and victorious over the unconscious body of Count Orbia. The scene ends with a view of the grand carriage, their mission a complete success. The scene opens inside a grand, opulent hall. A voice calls out to Lucille, who looks up in awe at a magically stormy sky. Kizef places a reassuring hand on her head, telling her it's safe to come closer. Lucille beams as she feels the raindrops, marveling that it's really raining, while Kizef encourages her. She asks if it's okay, and Kizef dismisses her worries, saying it's just a little rain. Her curiosity piqued, she looks up and points toward the sky. Suddenly, a personal rain cloud forms right over her head, and she's left speechless. Kizef can't help but chuckle at her predicament. Drenched, she cries out for her father-in-law, in mock distress. Splash! She makes a run for it, trying to escape the downpour. Ah! She screams, realizing the cloud is following her. Looks like this magic comes with tracking. Kizef laughs, teasing that her personalized weather forecast is a bit unfair. He promises to stop the rain soon and dry her off with magic, to which a soaked Lucille reluctantly agrees. Now dry, she answers Kizef's call. He tells her to look up, leaving her wondering what he's planned now. She looks up with an anxious but curious expression. A magnificent, sparkling rainbow arcs across the sky. Her eyes light up with pure joy as she realizes it's her first time ever seeing a rainbow. Watching her, Kizef smiles softly, agreeing that it's beautiful. They stand together for a quiet moment, admiring the magical view. Just then, a glowing blue communication orb activates in Kizef's hand. He gives a knowing smirk as the orb pulses with energy. Announcing it's time to go, he gets a cheerful "okay" from Lucille. The scene shifts away from the bright training grounds. In a dark dungeon, Kizef stands over the captured Count Orbia. The Count struggles on the floor, bound and gagged. With glowing red eyes, Kizef coldly informs him that a quick death would be a luxury he doesn't deserve. MMPH. The Count can only let out muffled protests. Kizef clarifies that while he considered just killing him, an easy death would be no fun. MMPH. He grinds his foot onto the Count's back, promising him just enough food and water to stay alive. He adds with chilling certainty that the cold will likely kill him before starvation does. With a flick of his finger, he magically lights a cigar. He takes a drag, his expression hard and unforgiving in the dim light. Kizef begins to explain his motives, revealing he asked Lucille a question. He asked what she would do if she ever met her father again. Her answer, he recalls, was a vow to learn magic and take revenge with her own two hands. He remarks how those aren't the words you'd expect from a 9-year-old. Kizef speculates that the Count planned to abuse Lucille just as he did her sister, causing the man to panic. With a sizzle, he brutally puts the cigar out on the Count's back. He then asks if the Count is wondering how he discovered his crimes. As if on cue, a hooded figure presents a terrified woman in a red dress. The woman confesses everything, blaming the Count for forcing her to drug and abuse Lucille, and begs for her life. The Count desperately denies it all, pleading for mercy, but Kizef silences him with a single, cold command: shut up. Kizef stands over the two pathetic figures, his judgment made. He gives a final, terrifying order: throw them both into the beast's cage. Their horrified screams of "No!" echo as they're dragged away. The dungeon falls silent, leaving only the flickering candlelight. The scene shifts once more, this time to a bright, sunlit room. Lord Gilliard laughs heartily, congratulating Lucille on a job well done. He asks if she learned more about magic during her training, pleased with her progress. With a huge, happy smile, Lucille exclaims that she benefited a lot from her training. Lord Gilliard tells her that since she's finished her task, it's time to find out what she's most curious about, leaving Lucille confused. A beautiful golden compass appears, and Lucille wonders what it could be. Gilliard explains it's a magical compass designed to reveal which element will manifest in her magic. An illustration shows the compass indicating fire for south and water for north, noting that light and darkness have special reactions. He hands her the compass, telling her to hold it tightly and concentrate her mana. Lucille closes her eyes and clutches the device, asking him to let her know when the process is complete. Lord Gilliard watches her with an intense, glowing, red-eyed gaze. A brilliant golden aura surrounds Lucille as the compass in her hands begins to spin wildly. As the energy intensifies, Lucille impatiently asks if it's ready yet, but Gilliard tells her to wait, Suddenly, a powerful burst of magic erupts from her hands, startling her. The compass spins at an impossible speed, swirling with blue and yellow magical energy. The light fades, and she and Gilliard look down at the compass, both appearing stunned. A clear, watery orb hovers over the now-still compass as she asks what element this represents. Gilliard delivers the surprising news. Her mana doesn't have a defined element, leaving Luciel crestfallen. He reassures her, explaining that elementless spells exist and a staff will allow her to use magic from other elements. As a reward, he tells her she can take a break from her lessons to enjoy the festival. The scene shifts to a bustling and festive garden party. At a table overflowing with desserts, Luciel and a young blonde boy dig in as she declares, "Strawberries are love." The boy stares in wide-eyed amazement at a particularly massive cream-topped strawberry. Together, they happily munch on the delicious strawberry treats prepared for them. A smiling man in a chef's uniform introduces himself as Chef Seth from Belstein and invites them to enjoy the food. Lucille excitedly confirms his identity, and he thanks her for always enjoying his food and leaving him sweet notes. Blushing with happiness, she tells him that his dishes have been a great joy in her life. Chef Seth is visibly moved, thanking the young lady for her kind words. Watching from nearby, one maid playfully suggests they have a sock festival for the next event. Her black-haired colleague quickly shushes her with a light smack on the back. The staff all look up toward a balcony where the nobles are gathered. A brown-haired man reports to his blonde companion that the strawberry festival was a success and asks for the next plan. Gilliard watches from above, remarking on how cute the scene is and mentioning a giraffe that someone named Leonie likes. An overhead view shows two men on the balcony, one commenting that two unseen contenders are evenly matched. The scene changes to a grand carriage, escorted by knights, traveling through a verdant forest. A woman with long, black hair looks out the window, her gaze fixed on a distant estate. Inside the carriage, a knight remarks on the recent frequency of festivals. The black-haired woman scoffs dismissively, finding the idea of a festival completely boring. A brown-haired woman calls her Reynold, questioning her attitude and insisting that festivals are fun. Reynold simply offers a cool, silent smirk in response. A hand gently pats the head of a young blonde boy, with Reynold watching in the background. The boy beams with a happy, blushing smile. The brown-haired woman calls out to Reynold again, seemingly looking for a reaction. Reynold finally responds, addressing the other woman with a polite smile as "sister." Brushing off the conversation, she says it's nothing, as their carriage continues its journey. Their destination is revealed. A magnificent, sun-drenched greenhouse. Lucille and the young blonde boy, Leonie, gasp in awe at the beautiful structure. Kizef stands behind the two children, watching them take in the sight. Lucille smiles brightly, exclaiming what a wonderful place it is. Kizef asks Leonie if there's anything he'd like to plant, and the boy eagerly shouts, "Bananas!" Amused, Kizef promises to get him a banana sapling before turning to ask Lucille for her choice. Lucille says she'll need more time to think, then gratefully thanks her father-in-law for the opportunity. Leaning down to feel the soft earth, Lucille exclaims how soft it is, while Leonie marvels beside her. Kizef gives a gentle, warm smile, telling her to take all the time she needs to think. As the children walk off into the sunlit garden, Lucille thoughtfully agrees. The scene highlights a beautiful, sparkling blue potion in a vial with a silver crown stopper. A black-haired man holds the vial, which is revealed to be a medicine for the Crown Prince's unstable mana. Lucille looks off into the distance, lost in thought. A new idea strikes her. To make the medicine herself, she'll first need to learn all about herbs. Leonie pops up from behind, startling her as he asks if she's going to plant herbs, but she's still just thinking about it. Leonie wishes his brother Kizef was there, explaining he's an expert on plants from his time at the academy, which surprises Lucille. Lucille is amazed by the news, while Leonie puffs his chest out, proudly boasting about his brilliant brother. Throwing open the doors to her room, Lucille beams and calls out for her friend. Belle! Perched on a branch is Belle, a cute, round bird that looks like a little owl. With Belle now happily sitting on her head, Lucille asks if the bird rested well after its long journey. Chirp. Belle gives a happy little coo and flaps its wings, making Lucille laugh with delight. At her desk, Lucille struggles to compose a letter. She wonders how to phrase her request so no one will know it's her, as Belle eyes some tempting strawberries nearby. Mission accepted. Belle takes flight with the letter as Luciel excitedly waves and wishes her messenger a good trip. Looking out the window, Luciel waits anxiously, hoping Kizef will reply to her secret message. The tiny bird soars through the sky, zeroing in on a royal carriage in the distance. Special Delivery Bell flies into a grand classroom, right over the heads of the students. Kizef's sharp red eyes catch the movement, his expression turning to one of mild curiosity. The bird lands gracefully among a vase of white flowers, dropping the rolled-up letter right in front of him. During class, Kizef rests his head on his hand, contemplating the little bird that now sits beside his book. The teacher points to a map, telling a student they can check their letter during the break. Her words seem to startle Kizef, who looks up in surprise. With Belle perched on his shoulder, Kizef now holds the mysterious letter in his hands. He unrolls the note from a Ted, who wants to join the academy and is asking for information on rare herbs. Kizef lets out a small smirk, amused that a letter addressed to someone found its way directly to him. He glances at the little bird, wondering if he has to send a reply before his tiny messenger can return. He clasps his hands, making a decision as Belle seems to psych itself up, thinking, strong. Just owl. Belle gives Kizef a very determined, slightly judgmental look from its perch on his shoulder. As Kizef walks down the hall, a red-haired classmate looks over, surprised to see him. A voice calls out his name, and Kizef glances back with an indifferent, almost annoyed expression. The red-haired girl smiles brightly, asking if he's heading back to the classroom. Kizef gives her a cold, blank stare and asks, "You are?" Looks like she's not even on his radar. The scene shifts to a stack of books, with one titled, Everything About Herbs, 1 inch on top. Back home, Luciel pores over the herbology book, reading about mages who have no elemental affinity. Her grandfather watches from the doorway as she reads about how such people can become obsessed with high-level spells. He smirks, thinking that Luciel seems to be a special case. He calls her name, and she looks up with a cheerful smile, greeting her grandfather. He asks about her sudden interest in herbs, and she eagerly explains her plan to plant them in the greenhouse. Praising her hard work, he promises that soon he'll gift her a magic wand of her very own. Her eyes widen with excitement at the thought, and she immediately asks if she can have it now. Her grandfather simply closes his eyes and smiles, enjoying her youthful enthusiasm. He then asks her directly why she's studying so hard considering she has no element. Lucille explains that because the compass showed she was elementless. She decided she wants to start her magical training right from the very basics. With newfound determination, she clenches her fist and declares she'll achieve her goals with her own power. A promotional banner marks the end of the chapter. The final image shows Luciel's determined and happy face, ready to take on any challenge. With renewed hope, Luciel tells her grandfather she's heard that even those without attributes can become strong. Her grandfather smiles, promising to make her a wand with no attributes, just as she wished. He gently pats her head, and she looks up at him with a grateful smile. Her sparkling red eyes shine with pure joy, as she happily shouts, "Yes." As her grandfather suggests starting their lesson, Lucille throws her arms in the air, buzzing with excitement. The scene shifts, showing an older-looking Lucille sitting alone in a grand room, gazing out the window. After what looks like a long study session, she's fallen asleep at her desk, exhausted. A tiny white bird flies in through the window and lands near the sleeping girl. A little peck from the bird wakes her up and she rubs her eyes, wondering what's going on. Now wide awake, Lucille twirls with joy while her little bird messenger looks on adoringly. The camera pans up to a magnificent crystal chandelier, setting the scene in a luxurious room. Cradling her bird, Belle, Lucille eagerly asks if it brought back a reply. Uh-oh. Looks like she was a bit too eager. The poor bird is dizzy as she quickly apologizes. Unfortunately, the reply from Kizef is a total brush-off, telling her to ask someone else for academy info. At the academy, a red-haired girl tells Kizef he should leave his little owl at the letterbox station. Kizef's reply, however, isn't empty-handed. He's included a list of helpful herbs and their uses. Back at the academy, Kizef sends Belle on its way with the new information. Lounging on her chaise, Luciel reads the note, which suggests it's easier to ask an expert about growing herbs. A sudden jolt of panic. The letter also asks if she's really a guy, nearly blowing her cover. She sits on her bed, mortified, wondering if he's already figured out her secret identity. Despite her embarrassment, she can't help but admire his beautiful handwriting. Lucille consults with a dark-haired woman, who lists the herbs from Kizev's letter. The woman looks down from her seat, curious as to why Lucille suddenly wants to grow herbs. Surrounded by a bloom of flowers, Lucille smiles brightly and says she wants to grow something to help people. The woman looks surprised, asking if Lucille has aspirations of becoming an apothecary. She then confides in Lucille that she once dreamed of becoming an imperial apothecary, but it was too difficult. Lucille listens intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. In a flashback, a man offers the woman, then younger and wearing glasses, a spot at the Herbal Academy. Overcome with emotion, the woman thanks His Highness, ecstatic that her lifelong dream is within reach. The flashback shows the two of them sitting together in a grand, sun-drenched room. Back in the present, Lucille cleverly suggests that the Imperial Palace isn't the only path to becoming an apothecary. Touched by her encouragement, the woman smiles with renewed determination as Lucille tells her not to give up. The woman reminisces about growing up with herbs, her love for making medicine evident. A gentle, hopeful smile graces her face, her dream reignited. Lucille beams, delighted with her brilliant idea. She considers asking someone named Eva for help buying the herbs, but quickly dismisses the idea, deciding on a better course of action. A new plan forms. She'll tell someone named Louis directly, thinking it will make him happy. As she approaches the door, Kizev opens it, looking down and questioning why she's there. She beams up at him, announcing she's finally decided what to plant as he invites her inside. She hands him a list, and he points to it, confirming her choices. Kizev reads the list, noting they're all useful herbs recommended by a Professor Cycrane. He asks about her sudden interest in herbs, and she replies that she wants to help Belstein. She knows it's not the whole truth. The herbs are also key ingredients for mana supplements. She thinks to herself that with a pharmacist, they could treat soldiers and minor illnesses much more easily. Kizev seems to find merit in her idea, pondering how knowledgeable their personal doctor is on the subject. Lucille gushes about the doctor, revealing her dream of becoming a pharmacist and her skill in making remedies. Looking up at him with hopeful eyes, she asks if she and the doctor can grow herbs in the greenhouse. Kizev gives a small, knowing smile and agrees, adding that it's a good idea to have herbs ready for any sickness. He gently pats her head, and she closes her eyes, basking in the warmth of his approval. Kizev's father smiles gently, telling Lucille he's always worried because she seems so frail. As he pats her head, she's overcome with a feeling sweeter than any candy. Surrounded by a cascade of flowers, Lucille's heart yearns for more praise and more love. Back in the sunlit hall, she sits among her new potted plants and thanks a woman named Eva. Lucille promises to take good care of them, and Eva gives a warm, "You're welcome." Eva points out that the shovel is a magical tool, which should make gardening a breeze for the young lady. Lucille beams with quiet satisfaction, ready to begin her new project. The collection of herbs and the enchanted shovel sit ready, gleaming in the light. A painful memory surfaces. A younger, dirt-smudged Lucille looks back, her stomach growling with hunger. In the dark, she checks on her sister, who can only offer a weak smile in return. Snapping back to the present, Lucille hugs her knees, a quiet resolve hardening her expression. Looking at her new plants, she declares that they'll do their best to take care of them together. A voice calls out, apologizing for being late, and Lucille looks up to see the doctor, Cycrane, approaching. Cycrane explains she was checking on the knight's nutrition, which confuses Lucille, who thought she was a pediatrician. The doctor clarifies that with so few children, she's short on work and helps out with the knights to fill the time. She also mentions that she's creating fatigue relief patches for the soldiers. The main ingredient, she reveals, is a tree Lucille is about to plant, noting her surprise that Lucille chose such essential herbs. Playing it cool, Lucille simply replies, "Of course," as if it were all part of her master plan. With a shovel in one hand and seeds in the other, she lets out a joyful laugh, excited to start. Suddenly, a faint blue aura begins to emanate from the shovel she's holding. She looks at the glowing tool in astonishment, realizing it's more than just a simple shovel. Cycrane explains that since the shovel is enchanted, all Lucille has to do is give it a command. Lucille rears back, ready to shout a command with all her might. Whoosh! She's suddenly floating in midair, leaving a bewildered Cycrane on the ground. As Lucille begins to fall, Cycrane lunges forward with a panicked cry to catch her. Too late. Lucille face plants right into the ground, sending a pot of soil flying. Cycrane rushes to her side as Lucille admits she got flustered and completely forgot to cast the spell. Lucille laughs it off, thinking a proper magic staff would be nice, while Cycrane smiles at her antics. Shaking it off, Lucille insists she'll do it by hand, assuring Cycrane it will be more fun that way. The two work together, planting the herbs side by side, hoping for them to grow quickly. Elsewhere, a brown-haired aide stands at attention before the Duke's desk. The Duke looks up from a report, remarking that the news is unexpected, as his aide asks if he's upset. The aide explains that nasty rumors are spreading about Lucille, that she's a hostage, illegitimate, or a recent adoptee. After the Duke confirms he's considering the adoption angle, the aide suggests they should quash the false rumors. The Duke's expression darkens instantly, as he asks if there are bad rumors about his daughter. His aide confirms the whispers claim she's from a lowly family with no background. Source, the Duke demands coldly, and the aide reveals he heard it from Countess Syrian, a society gossip. The Duke immediately identifies the origin, the Velita Marquis family, nouveau riche from the shipping business. With chilling calm, he gives a single command: send a mage. His eyes glow with menace as he orders the destruction of their entire fleet, staged to look like an accident, leaving his aide speechless. Leaning back, the Duke adds that by slandering his daughter, they've tarnished their own family's honor. Though stunned, the aide quickly bows and accepts the order from His Grace. In another lavish room, a red-haired young woman slams her desk in frustration. She's seething with jealousy, furious that someone younger than her owns a famous boutique in the capital. Her anger melts into a brilliant, scheming smile as she realizes the solution. Her father will just buy her one. Just then, her father arrives, and she rushes into his arms, telling him she missed him. He greets her with a warm smile, asking if anything unusual happened while he was gone. His casual question sends her into a panic, as she immediately asks if something is wrong. Her father's face grows stern. He clearly knows more than he's letting on. The red-haired girl tearfully recounts a scary ordeal to her parents, explaining she was just trying to pick out a dress when it happened. The real issue comes out. She's furious that the Duke bought that girl a boutique in the city. Her mother tries to calm her down, warning her not to provoke the Duke of Belstein, but the girl just whines. Her pink-haired father scowls, muttering a curse against the Belstein family. Seeing an opening, the girl immediately demands her own boutique from her father. He tries to stall, promising to consider it once his current business venture succeeds. He reveals he's searching for someone special, a discovery that could bring them incredible wealth. Intrigued, his daughter asks what he's looking for. The answer hangs in the air: a woman with eyes that shine like jewels. A wicked grin spreads across her father's face as he promises to tell her everything once he's captured his prize. The girl ponders this, suddenly recalling the girl from the boutique, Lucille, and how her eyes sparkled. At the same time, her father realizes the child he saw had eyes that shone like rubies. His daughter connects the dots, confirming he means the child from the Belstein ducal family. Her father's face drains of color as he asks if she's certain. A dark, greedy look overtakes him as a sinister plan begins to form. Elsewhere, Lucille sits primly in a beautiful lavender gown, ready to receive guests. An older man with a green cloak introduces his youngest family member, a freckled boy named Max. A quick thought identifies the nervous-looking boy as Max Hamill. Lucille gives them a dazzling smile, thanking them for coming to see her. She gets right to business, explaining she wanted to discuss the art of glasswork. She brings up the unfortunate decline of the glass workshops in their region, Ibnock. The older man confirms their dire situation, admitting a rival merchant may force them to shut down for good. Please don't, Lucille pleads, certain that with proper promotion, people will appreciate their craft again. She offers to ask the Duke for financial support, leaving Max stunned and hopeful. But there's a catch. She needs them to prove their skills first. Just then, the Duke himself appears, announcing that he'll consider supporting them as his daughter-in-law suggested. Lucille gives a small, grateful bow. She beams up at him, overjoyed and thanking her father-in-law. Kizif's aide mutters to himself that he's never seen such a doting father-in-law before. The Duke glances over his shoulder, coolly asking, "What's wrong with that?" Overwhelmed, the two craftsmen bow deeply, thanking His Grace for the opportunity. They vow to repay him with magnificent work, and he calmly tells them to do so. The Duke stands in thoughtful silence for a moment. He then turns his attention to Lucille, calling her name. With a confident smile, he asks for her opinion on the matter. She quickly realizes this was his plan all along. He was the one who wanted to test their skills. The Duke's sly smile confirms her suspicions. Thinking strategically, Lucille knows she can't agree too quickly. There's more at stake. She maintains her cheerful demeanor, carefully considering her next move. She weighs the consequences. If the Empress disapproves of the glasswork, it could damage the Belstein family's reputation. Reading her thoughts, the Duke simply smiles and agrees. You're right. Meanwhile, Kizef sits on his bed in a sun-drenched room, reading a letter. Finished with the note, he decides it's time to head home. Flap. Out of nowhere, Belle the bird dive-bombs him, smacking right into his face. He sighs. Holding the dazed bird as a voice asks if he's still having trouble with his carrier pigeon. A shadowy figure materializes, suggesting an owl would be more efficient, but Kizef complains the bird just won't leave. Leaning in with a menacing grin, the figure offers to scare the bird away for him, much to the poor creature's terror. HMPH. Kizef protectively holds the bird, warning the shadow to stay out of it and not to touch it. The shadowy figure smirks, reminding Kizef that it's a contractor's issue, and he should mind his own business. Kizef looks down at the bird, delivering the ultimate shutdown. Not yet. I have to die for it to be yours. The shadowy, fanged figure taunts Kizef, saying if he wants to live, he just has to kill 3 people. Leaning in with a wicked grin, the figure laments they should have made a contract with his father to escape the Reaper's chains. Kizef remains silent, his red eyes narrowed in defiance. The shadowy figure smirks, asking about his pigeon friend Ted, but Kizef inwardly corrects him, knowing the bird is a girl. He recalls a memory of a boy who looks like him standing beside Lucille. Kizef scoffs at the pointless letters Lucille sends, filled with cheerful updates about her new life. He knows she wouldn't write so often, unless she had feelings for him more than just friendship. The shadowy figure teases him, insisting they're love letters and offers to make a bet on it. Kizef shuts him down cold. Not interested, as the figure smirks at his denial. Calling him boring, the shadowy figure dissipates, leaving Kizef to sigh on his bed with the bird. Elsewhere, a long-haired man with a magnificent mustache smiles, thinking of Lucille. Lucille looks up from her book with a bright smile, happily calling out, "Grandfather!" He presents her with a gift, announcing that her custom magic staff is finally ready. Wah! She unwraps it to reveal a stunningly ornate staff, leaving her completely speechless. Overcome with emotion, Lucille throws her arms around her grandfather in a heartfelt hug, thanking him. He chuckles, patting her head fondly and asking if she's really that happy with his gift. Yes, she exclaims, thrilled that she can finally use magic that is truly her own. He tells her the next step is to pair her mana with the staff so it's always attuned to her. As she takes the glowing staff in her hands, he instructs her to hold it lightly. Closing her eyes, she follows his command to feel the magic gathering in her heart as sparkles fill the air. The staff begins to thrum with a brilliant, pulsing light, responding to her power. Her grandfather kneels beside her, explaining that she must cherish this weapon, as it will always be with her. He reveals it was crafted from a branch of the world tree to match her pure magic, and is named Innocent. With tears of joy in her eyes, Lucille clutches her new staff as her grandfather encourages her to practice. She looks at her new staff, Innocent, and vows to pour all of her strength into it. In the library, she wonders which spells she should imprint on the staff first. Pulling a book from the shelf, she's shocked to discover it's the legendary Book of Magical Plants. Suddenly, a glowing voice asks if she's the new daughter-in-law, making her jump in surprise. A shimmering butterfly emerges from the book's pages, and a startled Lucille wonders if it's a ghost. The magical butterfly flutters around her head as she stares in wide-eyed wonder. The creature glows with a beautiful blue and purple light, its wings sparkling. The butterfly lands on her book, its voice telling her that she is the one destined to wake it from its slumber. It clarifies that it was sleeping inside the book, leaving Lucille utterly bewildered. Her mind races, connecting the strange event to a name from the past, Evelyn of the Western Tower. Her grandfather, who had been reading nearby, looks up in shock, asking if what he just heard is true. Lucille immediately turns to him, asking if he knows who Evelyn is. He gently takes the butterfly, a nostalgic and knowing smile spreading across his face. A memory surfaces of a beautiful black-haired woman named Evelyn, calling to a younger Gilliard in a garden. In the flashback, the younger Gilliard and Evelyn stand together, their hands clasped. He embraces her, explaining that he chose the dragon for the Bellstein crest as a promise to love and protect her. Back in the present, Gilliard reveals the truth. Evelyn is a dragon, currently deep in hibernation. Lucille is floored by the revelation, her mind reeling as she repeats, "Evelyn is a dragon?" He clarifies she's a half-dragon, which is how she could leave a message, and Lucille thinks that's awesome. Gilliard smiles, impressed that Lucille was able to hear the words of a dragon. Lucille internally agrees, thinking to herself that she really is pretty amazing. She suggests they search the book for clues, and her grandfather confirms it's a catalog of magical plants. Lucille spots something interesting. A torn page is missing from the table of contents. She asks her grandfather if he's ever heard of the Phoenix's rose. "Of course," he replies, describing the phoenix as a legendary symbol of fire, whose feathers can revive the dead. Holding the ancient book, Lucille asks the critical question, has anyone ever found a phoenix? She looks down at the book in her hands. Its author named as Quent. Gilliard explains that while Quent claimed to have found the legendary rose, it was never seen, so he eventually gave up his search. He adds that if someone named Evelyn mentioned it, it must be real, while Lucille thinks there has to be a way to find it. Lost in thought, Lucille contemplates the new information, a determined look on her face. Clutching the book, her mind is set, inspired by the beautiful blue flowers before her. Seeing the Academy's emblem on a banner gives her an idea, and she realizes she has a question for someone. Elsewhere, a blonde boy named Kijef reads a note from Lucille requesting he investigate the Phoenix's rose, and he resolves to find it. Holding the urgent plea, he wonders why on earth someone would ask him to look into such a thing. Now at his desk, Kijef diligently pores over a book, beginning his research. He reads about the Phoenix's rose, a legendary plant, and questions why anyone would be searching for it. Another boy with gray hair approaches, a magical glow in his hand, and calls out, "Kijef?" A woman remarks on his sudden diligence in studying herbs and asks if he's preparing for something in advance again. She smiles, revealing that the book is actually a textbook for her class that he'll be studying next semester. Undeterred, Kijef asks her if she knows anything about the magical Phoenix's rose and where he might find it. She scoffs, telling him the plant is a legend and he must be joking, but he remains silent and serious. She then reveals a surprising lead. The book's author once donated a rose to the Academy's botanical garden, but a fire destroyed it that very day. After she remarks on the tragedy of it all, a shocked Kijef immediately asks for the location of the garden. The gray-haired boy chimes in, revealing it was located in the ominous Forbidden Forest. The woman takes her leave, wishing him a good weekend, but Kijef is already lost in thought. He quietly wonders if the legendary phoenix itself caused the fire that destroyed the garden. His gaze falls upon the book as he contemplates heading into the Forbidden Zone. A shadowy spirit beside him asks if he's actually planning to go into the forest. The spirit points out that a fire would have left nothing, but Kijef, though agreeing, believes it's still worth investigating. He admits to the spirit that he's always wanted to visit the Forbidden Zone at least once. Finding his sudden interest highly suspicious, the spirit eyes him carefully, but Kijef says nothing. Suddenly, the shadow perks up, announcing that it senses something strange nearby. Whoosh! The shadow zips away as Kijef curiously wonders what could be close by. His red eyes narrow with intense focus as he senses the disturbance himself. In the dark woods, two other students argue. One insists they'll be fine if they're quiet, while his friend looks ready to have a panic attack. As one student startles the other, Kijef appears from the trees, demanding to know what they're doing in the Forbidden Zone. The gray-haired boy is stunned that Kijef showed up and defiantly tells him it's none of his business. Kijef eyes them coldly, asking if they're out here because they committed a crime. Panicking, they quickly deny it, admitting they only messed with the weird magic circle they found. The boy begins to confess they entered an old ruin, but his friend cuts him off, begging Kijef to use his magic skills to fix their mess. Kijef sees this as a perfect opportunity to scout the forest, so he calmly agrees, stating he knows how to dispel a magic circle. While one boy is overjoyed, the other looks furious as Kijef adds a condition. But first, he turns to face the two troublemakers, telling them to wait a moment as they tense up. The gray-haired boy pleads with him not to report them, warning they'll all be expelled if they're caught. His friend nervously adds that Kijef has a carrier pigeon, fearing he's planning to send a message right now. The gray-haired boy just smirks, confirming that he does, in fact, have his own plans. With a sinister grin, he thinks to himself that Kizef has no idea what's coming. Meanwhile, back in a gilded room, Lucielle stares at an empty birdcage, wondering why she hasn't gotten a reply. She bites her nails, growing more anxious by the day, worried about her messenger bell. The silence stretches on as her worries deepen. Bam! She throws open a door, rushing to her grandfather and shouting that she still hasn't received a reply from Kizef. Gilliard looks up from his book, startled by her frantic entrance. Trembling, Lucille worries that something terrible happened to Kizef in the restricted area. Gilliard watches her, noting her intense anxiety. He puts the pieces together, asking her if her friend from the archives is involved in this. Lucille looks up in shock, wondering how her grandfather could possibly know. Kneeling beside a worried Lucille, her grandfather gently reassures her that everything will be fine. He smiles warmly, inviting her to come with him to find the phoenix together. Lucille's face lights up with hope and surprise. Dressed in a new blue cloak for the journey, she looks ready for anything. Her grandfather greets a nervous-looking man in a brown cloak, noting how quickly he arrived without any warning. With a shrewd look, he asks the man if he's hiding something. His expression hardens as he demands to know about the kids, asking if he's managed to lose more of them. The man stammers an apology about being out, but Gilliard cuts him off, stating he'll be formally reported to the academy. Panic sets in as the man pleads with him, terrified he'll be fired. "Then tell me," Gilliard commands, leaving the frightened man confused. Gilliard's face darkens as he issues his final demand: the location of the Forbidden Forest. Whoosh! The scene shifts to the eerie, purple-tinged Forbidden Forest, where Lucille looks around in shock. She suddenly spots something horrifying and shouts that someone has collapsed. They rush over to find an unconscious person, but Lucille confirms their pulse is still beating. Her grandfather senses an immense power emanating from the forest and tells Lucille to cast a shield spell as they proceed with caution. A strange, green sprout erupts from the cracked ground. The plant's vines quickly wrap around the unconscious students, and Gilliard declares them safe for now. Lucille anxiously asks where Kizef could be, and her grandfather guesses he's ventured deeper into the woods. He points to the ground, noting that Kizef has left footprints behind. Following the trail, they spot a derelict building in the distance, certain their target is inside. Lucille examines the old structure, observing that it looks more ancient than damaged. Creak! Gilliard pushes open the heavy wooden door, and they step into the darkness. Deciding to investigate, her grandfather prepares to use a detection spell. Suddenly, a strange crimson pattern glows on the floorboards, catching Lucille's attention. Curious, she steps onto the glowing sigil, wondering what it could be. She calls out to her grandfather, noticing the pattern glows whenever he steps on it twice. He ponders her discovery, wondering if the entire pattern will light up if they step on it simultaneously. "No," Lucille says, summoning her glowing staff, Innocent. Raising the powerful weapon, she declares that this should be enough to solve the puzzle. "Magic bolt!" she cries, unleashing a brilliant explosion of energy. The spell strikes the floor, causing the entire room to erupt in a blinding pink light. As the light fades, they find themselves at the top of a staircase, and Gilliard realizes this is no ordinary place. Lucille feels the intense energy wash over her, making her heart race with anticipation. Sensing danger, her grandfather tells her to go back, insisting he'll handle things from here. Lucille refuses to leave him, especially since they still haven't found Kizef. She suddenly clutches her chest, crying out that she can't go. Thump. She collapses to her knees, gasping for breath. Her grandfather rushes to her side, frantically asking if she's all right. She tries to brush it off, but admits her heart is racing and she can't breathe, forcing him to realize he needs help. Elsewhere, the Duke holds a communication orb, asking his father-in-law why he left with only a note. Growing concerned by the silence, he asks if something is wrong. Gilliard's voice finally comes through the orb with grim news. Kizef is missing in the Academy's Forbidden Zone. What? The Duke leaps to his feet in disbelief. He vows to come immediately, but Gilliard says there's no time, they must find Kizef now. Back at the staircase, a pale Lucille forces herself to focus, determined to gather her strength and find Kizef. She clutches the rose on her cloak, her eyes widening in terror as the dark energy intensifies. "Lucille, you should go outside," her grandfather warns, sensing the imminent danger. Whoosh! The floor gives way beneath them, revealing a deep, spiraling chasm into the darkness. After a long fall, Lucille slowly opens her eyes at the bottom of the pit. She sits up, dazed and confused, wondering where on earth she is. Alone in the dark chasm, Luciel nervously looks around, her heart pounding. Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer horror at something just out of sight. "Kizef," she screams, rushing toward his collapsed body on the stone floor. She gently touches his cheek, recoiling in fear as she realizes he's ice cold. Panic sets in as she trembles, terrified that something terrible has happened to him. Leaning close, she desperately tries to feel for any sign of life. She cradles his head, pulling him close in a desperate, protective embrace. With tears in her eyes, a wave of relief washes over her. He's still alive, but her relief quickly turns to guilt, as she believes she put him in this danger. "Because of me," she whispers, her voice cracking with self-blame. Her gaze falls upon a glowing golden chalice, and she wonders if it's the cause of all this. If that cursed object is the reason he's hurt, she knows what she has to do. "I'll destroy it," she declares, grabbing the chalice with newfound determination. Whoosh! She unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, pouring her magic into the artifact. Tears stream down her face as she channels her power, determined to erase the threat. As the light fades, she stands alone, the chalice gone, but the room still glowing. She looks around, confused by what just happened. Her hands tremble as a strange, overwhelming energy begins to surround her. Her feet lift from the ground as she begins to float, enveloped in a soft blue light. As ribbons of magic swirl around her, she floats peacefully in a field of light. From the light, a massive, sparkling diamond materializes before her. Staring at the gem, she wonders what it could be as it radiates immense power. She realizes this feeling is exactly the same as when she awakened the power of the Crystal Fairy. She understands now the feeling of caring for someone created a jewel not of deception, but of true heart. It's a feeling she never knew, and she closes her eyes with a blissful, tearful smile. Back on the ground, Kizef lets out a weak groan as he begins to stir. Her eyes snap open, her attention immediately shifting back to Kizef. He slowly sits up, looking dazed and confused. A relieved smile spreads across her face as she tells him she's so glad he's awake. He looks up, weakly calling out her name. "Luciel?" But just as he calls her name, she collapses onto the floor, surrounded by sparkling jewels. Kizef's eyes widen in alarm, his own recovery forgotten. Just then, her grandfather Gilliard arrives, surveying the crumbling chamber with shock. He spots Kizef, kneeling over Luciel's unconscious form. Kizef turns, relieved to see a familiar face. Gilliard kneels, asking if Kizef is all right, while the boy immediately asks about Luciel and his grandfather's presence. With his hand glowing with healing magic, Gilliard demands to know what happened. Kizef pauses for a moment, gathering his thoughts before explaining. A flashback reveals a smirking boy with gray hair and green eyes. The memory shows two other boys confronting Kizef in the dark woods. In the past, Kizef's eyes glow with rage as dark energy erupts from his hands. Back in the present, Gilliard heals him as Kizef explains there was a fight, and his recovery seems to be progressing. Kizef finishes his story, revealing that he touched the Holy Grail, which led to this mess. He then asks the critical question, was Luciel deemed worthy by the Grail? Gilliard places a hand on Luciel's forehead, noting she has a slight fever and they need to leave quickly. Kizef looks down, his expression unreadable. He notices the jewels scattered around Luciel, wondering where they came from. Suddenly, a man with blonde hair and red eyes appears behind them, shouting, "Father!" Gilliard looks up, unsurprised, as Kizef stares at his father, the Duke, holding Luciel. The Duke is furious, demanding to know why Gilliard hung up, explaining the portal took time to open. The young boy, Kizef, looks up in surprise, clutching the gemstones as he recognizes his father. A blonde man sighs with relief that they're safe, while a long-haired man with a mustache holds a sleeping Luciel. Kizef worriedly asks about Luciel, and his father assures him she only has a slight fever. The long-haired man asks about a phoenix, then explains Luciel's pure mana let her touch a holy grail, which opened an underground path. Stepping forward with grim determination, Kizef's father announces he will go down into the newly opened passage. Kizef grabs his father's arm, pleadingly calling out his name. His father turns back, a serious and unyielding expression on his face. Kizef looks at his father with deep concern, wanting to discuss something more important. Kizef's father states their priority is getting Luciel to a physician, and that they'll have to postpone exploring the lower level. The long-haired man tells Kizef he should return to the castle, but Kizef protests. worried about missing the academy. His father gently places a hand on his shoulder, insisting that Kizef needs a proper checkup as well. He tells his son to take a few days off to rest. Kizef reluctantly agrees as the scene shifts to an alchemist's study. Lucille rests peacefully in her bed, recovering. Nearby, the ornate box filled with her green and yellow gemstones sits on a table, shimmering softly. Her messenger bird, Belle, snoozes soundly in its cage. The scene changes to a slightly older Kizef, dressed in formal attire, holding a letter. A smiling maid tells him that Lucille was always waiting for his letters, but Kizef remains stone-faced. A hand gently places a cool cloth on Lucille's forehead as she sleeps. Kizef watches over her bedside, silently wishing for her to wake up soon. A disembodied voice explains that Lucille has overused her magic, leading to severe fatigue. A different blonde man in a white cape, looking troubled, notes that her condition isn't a normal illness. An older man with a mustache reveals that the mana flowing through her is double that of a typical adult mage. The blonde man is shocked by this news and asks what the consequences are. A vision shows Lucille unconscious, a powerful blue aura of mana swirling around her heart. The older man gives a cryptic order to create one, leaving the blonde man utterly bewildered. The blonde man stands, his posture showing a newfound resolve. A memory flashes of Lucille in a field of cherry blossoms, thinking how joyful she feels. She recalls a happy day with her family, holding hands and laughing in a garden. In her dream, she reaches out her hand towards the bright sky. A magnificent, fiery phoenix soars into the air right before her eyes. The phoenix gracefully lands on her arm, its feathers glowing with every color of the rainbow. Lucille's eyes are wide with awe and wonder at the magical creature. She turns and sees a young Kizef standing in a sun-drenched field. He gives her a soft smile as she calls his name. She touches a beautiful flower crown on her head, surprised to find it there. Kizef sweetly asks if she made the crown herself. He then leans in and gently kisses her on the forehead. Blushing furiously, Lucille is completely flustered and confused by the sudden kiss. Her eyes sparkle with shock and surprise. Lucille bolts upright in bed, her face bright red as she wonders what kind of dream she just had. She looks around her room, still dazed and trying to separate dream from reality. She's startled to find Kizef waking up, having apparently fallen asleep right at her bedside. He sits up in a panic, asking when she woke up, and she tells him it was just now. Lucille can't help but giggle, teasing him about his sleepy face. Kizef looks unamused, reminding her that she was sick and had been asleep for 5 days straight. She gasps, shocked at how long she was out, as he checks her temperature and explains a healing mage prescribed rest. Remembering the incident, she asks about the Grail, and Kizef confirms the door to the next floor has opened. He tells her his father and grandfather went inside, but found nothing, leaving her stunned into silence. Coming to her senses, she asks him why he's here, and not at the academy where he's supposed to be. Kizef, the blonde boy with red eyes, leans on his hand, announcing he's taking a break before asking a pointed question. How long was she planning on keeping her secret? Lucille stammers an apology, admitting she was the owner of the owl, but didn't want to bother him by sending letters directly. He gently pats her head, a warm smile on his face, as he tells her the letters were never a bother. In fact, they kept him from feeling lonely. His kindness brings a radiant smile to her face. Mumbling in her sleep, Lucille suddenly tells Kizef to get out so she can rest, leaving him completely baffled. Still asleep, she smiles contentedly while he wonders if she's dreaming about him, deciding it's best to just come back later. A moment later, she sits up with a sigh, looking a bit dazed from her nap. She glances at a large, sparkling yellow jewel in her hand, deciding she should probably hide it in her drawer. Her eyes land on an ornate box on her bedside table, and she looks at it with sudden confusion. Her expression shifts to one of wide-eyed realization. She recalls thinking she could never look for the jewel, fearing that if anyone saw it, they would try to steal it. A memory reveals the box was filled with a treasure trove of beautiful green and yellow gems. Back in the present, Lucille lies back down, lost in thought. The glowing yellow gem floats beside her as a peaceful smile graces her lips. The scene shifts to a golden dreamscape, where a voice calls Lucille's name, speaking of her fairy bloodline as a magnificent phoenix appears. Lucille looks up in awe as the voice reveals the legendary bird is the keeper of the Grail, causing her to whisper, "Phoenix?" The phoenix's voice echoes, explaining that it is a being of endless death and rebirth. As the phoenix erupts in flames, Lucille cries out in protest. Surrounded by the magical fire, She states her purpose clearly. She only needs the phoenix's rose. The phoenix takes flight in a brilliant vortex of fire and feathers. The bird lands beside her, asking why she needs the rose, if not to claim the phoenix itself. Luciel looks up resolutely, explaining that she needs the rose to awaken the dragon. The phoenix agrees, saying that since she is the key to its rebirth, it will gladly give her the rose. But there's a catch in return. The phoenix asks for a taste of her pure mana, since she is a crystal fairy. It assures her that her power will replenish quickly, and Luciel agrees to the terms to get the rose. The fiery bird instructs her to hold out her hand. With determined eyes, Luciel reaches toward the phoenix's iridescent wing. A burst of brilliant blue light erupts the moment her hand makes contact. The phoenix senses her past, remarking on her difficult life and leaving Luciel stunned, wondering how it could possibly know. The majestic phoenix perches on the branch, enveloped in a golden aura. Waking from the dream, Luciel lies in bed with a thoughtful look. She sits up, finding a perfect red rose in her hands, and a look of complete bewilderment on her face. A man with long blonde hair and a mustache appears in the room, calling out to Lady Evelyn. Luciel, still holding the flower, introduces herself and formally presents the phoenix's rose as requested. The precious rose is gently placed on the pristine white sheets of the bed. The flower now rests in the hands of a beautiful woman with long black hair, who lies unconscious in the bed. Luciel watches in stunned silence as the scene unfolds before her. The blonde man smiles, a tear in his eye as he recognizes something belonging to Evelyn. Suddenly, the woman's eyes snap open, now a piercing blue, as she senses the presence of dragon mana. Overjoyed, the man rushes to her side, calling her "my love," as he gently helps her sit up. The newly awakened Evelyn notes that sleeping for 3 years has left her body feeling weak. Luciel, overwhelmed with emotion, stammers that she's so glad Evelyn is finally awake. Evelyn, supported by the man, turns to Luciel and offers her heartfelt thanks for waking her. She gazes at Luciel, impressed that she managed to meet a phoenix, before asking an unexpected question. "You're not a dragon, are you?" The blonde man explains that Luciel's mana is simply that pure and powerful, which seems to satisfy Evelyn's curiosity. Luciel smiles, her quest to success, as a magical butterfly lands on the rose in her hands. Evelyn's voice expresses her gratitude, complimenting Luciel on her clear and refreshing mana. The man embraces Evelyn tightly, as Luciel watches the happy reunion, telling her they'll be seeing a lot more of each other now. Evelyn smiles brightly, announcing they're leaving the West Tower for the Duke's estate, and that they should all have dinner together. The family, now whole, enjoys a peaceful moment together on a lavish, sun-drenched balcony. A woman with long black hair smiles warmly, holding a small blonde boy as she reflects on how the mansion is finally full of life again. Suddenly, Luciel is presented with a gift box, leaving her looking completely surprised. Kizef, the boy with blonde hair and red eyes, awkwardly offers her the present. Her surprise turns to delight as she holds the box, already thinking about the dessert inside. The scene shifts to the man with the mustache and the black-haired woman walking together, sharing a happy moment. From a balcony, Luciel and a small blonde boy watch them, with Luciel noting how much fun the two seem to be having. A voice calls out to Luciel, telling her it's time to go, and she readily agrees. The young blonde boy, Leone, is told it's time for him to go as well. Leone shyly takes Luciel's hand as they prepare to leave. Elsewhere, a blonde man in a formal military uniform reads a letter with a satisfied smirk. He calls for his subordinate, Ellington, to discuss a bothersome event coming up in 2 months. Ellington identifies it as the Empress's summer night salon, which the uniformed man confirms, revealing his plan to present Luciel's work there. Praising her exceptional writing skills, the man in uniform confidently announces it's time to head out. The scene changes to Ellington on horseback, confirming with his father that he's leaving on a mission to the northern border. Luciel and Leone wave goodbye, with Luciel sweetly telling him to be careful and return safely. The man in the black cloak reassures them he'll be back soon, telling them to listen to their grandparents while he's gone. As he prepares to leave, little Leone's eyes well up with tears. Noticing the boy's sadness, the man leans down and asks Leone what he'd like as a souvenir. Leone quietly asks for a snowman, and the man affectionately pats his head, promising to get one for him. Turning to Luciel, he asks what she would like, and she requests paper for origami. He smiles, acknowledging her new hobby and happily agreeing to her request. With their goodbyes said, The man and his subordinate ride off into the vast forest. As Leone watches them go with a sad look, Lucille gently reassures him that it's okay. But Leone can't hold back his tears, wiping his eyes as his father disappears from view. Later, now in a beautiful golden dress, Lucille recalls having breakfast with Leone that morning. With her day planned, she decides it's time to head to the library to study herbal medicine. But just as she reaches for the door, she's startled by a maid rushing towards her. The maid, Sasha, worriedly asks if she's all right, prompting Lucille to ask what's wrong. Sasha's expression darkens as she delivers the bad news. The young master is burning up with a fever. Lucille is stunned, her mind immediately jumping to Leone. Leone lies in bed, looking miserable with a fever, as the staff worries about the doctors not having arrived yet. A hand checks his forehead, noting that a cold towel isn't enough to bring down his burning fever. Taking charge, Lucille immediately orders Sasha to get her grandfather while she goes to find Dr. Secklin herself. Lucille dashes off, remembering the doctor mentioned she'd be in the greenhouse garden before work. She finds the doctor, a woman in a blue cloak, calmly examining plants in the sunlit greenhouse. Gasping for breath, Lucille runs up to her, shouting that it's an emergency. She quickly explains that Leone is sick, catching the doctor completely by surprise. With a worried expression, Lucille explains that his body is burning up and it seems like a severe cold. The doctor panics slightly, realizing there's no pre-made cold medicine available to treat him. Thinking fast, Lucille offers a solution: the medicinal herbs she planted in the garden. The doctor's eyes light up with realization. Tatea herbs are perfect for colds and will be a key ingredient. Lucille confirms she thinks they'll be helpful and tells the doctor to use as many as she needs. The doctor gets to work, grinding the herbs and brewing a special medicinal tea for the young master. She carefully feeds the bitter medicine to Leone, who can't help but complain about the taste. The medicine works its magic, and soon Leone is resting peacefully, his fever having broken. The mustached man informs the black-haired woman that Leone's fever is down, and she sighs in relief. With Leone recovering, the doctor hands a bottle of the prepared medicine to the maid, Sasha. Lucille watches thoughtfully, observing that her herbal remedy works much better than other cold medicines. She reflects that even with identical ingredients, medicine's effects can vary greatly. Her eyes gleam with an idea if Dr. Secklin could create a mana supplement, it would be incredibly effective. Elsewhere, Dr. Secklin muses that mana supplements work best when made with fresh, carefully grown herbs. The scene transitions, her thoughts swirling into a new plan. Back in her room, someone calls out to the young lady, and Lucille resolves to take better care of the greenhouse herbs. Startled, she turns as the voice addresses her as "young madam," and she quickly answers. Evelyn praises Lucille's hard work, thanking her for ensuring Leone received swift treatment for his fever. Surrounded by a warm glow, Evelyn smiles with genuine gratitude. Lucille appears flustered by the heartfelt compliment, but her surprise quickly melts into a bright, happy smile. The story cuts to a brutal, snowy landscape where a cloaked man on horseback faces a massive, horned monster. With piercing red eyes, the young man, Kizef, holds his ground as the red-eyed beast charges. The monster lunges forward, its massive form a blur of fury against the snow. Kizef remains steady on his horse, spear at the ready in the blinding blizzard. With a powerful thrust, he drives his spear toward the beast. The weapon hits its mark, and blood erupts from the monster's side. The giant creature lies defeated in the snow as Kizef looks on from his horse. Suddenly, Ellington rides up, urgently calling out, "Your Excellency." He warns that the blizzard is getting worse and suggests they retreat to the supply base, but Kizef refuses, ordering his men to return without him while he makes one more round. Though Ellington hesitates, Kizef gives a firm, final command to return. Ellington reluctantly bows his head in understanding and agrees to the order. As the soldiers ride away, Kizef remains alone in the desolate frozen wasteland. He lets out a cold sigh, realizing it has already been 2 years. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman with long purple hair appears, apologizing and saying she feels sorry for the children. Back in the blizzard, Kizef scoffs at the official story of monster subjugation, certain the Duke didn't leave for such a simple reason. Despite searching far and wide, they found no trace of him in the vast, snowy wilderness. The purple-haired woman stares out a window, convinced there's another, hidden reason for his disappearance. The scene shifts back to Lucille, who has penned a letter for Kizef. She sends her messenger bird, Belle, on its way, hoping for a safe trip and a quick reply. Sitting alone, Luciel feels the emptiness of the castle without Kizef and the Duke. Considering a trip to the greenhouse to pass the time, suddenly her attention is caught by something on her dresser. She looks at the bowl filled with the many green and yellow gemstones she has created. Holding a small, ornate container, she worries about her powers being discovered if she can't control her emotions. As her hand hovers over the gems, she feels an unusual sensation. Holding the container, she's surprised to feel a warm, sweet energy coming from it. Yet, when she looks inside, she can't seem to sense anything from the gems themselves. She recalls that the gems were created in moments of pure joy and happiness. With a confident smile, she concludes that the gems must have power. She just can't sense it yet. Observing their different sizes and clarity, she wonders how she can learn more about them. A flash of a powerful, blue-haired figure in a white hood appears in her mind. Snapping back to reality, she decides her priority is finding a safe way to create and hide her gemstones. An idea strikes her like lightning: teleportation. She can warp away the moment a gem starts to form. She considers various hiding places, a hollow tree, an abandoned house, before realizing the safest place might be right under their noses. Her eyes shine with purpose as she thinks of a place she's never been before. Her destination is revealed: the grand and secluded South Wing. She cautiously peeks through the massive doors, checking to see if anyone is inside. Stepping into the vast, sunlit hall, she can only whisper, "Wow," but she's not alone. A mysterious girl with purple hair lurks in the shadows. Thinking the coast is clear, Lucille smiles, pleased with her secret spot, totally unaware that she's being watched. The young girl with white hair and yellow ribbons holds a letter she has written to Kijev. Calling her bird Belle, she sends it off with the letter, hoping for a quick and safe reply. Alone in her room, she feels the emptiness of the castle and considers visiting the greenhouse. A sudden thought strikes her as she sits up on her bed. She looks at a small collection of yellow and green gemstones she has already gathered. Holding an ornate green container, she worries that someone will discover her inability to suppress her emotions. Her hand reaches for the gems inside the container, and she wonders what she is feeling. Holding the container, she feels a warm and sweet sensation emanating from within. Opening the lid, she looks at the gems, confused that she can't feel any power from them. A memory surfaces of her younger, joyful self creating the gemstones during moments of happiness. She smiles, confident that the gems must have power, even if she can't sense it yet. Observing the gems' varied clarity and sparkle, she wonders how she can learn more about them. A mysterious blue-haired figure in a white hood channels swirling blue magic, revealing a snowflake tattoo. Lying on her bed, she concludes that her priority is to find a secure method for creating and hiding her gemstones. A flash of inspiration hits her. Teleportation is the perfect solution to hide gemstones the moment they form. She brainstorms secret locations within the estate, considering everything from hollow trees to abandoned houses. Her eyes widen as she thinks of a place she has never been before. Her mind settles on a new destination, the South Wing. She cautiously peeks into the South Wing through a large, ornate door. Stepping inside, she is awestruck by the magnificent, sunlit hall. Her gaze falls upon a woman with long, purple hair standing further down the hall. Believing she's alone, the white-haired girl thinks it's a good hiding spot, unaware of the purple-haired woman behind her. The purple-haired woman turns, annoyed, questioning who the unfamiliar young maid could be. The girl feels the immense pressure from the woman's gaze and stammers an apology. The purple-haired woman stares down at her in silence. Taking a sip of wine, the woman dismisses the girl, promising not to report her to the head maid. The white-haired girl is relieved and quickly thanks the woman for her leniency. As the woman drinks her wine, a small thought bubble shows the girl is still contemplating the situation. Turning back, the girl urgently asks the woman not to tell Eva or anyone else that she was there. As she walks away, the girl wonders about the mysterious woman's identity and her familiar connection to Eva. She reflects on the encounter, her heart still racing from how stunningly beautiful the woman was. Deciding the South Wing is no longer an option, she resolves to think things over in the library. A voice calls out Lucille, and she stops, recognizing her grandfather and wondering why he's there. Her grandfather praises her improving magic skills and proposes a test for her next lesson, surprising Lucille. He playfully suggests the test be a duel with a third circle mage. Believing it would be fun, Lucille is shocked by the proposal, realizing her opponent would be 2 levels higher than her. After considering it, she sees it as a good opportunity to test her skills and agrees to the duel. Pleased with her answer, her grandfather pats her head, but Lucille notices he's dressed to go out. He explains that he has business at the magic tower and has left things in the care of the vice master. Lucille excitedly recalls reading a book that mentioned her grandfather is in charge of the northern magic tower. He seems surprised she knew that, and she laughs, saying it just happened. Taking the opportunity, Lucille nervously asks if she can request a favor after the test. He asks what she wants, and Lucille boldly asks him to teach her teleportation magic. Her grandfather happily agrees, delighted that Lucille is asking him for a favor. Lucille stands before her grandfather, seeing his happy reaction. A new thought dawns on her with a quiet spark. She smiles warmly, understanding the deeper meaning of her actions. Asking for a favor is a sign of trust and reliance. Her grandfather offers to give her a tour of the magic tower later and asks if she has any more questions. Lucille looks up with a slightly surprised and curious expression. A serious-looking woman with short, dark hair stands with her hands clasped. The dark-haired woman addresses the purple-haired woman as child, and she replies, "Yes, mother." Her mother chides her for not sending word of her arrival, but she explains that she thought her mother was still asleep. Her mother, looking weary, insists she should have at least informed Eva of her return. When her mother asks if she really spent all day in a dusty room, the purple-haired woman coolly replies that it's clean enough. Her mother smiles, acknowledging the hardship of subjugating monsters for over 2 years. The purple-haired woman says she didn't act alone, prompting her mother to question her distant relationship with her husband. Her mother advises her to reach out to him first, asking if she's curious about the children. She replies that she saw them sleeping and confirms Kijev is away at the academy, due back before June. Her mother smiles warmly, promising to send a maid so they can all share a meal together. She then mentions having someone to introduce, leaving the purple-haired woman to wonder. Alone with her wine, the purple-haired woman ponders who her mother could possibly want to introduce her to. Taking a sip from her cup, she contemplates her mother's advice to try reaching out first. A memory surfaces of being told they had gone to the Northern Territory for an inspection. A glowing communication orb rests on a blue pillow atop a dresser. The purple-haired woman looks down, her hand hovering over the orb, considering using it. Letting out a weary sigh, she seems to decide against it, placing something down beside the orb. A sudden jolt of realization or pain strikes her. She clutches her head, overwhelmed by a sudden, intense sensation. Stumbling backward, she struggles against the invisible force affecting her. She finally exhales, recovering from the strange and painful episode. Looking down at her hands, she appears lost in thought, trying to understand what just happened. A maid with short, dark hair rushes in, happily calling out, "Madam!" The purple-haired woman turns toward the familiar voice. She calmly greets the maid by her name, Eva. With tears in her eyes, Eva expresses her immense relief and joy at her madam's return. The madam gently teases Eva for softening up, but Eva replies that she had to be strong so her madam could leave. Eva reports that the southern wing needs renovation and suggests her madam stay in the eastern wing instead. The madam considers this, while Eva adds that she needs to prepare for an upcoming celebration. Eva leads her madam away, instructing the other maids to prepare for lunch as the head lady ordered. The scene shifts to a vast, snowy landscape where a camp has been set up. 2 men wait by a fire, one noting His Excellency's lateness, while the other remains confident in his return. The dark-haired man mentions hearing that His Excellency is quite fond of an exceptionally intelligent child. The brown-haired man smiles, confirming the rumor is true. He continues, describing the child as incredibly bright and adorable, as an image of a smiling Lucille appears. Startled, the men turn as a blonde-haired man, Their Excellency, returns to camp. The brown-haired man stares in shock at what their leader has brought back. In his thoughts, he identifies the creature with surprise. A snow deer. His Excellency explains the deer has an injured leg from a monster attack, and his aide remarks that it's a symbol of good fortune. Thump! The aide easily lifts the snow deer onto his shoulder and follows His Excellency. His Excellency abruptly stops walking, a sudden thought halting him in his tracks. His eyes narrow as an unbelievable possibility occurs to him. He stands alone in the falling snow, lost in a moment of deep contemplation. A glowing, ornate pink artifact materializes in his hand as he smirks. His thoughts drift to the purple-haired woman, his mind calling her name, Solyape. The scene changes to a dining hall, where Solyape watches two children at the table. A small, blonde-haired boy named Leone looks up with a bright, happy smile. Beside him, Luciel smiles warmly as well. Luciel's expression suddenly changes to one of confusion as she looks up. A purple-haired woman in a blue dress stands before a young, white-haired girl seated in a grand room. The white-haired girl realizes with a jolt that this woman is the person her grandpa had told her about. Smiling brightly, the girl curtsies and says it's an honor to finally meet the Duchess of Velstein. The girl apologizes for mistaking the Duchess for a maid yesterday, but the purple-haired woman reassures her, admitting she was also impolite. The purple-haired woman's attention is suddenly drawn away by a voice calling out, "Mom?" A young, blonde-haired boy with red eyes sitting at a table looks towards her and calls her, "Mom!" The purple-haired woman looks away, flustered and speechless. With a pained expression, she looks down at the boy and softly says his name, Leo. A sudden rush, and Leo throws his arms around the woman, startling her. He buries his face in her dress, his voice filled with emotion as he calls for his mom. The purple-haired woman holds her son, her own face etched with sorrow. Cupping his face, she looks at Leo's tear-streaked cheeks and wide, crying red eyes. As she holds him close, Leo asks a muffled question. Crying, Leo pleads with his mother to stay with him forever, telling her everything is fine now that she's here. The white-haired girl watches the emotional reunion from a distance, looking on quietly. The purple-haired woman holds her son tightly, her expression a mix of love and deep sadness. Finding the scene strange and unsettling, the white-haired girl politely asks to be excused for a moment. Clutching her dress as she walks away, she wonders why she feels so overcome with sadness. She stops before a simple wooden door. She finds a quiet corner in a dark storage room, sitting alone amongst crates and supplies. Seeing the image of the mother and son's embrace in her mind, the girl closes her eyes and tries to convince herself her tears are just because of onions. A memory of a different woman hugging her surfaces as a brilliant blue light begins to emanate from her hands. Pop! A glowing, diamond-shaped blue crystal materializes between her palms. A wave of magical energy surges from the crystal, filling the room with light. She stares in awe at the powerful artifact in her hands, surrounded by swirling blue light. Overwhelmed by the sudden display of power, she buries her face in her arms. Wiping away a tear, she decides she's been away long enough and should go back. She heads for the door, worried they'll notice her long absence. Returning to the dining room, a black-haired woman warmly invites Luciel to sit down. The black-haired woman asks if Luciel has greeted her mother-in-law, and Luciel confirms she has. The purple-haired woman, Solyafe, confirms that Luciel greeted her earlier. Solyafe explains with a gentle smile that she's only just returned to the castle due to certain circumstances. Luciel beams, saying it's an honor to meet Solyafe, and that she's even more impressive than she'd imagined. The black-haired woman calls Luciel an adorable daughter-in-law, and Luciel asks them to take good care of her. The black-haired woman then informs Solyafe that Luciel's wedding will take place next month, after her 10th birthday. The woman asks Solyafe for help with the wedding preparations. Solyafe looks weary, touching her forehead as she declines, stating she's not good with such things, and that her mother-in-law should handle it. The black-haired woman coldly asks if the cleanup from giving birth is still not finished, and Solyafe retorts that it isn't. Luciel looks up from her plate, noting that it's not just anyone's wedding. The black-haired woman expresses her disappointment, reminding Solyafe that it is her own son Kizef's wedding. A crackle of electricity fills the air as the two women glare at each other, while the two children watch in confusion. Luciel diffuses the tension by asking if the wedding should be simple since they aren't adults, catching the black-haired woman off guard. Luciel cheerfully announces that the one-of-a-kind diamond dress her grandma gave her is more than enough. Shocked, the black-haired woman questions if she means that dress, explaining it was just a personal gift she thought would suit her. Luciel smiles sweetly, touched by the gift from her grandmother. The black-haired woman looks at Luciel, surprised and moved by her sentiment. A young girl in a green dress sits at a dining table, thinking that she doesn't want to be a bother to everyone. A chibi-style blonde boy and silver-haired girl happily declare that they are full and the meal was delicious. The purple-haired woman asks the black-haired woman to take a girl named Leone, and the black-haired woman agrees, asking for the reason. With a serious look, the purple-haired woman states that she wishes to speak with Luciel for a moment. Luciel looks up from her seat, startled and confused by the sudden request. The purple-haired woman explains that her son really likes Lucille, seeing her as a kind older sister who has even cured his picky eating habits. She smiles warmly, adding that he's accomplished much more, and sincerely thanks Lucille. Lucille sips her tea with a slight blush, replying that she is glad she could be of help. The purple-haired woman studies her, remarking that Lucille is just as her mother described and has brought change to Belstein in her absence. The scene transitions, filled with the warm light of yellow flowers and white daisies. The woman compares Lucille's shining eyes to jewels and says she now understands why her mother called her a special child, to which Lucille offers a simple thanks. Lucille's eyes widen slightly, as she realizes that despite the kind words, the woman doesn't seem to fully trust her yet. The purple-haired woman glances away, a troubled expression briefly crossing her face. She suddenly clutches her throat, appearing to choke or have trouble breathing. Startled, Lucille jumps to her feet and anxiously asks if the woman is okay. The woman struggles to speak, insisting she's fine, and that Lucille didn't need to come over. Waving a dismissive hand, she assures Lucille it's just a hiccup. She repeats that she is okay, just as her teacup falls, spilling red liquid across the floor. Standing outside the room, Lucille worries about the woman, wondering if she burned herself with the tea. Her thoughts are interrupted as she turns in surprise, letting out a small, "Huh?" Her bird, Belle, suddenly appears with a playful wink. Overjoyed, Lucille greets Belle as he affectionately lands on her face. She gently cradles the small, fluffy bird in her hands, petting him fondly. Holding a letter, Lucille notes she'll have to wander the city all day, while Belle rests in his cage, marked, "Off work." She smiles softly as she continues to read the letter. Her expression shifts to confusion as she reads on, questioning if there's a price involved. She muses that the idea might be cute before her thoughts turn to Kisef, wondering if he knows his mother has returned. She abruptly stops, a sudden and serious realization dawning on her. A dark memory flashes of the crown prince holding a glowing sword over a fallen duke, recalling his slaughter of the entire family. Lucille races through the manor, realizing she doesn't remember the Duchess being among the dead, and feeling she's missed something crucial. A close-up shows the purple-haired woman again, clutching her throat in pain. Lucille's eyes widen in shock as she considers a terrifying possibility, that the Duchess vanished before the attack on Belstein. The purple-haired woman's face appears, her eyes closed in quiet suffering. Lucille recalls the previous timeline, remembering that the three blonde-haired boys all shared a common thread. They were considered mad. A dark and ominous energy swirls as she concludes that something must have driven them all to madness. With a pained expression, Lucille dreads the implications, knowing that if her theory is right, she will have to keep a much closer watch on Lady Soliafai. She stands firm, her expression hardening with resolve. Her determination is clear as she repeats her new mission to herself: keep a closer eye on Lady Soliafai. Gasp! Startled out of her intense thoughts, Lucille realizes she's crumpled the letter in her hands. A smiling maid with black hair approaches, informing Lucille that the great madam is waiting on the terrace with a gift for her. Lucille looks up from the crumpled paper, surprised by the news of a gift. On a balcony under a starry sky, her black-haired grandmother stands, looking out at the night. Now wearing a pink, bunny-eared cape, Lucille approaches and greets her grandmother. Her grandmother turns with a warm smile, beckoning Lucille to join her. As her grandmother comments on the beautiful night, Lucille agrees, noting how clear the stars are. Her grandmother kneels and presents her with a small white box. Lucille gazes into the box, surprised to find a single, perfect red rose inside. Her grandmother explains that the one who worked for the rose deserves to have it, adding she no longer needs it now that her dormant phase is over. A brilliant blue aura surrounds Lucille as she accepts the rose, smiling with heartfelt gratitude. The dark-haired woman smiles warmly, saying she should be the one offering thanks. Lucille, wearing a pink hooded cloak and holding a rose, looks up as a hand gently touches her head in a blessing. The woman explains that a glowing charm she holds will ward off nightmares, and a wide-eyed Lucille exclaims that it's amazing. Smiling, the woman suggests Lucille must be sleepy and should go back, to which Lucille happily agrees. Lucille walks away under the starry sky, as the dark-haired woman watches her go with a fond expression. The woman smiles to herself, thinking that things went just as she expected. Looking up at the glittering night sky, she marvels at seeing a legendary being in person for the first time. She reaches toward a wisp of light, vowing to wait for Lucille to confide in her and wishing her sweet dreams. Sleeping soundly in bed with the woman's gift pinned to her clothes, Lucille hears her name being called. She stirs in her sleep, murmuring a confused, Her eyes suddenly snap open in bed. Startled, Lucille sits bolt upright, calling out, "Phoenix!" and asking where the voice is coming from. She glances around the room, her eyes landing on the single red rose sitting in a vase on her nightstand. Standing beside her bed, she asks what's happening, and the voice from the rose explains a soul fragment within it allows them to talk. The voice reveals it needs her help to resurrect, causing Lucille to stare at the rose in thought. Considering the offer, she quietly repeats the word resurrection in her mind. Lucille stands alone in her grand room, contemplating the magical rose and its extraordinary request. A bright blue magic begins to swirl around her outstretched hands. The magic flows from her hands, enveloping the rose in a radiant light. Roots burst from the stem of the rose, anchoring themselves deep into the earth. In a sunlit garden, Lucille kneels before the newly planted rose, as the voice thanks her and asks for her wish. Lucille smiles and decides to tell the rose her wish only after it has been fully resurrected. She gives the rose a gentle, encouraging smile as its voice invites her to proceed. Lucille's attention is caught by distant shouts of "Over there!" and "Hurry, hurry!" Looking down from a balcony, she observes maids rushing about and notes how busy everyone is this morning. She walks through a hallway, a thoughtful and slightly somber look on her face. A man with brown hair sternly tells a maid she should have contacted him immediately, as His Excellency has been waiting. The man, Ellington, closes his eyes and lets out an exasperated sigh. Startled, Ellington stammers a greeting when he sees Lucille, who calmly replies that it's been a while. Lucille thoughtfully asks if her father-in-law has returned as well. Ellington and the maid laugh nervously, denying they fought and adding that a banquet is being prepared. At a lavish dining table, Lucille watches the others with a curious expression. Leone nibbles on a pastry while the dark-haired woman, his grandmother, observes the room with a displeased look. Breaking the tension, Lucille smiles and tells her father-in-law she's glad he returned safely, though she notes the cold atmosphere. The blonde-haired man gives a curt reply, stating he was fine while taking a drink. Lucille thinks he's cold, while the dark-haired woman muses that the atmosphere feels like they're in the snowfields. Soliope rises from the table beside Leone, excusing herself by saying she doesn't feel well. The dark-haired woman turns to her son with a stern look, ordering him to go after his wife. The blonde-haired man looks away, stating that Soliope doesn't seem to want to talk to him. As the dark-haired woman sighs in frustration, Lucille hesitantly asks if it would be all right for her to go instead. The blonde-haired man glances at Lucille, silently contemplating her offer. Lucille dashes down the hallway, thinking she followed Soliope immediately. Believing Soliope couldn't be far, she spots the purple-haired woman turning a corner up ahead. With a bright smile, she begins to call out Soliope's name. A sudden flash appears in Lucille's eye as she looks forward. Soliope coughs blood into a handkerchief, letting out a pained sigh as a strange energy glows from her hand. Lucille's voice calls out, "Lady Soliope," as Soliope looks down with a grim expression. Finding Soliope slumped against a pillar, Lucille rushes to her side and asks if she is all right. Soliope looks up weakly, her expression shadowed as she questions why Lucille is there. Standing, Soliope instructs a confused Lucille to pretend she saw nothing and leave. A concerned Lucille questions someone off-screen, insisting she just saw blood. A purple-haired woman dismisses her concerns, telling Lucille it was nothing and that she should go back. Lucille watches the woman flinch in pain and anxiously asks if she has a serious illness. The purple-haired woman grimaces, clearly unwell. As she walks away down a hall, Lucille follows close behind. Filled with worry, the woman looks back sternly, again ordering Lucille to go back. Stunned into silence, Lucille looks on with wide, worried eyes. Lucille continues to follow, resolving to tell her something because this place feels like her new home. She takes the woman's hand, urgently calling out to Lady Soliope. Lady Soliope turns back, surprised by the sudden gesture. With a look of intense resolve, Lucille clutches her hands as a magical aura of blue flowers swirls around her. As they walk, Lucille thinks about the terrible impact Lady Soliope's death will have on the future. A shadowy hand with a distinct tattoo peeks from around a corner, spying on them. Lady Solyape gravely considers the dark future Luciel described, where Belstein falls and her family goes mad. She skeptically asks if Luciel truly intends to stop this terrible fate, and Luciel meets her gaze with determination. Lucille earnestly insists that even though it sounds ridiculous, what she's saying is the truth. Lady Solyape dismisses Luciel's claims of seeing the future in a dream as nonsense, though Luciel tells her she doesn't have to believe it. Feeling foolish, Lady Solyape stands and rejects the offer of help, prompting a shocked gasp from Luciel. Wah! In a desperate plea, Lucille grabs onto Lady Solyape's dress, begging to be allowed to help. Lady Solyape asks why Lucille is so determined, insisting she doesn't need help and intends to. Lucille looks up in horror, interrupting to ask if she means she's just going to die. Lady Solyape falls silent, her expression filled with conflicted sorrow. Kneeling at her feet, Lucille confesses her love for Belstein and her desire to live happily there with Lady Solyape. Her eyes brimming with tears, Lucille begs her to listen just this once. Weeping, she pleads for help one last time, reminding Lady Solyape that she will soon be an official part of the family. Lady Solyape looks down at the crying child, her resolve wavering. After a moment of thought, she finally relents with a quiet, "Fine." In a garden, a single magical pink rose sprouts from the earth. Lady Solyape identifies the flower as a rose, and Lucille encourages her to smell it. Hesitantly, Lady Solyape leans down to inhale the flower scent. The rose suddenly erupts in a brilliant flash of light. A powerful, glowing aura surrounds Lady Solyape as she kneels before the magical rose. As the rose wilts, Lucille sheepishly asks how she feels. Lady Solyape stares at her hands in amazement, realizing the trembling has stopped and her body feels light. Lucille proudly explains it's a phoenix rose from a fire altar, which is said to restore life force. Despite its rarity, Lady Solyape remains doubtful, stating it won't cure her incurable disease so easily. Lucille asks what the illness is, and Lady Solyape quietly reveals it is Minaris. She explains it's a disease where the mana circulating in the body dries up and vanishes. She concludes that after the mana is gone, the blood also dries up, inevitably causing death. Lucille listens, horrified by the description of the terrifying illness. As Lady Solyape begins to talk about the day's events, Lucille quickly promises to keep everything a secret. The quick promise leaves Lucille looking slightly confused. Fidgeting, Lucille wonders aloud if they should at least tell her father-in-law. Lady Solyape seems hesitant to answer, trailing off thoughtfully. Lucille looks at her expectantly, waiting for a response. A small, knowing smile appears on Lady Solyape's face. Seeing a blonde-haired man approach, Lucille excitedly calls out, "Father-in-law," and he responds with her name. He approaches and affectionately pats Lucille on the head. Lucille closes her eyes and smiles, enjoying the gentle gesture. In a cute illustration, the blonde man looks curiously at a content Lucille. Lucille reflects on being gentle as the blonde-haired man, Kijev, smirks while holding a dandelion puff. Kijev walks ahead of Solyape and a smiling Lucille in the moonlit garden. He muses that gently doesn't suit them, his eyes glowing red as he calls out Solyape's name. Solyape turns to face him, her expression serious and unwavering. A flashback reveals Solyape's past as the daughter of a marquess, laughing politely amongst other noblewomen. The other young ladies seek her agreement, pulling her into their conversation. Unable to stand the stifling imperial court, Solyape sits in silence, ignoring another's attempt to speak with her. With a look of utter exhaustion and frustration, she decides she can't do it anymore. She abruptly stands and walks away from the gossiping noblewomen. With a look of cool resolve, she turns back to face the life she's leaving behind. A narration box announces that she officially withdrew from the Crown Princess selection. From that moment on, she began secretly training with a sword. She resolved to follow the path of the sword, fiercely training against wooden logs. A faint smile appears as she recalls that the House of Belstein was the perfect match for her. The scene transitions to a bed of flowers, signifying the beginning of a loveless marriage. At their wedding, she and the blonde-haired man stand together, though they appear emotionally distant. But as they practice swordsmanship and magic together, they grew closer, and she is seen smiling while training. Kijev is also shown training, his own sword glowing with powerful blue magic. Their bond culminates in a happy family portrait as they hold their newborn child. A dark premonition appears, revealing the diagnosis of an incurable disease. Solyape is shown looking gaunt and unwell, the light gone from her eyes. A doctor explains she has Minaris, a disease that erases mana and has no cure, leaving her stunned. She begs the shocked doctor not to tell her family about her illness. Determined, she rejects his hesitation, offering him money to ensure his silence. She pleads with the conflicted doctor, desperate to protect the happiness she has finally found. With her back to him, she thinks that she doesn't want to break this precious happiness. Her voice echoes as Kijev stands alone, apologizing to him and the children and wishing them well. In a memory, Solyape walks away in a cloak, thinking of the pain her family would feel. She recalls cherished memories of her family, her in-laws, a loyal maid, and her husband sleeping with their sons. Her eyes fill with tears as she realizes just imagining their pain is unbearable. The flashback ends as Solyape summons a sword in the present, stating that gentle doesn't suit them. With a fierce expression, she readies her sword and suggests they do things their own way. She and Kijev face off in the woods, swords drawn and ready for a duel. Kijev wonders if she plans to fight without mana before he swiftly moves to block her strike. Solyape lunges forward with all her might, determined to press on. Watching from a distance, Luciel silently worries, questioning if she should tell her father-in-law. Kijev expertly parries Solyape's attack, his sword glowing as it deflects hers. In a wide view of the duel, Kijev disarms Solyape, sending her sword flying. Exhausted, Solyape collapses to the ground, panting heavily. As a hand reaches out to her, Kijev is shown watching her against the setting sun. The scene focuses on the intricate gold details of Kijev's red formal jacket. Solyape looks up at the offered hand, remaining silently on the ground. Kijev is suddenly startled by something, his eyes widening in surprise. He stumbles forward, catching Solyape in his arms to steady her. Looking down at her with concern, he tells her that her actions were dangerous. A warm smile spreads across his face as he holds her securely. The forest is bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. Kijev softly calls her Soli, and she looks up at him with a questioning gaze. With a gentle and relieved expression, he finally welcomes her back. Solyape looks back at him, her expression softening in response to his words. In a sun-drenched forest, Kijev and Solyape lie peacefully on the ground, holding hands as she agrees with him. Smiling to herself, Luciel thinks about the reconciled couple and asks hopefully if it's true. Kijev sits with his arm around Solyape, welcoming someone home with a warm smile. Luciel happily exclaims that her father-in-law and Solyape have made up, while Leone notes it's been a long time since they were all together. Kijev stands over his children, looking down at them with a fond, gentle smile. Luciel and Leone find themselves in a magical snowfall, with Luciel marveling at snow in spring while Leone looks on in confusion. With his eyes welling up, Leone whispers, "A snowman," as the magical snow swirls around him. Kijev smirks gently, revealing he is the source of the magical snow. A tiny snowman materializes on Leone's head, causing him to exclaim in amazement. Leone runs gleefully through the room with the snowman on his head as his family watches on. Kijev turns his attention to Luciel, telling her he brought an animal from the snowy plains that looks just like her. Luciel's eyes widen with curiosity as her father-in-law asks if she'd like to see it. Kijev instead hands her a green packet, revealing it's the origami set she wanted. Overjoyed, Lucille hugs the gift tightly, thanking him with a brilliant smile. A magnificent white deer with large antlers stands serenely in a glowing forest. Lucille stares in wide-eyed wonder at the majestic creature before her. The deer affectionately licks her cheek, and she giggles that it tickles. Her expression shifts to concern as she notices the deer's bandaged and trembling leg. Luciel and Leone stand beside the frightened deer, with Lucille asking if its leg hurts as she notes it's trembling. Watching from a distance with Solyape, Kijev promises to care for the deer until it can be returned to the snowy plains. Leone hugs the deer, sadly noting that Sassoon is hurt and seems sensitive to the heat. Looking up at Kijev, Lucille eagerly volunteers to take care of the deer herself. Her father-in-law simply replies, yes, granting her request as Solyape watches. Lucille then makes a small request, reminding him that her birthday is approaching. She quickly adds that her request doesn't have to be as grand as Leone's celebration. She shyly finishes, explaining that even a simple barn would be enough for her. Kijev smiles and readily agrees, promising to grant her the barn after the wedding. The family stands together with Sassoon the deer, a picture of newfound happiness. Leone confides in Sassoon that he wishes his brother would come back soon, and the deer seems to understand. The scene shifts to a grand estate as distant voices question why someone is leaving. At an academy, a red-haired girl asks a uniformed Leone when he is going back, catching him off guard. Leone states he's leaving in May, and the girl asks in shock why he's quitting so soon. He calmly announces to his stunned classmates that he is getting married. A collective cry of "What?" echoes through the ornate hall. His classmates swarm him, speculating wildly if he's marrying the princess and calling it a dream. As the girls clamor for an answer, a stoic Leone ignores their questions. Leone's thoughts are elsewhere, focused on a promise as he wonders where he'll find cotton candy to buy. Back in her study, Lucielle shivers from a sudden chill as snow begins to fall indoors. She looks up in disbelief, questioning the snow falling inside her room. Sassoon the white deer stands before her, its presence bringing the magical winter indoors. Lucille recognizes the creature, staring at it in surprise. Rushing to its side, she questions if the deer caused the snow, how it got in, and if it's hurt. Dismissing the idea of a magical deer, she reaches out to check on it, asking again if it's okay. A cheerful maid bursts in, announcing that Lord Gilliard has returned. The maid stops in her tracks, bewildered by the indoor snow, as Lucille processes the news about her grandfather. The maid explains that Gilliard arrived with someone and is heading to the study, noticing the deer with a questioning look. Upon hearing the news, Lucille immediately dashes out of the room. A distinguished man with a long blonde mustache, Gilliard, leads a hooded figure down the hall. As Lucille runs, a finger playfully pokes her cheek, stopping her in her tracks. She looks up to see Gilliard, who teasingly says, "Ah, nothing," with a gentle smile. A blonde-haired man with a distinctive mustache smiles warmly at a surprised silver-haired girl. A blue-haired woman in a white cloak is introduced as Erica Sylvain, a magus. A title card elegantly presents her name and profession, Erica Sylvain, magus. Recognizing her by a beauty mark and a star-shaped tattoo, the silver-haired girl excitedly greets Erica, asking how a magus differs from a magician. The blonde-haired man explains that magi focus their studies on scholarly research. He continues, clarifying that Erica specializes in using spell scrolls to imbue objects with magic, much to the silver-haired girl's amazement. Intrigued, the girl wonders if she could transfer the power of gemstones into an item she uses. The thought continues as she pictures a dark-haired man holding a bloody sword. Considering the possibilities, smiling brightly, she turns her attention back to the blonde man as he asks if she's interested in this field. The blonde man offers to acquire some magical items for her if she'd like. She politely declines, explaining her desire to learn the craft herself to create something uniquely valuable. She wants to create something that is hers alone, prompting the blonde man to ask what kind of magical item she has in mind. Beaming, she holds up a glowing staff and says she wants to make something like the one her grandfather gave her. Both the blonde man and Erica look surprised as he asks if she has already managed to enhance the staff. Clutching the staff proudly, she declares her intention to treasure and use it for the rest of her life. The blonde man praises her impressive work, noting that with this skill she won't have to worry about the test. Her happy expression freezes as she blankly repeats his last word. Test? Her mind goes completely blank as the forgotten word hangs ominously in the air. A jolt of pure panic strikes her as she mentally screams, "Test!" Internally, she admits with a nervous smile that things have been so hectic she'd totally forgotten. Fidgeting with a small pouch, she prepares a small gift. She hands a small, sparkling object to Erica as a token of thanks. Erica accepts the gift gratefully, telling Lucille she'll share it with her little brother. Saying it was nice to meet them, Lucille begins to take her leave. Whoosh! She suddenly dashes away, claiming an urgent matter came up, leaving the two adults watching her go. As she disappears down the hall, the blonde man turns to Erica and asks if their Lucille isn't adorable. Erica smiles in agreement, confirming that she is indeed. The blonde man's face softens with affection as he admits she's been the joy of his life lately. Erica watches him, privately noting that he's capable of making such gentle expressions. As he invites her inside, she asks if this means he's officially taking Lucille on as a student. He gives a sly look over his shoulder, replying, "Not officially, not yet." Puzzled, Erica wonders if "not yet" implies that Lucille will eventually become his official disciple. She walks on, pondering how the young girl managed to win over Master Gilliard's heart. A wistful thought crosses her mind as she wishes her brother Eris could study as well. Elsewhere, Luciel rushes up a staircase, still panicking about having completely forgotten the test. She closes her eyes and grimaces, stressed by her forgetfulness. A brown-haired woman in a maid's uniform finds her, and Lucille calls out her name, Eva? Eva claps her hands cheerfully, announcing she's here to teach Luciel the waltz for her upcoming wedding day. Surprised, Lucille asks if they have to do it right now, and Eva questions if she's busy. After a brief pause to think, Lucille smiles and agrees that it's fine. Eva beams with relief, commenting that Lucille always seems to have so much to do. A romantic illustration explains that at weddings for young nobles, the couple dances a waltz instead of sharing a kiss. Lucille understands now that Eva is here to help her prepare for this important moment. Eva promises to teach her the essentials quickly and begins the lesson with basic posture. Looking a bit nervous, Lucille hopes that she can do it. In another scene, a purple-haired woman and a blonde boy cheer with their arms raised, shouting, "Let's go." Back with her instructor, Lucille clenches her fists with determination, thanking Eva and putting her trust in her. Eva calls out a series of complex dance steps as Lucille tries her best to follow along, spinning and turning. Dizzy from the twirling, Lucille's eyes swirl as she thinks in horror about having to perform this dance with Kizet. A flashback begins with a younger, blonde-haired Leone smiling warmly as he calls out Lucille's name. During a dance lesson, Lucille panics, realizing she has accidentally stepped on her partner's foot. With cute, cat-like whiskers drawn on her face, a determined Lucille closes her eyes in concentration. She strikes an awkward but energetic dance pose, looking flustered but trying her best. Soliope claps encouragingly, telling Lucille she's doing great, as Leone excitedly cheers that his sister is so cool. The entire family, including a smiling Kijev and a maid, watches fondly as Lucille continues her dance practice in the grand hall. Kijev smiles softly, reflecting on the peaceful moment and how long it has been since he has witnessed such happiness. The scene shifts to a long, empty hallway, where the sound of footsteps echoes through the silent space. Hearing a noise, Kijev turns his head with a curious and questioning expression. He stands at the bottom of a grand staircase, looking up toward the source of the sound. He notices small hoofprints on the carpeted stairs, identifying them as animal tracks. Turning around, he is surprised to find Sassoon, the white deer, standing in the middle of the hall. Kijev watches the creature in confusion, wondering what a snow deer is doing inside the mansion. Sassoon stands proudly, its bandaged leg visible as a magical blue aura surrounds it. He watches the deer trot down the hall, realizing it is heading directly for Lucille's room. Thump. The large double doors to Lucille's room suddenly slam shut. Kijev stares in disbelief, wondering if the deer actually closed the door all by itself. Approaching the now frost-covered doors, he senses magical energy and questions its origin. Inside the magically snowy room, Sassoon is startled by his sudden appearance. Kijev sternly asks the deer if it was responsible for the magic, but Sassoon remains silent and looks away. The little deer quickly scurries away from him, deeper into the room. Following it to the side of the bed, Kijev questions how it managed to get all the way here. He observes the deer with a thoughtful, unreadable expression. Kijev tells the deer that if Lucille wants it to stay, they can make space for it, leaving the creature looking puzzled. He then sits on the bed, gently scolding the deer for entering an empty room and telling it to go back. The scene shifts to a man with light brown hair and a red cravat, who reports that someone has been mining, prompting a surprised "what?" from off-screen. The man discusses the location with a hooded figure, noting it's a tourist spot, but the figure reveals a deal was made with the imperial family. The hooded figure elaborates that the palace traded a supposedly useless cave for something valuable, and seemed quite pleased with the exchange. An unseen person seethes with anger, cursing the annoying Belstein family for using their old friendship with the emperor to push business deals. The man with the red cravat grows frustrated, wondering what valuable secret is buried there that is preventing his own projects from being approved. The hooded figure admits they don't know much, but the man orders them to find out what the palace received from Belstein, citing the tight security as proof of value. Sighing, the man complains about being grounded since a smuggling incident last winter, but boasts that he is still a superior intelligence gatherer. His thoughts drift to a memory of a child with captivating eyes that sparkle just like rubies. He silently mulls over the topic of that family's daughter-in-law. Relaxing in his chair, he recalls hearing that another family who investigated her had their ship destroyed, noting how much the Duke seems to cherish her. A determined glint in his eye, He smirks and decides that if she is truly valuable, they must confirm it for themselves. The scene changes to a woman with black hair and a purple gown who smiles as she watches Luciel approach. Luciel, holding a book and wearing a festive dress with large yellow bows, happily calls out to her grandma. Her grandmother asks if the book is for magic practice, and Luciel cheerfully explains it is a book about gemstones. Luciel adds that she was planning to read it after finishing practice, and her grandmother smiles warmly. Her grandmother then offers to give Luciel something she might need for her interest in gemstones, piquing the girl's curiosity. A beautiful, silver, winged key materializes in her grandmother's hand, who explains it was originally meant to be an engagement gift. Lucille holds the ornate key, looking down at it in stunned silence as she wonders what it is. Her grandmother reveals it is the key to the Celestial Palace, where the Belstein family treasures are kept, giving her free access. Overjoyed by the incredible gift, Lucille beams with a wide, happy smile and thanks her grandmother profusely. The scene transitions to a lavishly decorated room, setting a thoughtful mood. Lucille's to-do list is shown with Make Money now checked off and updated with Celestial Palace Key. Holding her list, Lucille sits on her bed, feeling optimistic about the steady progress she is making toward her goals. Looking out with a soft, heartfelt expression, she thinks to herself that she will truly miss this place if she ever has to leave. In her room, Lucille smiles as she magically conjures a small, glowing yellow gemstone that floats above her hand. She compares her new mana-created gem to the real one, realizing the only difference is its magical origin. Wondering if it will react to her mana, she focuses, and a brilliant blue aura erupts as the gemstone begins to glow intensely. Watching the display of power, she finds the phenomenon utterly fascinating. The glowing gem hovers over her hand as she realizes that just seeing it react doesn't tell her how to actually use it. She thinks of a blue-haired woman in a white cloak, wishing that Erica could analyze the gemstone for her. Determined, Lucille decides to seek Erica out and try to get closer to her. Lucille arrives in a grand, sunlit room, pausing for a moment with a thoughtful expression. A flustered blue-haired woman, Erica, scrambles to clean up scattered papers as Lucille arrives, telling her not to worry about the mess. Now sitting together, Erica mentions that Lord Gilliard is out meeting someone, leaving them with an unexpected opportunity to talk. Lucille clarifies that she came specifically to see Erica, who looks up in surprise. With a bright, sincere smile, Lucille confesses that she doesn't have any friends and was hoping they could become friends. Erica is stunned into silence, privately considering the implications of getting closer to Lucille before someone named Eris arrives. She clasps her hands nervously, thinking that Lord Gilliard is the only person she really knows in the entire mansion. Looking at Lucille, Erica admits that she too had wanted to speak with her. The scene transitions, focusing on a glowing crystal ball sitting beside a stack of books on an ornate table. In a lavish study, a serious young man with blonde hair and a formal suit reviews several documents. A voice from the crystal ball reports that the cave they are investigating is incredibly deep, requiring further confirmation. The blonde man calmly places a report on his desk, acknowledging the news. With a slight smile, he confirms the report's truth and asks about the security measures in place. A man in a blue robe, standing within a magically lit cavern, reports that a blackout shield has been established around the cave. The view from inside the cave reveals a blindingly bright energy source, ensuring no one can spy on their activities. Back in his study, the blonde man commends the good work, as the crystal ball enthusiastically responds, "Yes." He pauses for a moment, his expression turning thoughtful as he stares into the distance. He then rises from his chair and walks pensively across the room. A secret report reveals that Marquise Caville has taken the bait and is expected to make a move soon. Looking out a large window with a hardened gaze, the blonde man thinks to himself that no one. A vision of a young Lucille wielding a powerful magical staff flashes through his mind as he vows that no one can lay a hand on Belstein. A confident smirk plays on his lips, his red eyes glinting with determination. The scene shifts to a grand, sun-drenched arena with towering stone walls. Lucille stands alone in a forest clearing, dressed for training and looking slightly uncertain. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, steeling her nerves by reminding herself that she practiced a lot. Walking toward the arena, she gives herself a final, determined thought. Don't get nervous. Awaiting her is Gilliard, the man with the long, blonde mustache, who smiles with an air of confidence. Gilliard asks if she's nervous, but Lucille replies that she's trying not to be and believes she'll be fine once the match starts. Her attention is caught as Gilliard prepares to introduce her opponent. A young, blue-haired mage named Eris Sylvain looks at Luciel in surprise, asking if she is indeed Luciel. Eris smirks condescendingly, telling Luciel she should feel honored to be dueling them. Annoyed by the arrogance, Luciel mutters, "Little brat," under her breath before questioning the insult aloud. Eris dismisses the idea of picking on her but smugly wonders where her confidence comes from, thinking this duel will be easy. Luciel's eyes narrow, a complex pattern flaring within them as her resolve hardens against the provocation. Gilliard laughs at their fiery spirits and, after telling them to calm down, announces he will cast a protective spell. As protective magic envelops them both, Eris casually remarks that it's not like they wanted to hurt Luciel anyway. Luciel asks for clarification, and Gilliard explains that while they won't feel physical pain, a successful hit will briefly immobilize them. Gilliard points to a training dummy to explain the rules. Hits to the head or chest are worth 10 points, while other areas are worth 8. He demonstrates his magic by conjuring 2 floating orbs, which Luciel watches in awe, thinking how cool it is. Eris interrupts, reminding Gilliard of his promise to take them on as a student, which he casually affirms. Holding the orbs aloft, Gilliard declares that the first one to reach 50 points will be the winner. Eris confidently summons a staff, telling Luciel they're winning today because there's no way they'll lose to a first circle baby. With a wide, excited grin, Eris admits they've been looking forward to their very first duel. Gripping her staff, Luciel defiantly declares that she has no intention of losing this duel. With unwavering resolve in her eyes, Luciel announces that she will give the fight her all. In the stands, Luciel's family and maids watch the unfolding duel with rapt attention. Eris makes the first move, casting a stone piece spell that shoots toward a surprised Luciel. Analyzing the attack, Luciel decides to endure the first volley and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Eris stands with a confident smile, casually asking why Luciel isn't fighting back. Sporting a fanged grin, Eris taunts Luciel, wondering if she's simply scared to attack. A volley of enchanted stone projectiles hurtles through the air toward Luciel. Luciel sprints across the arena floor, deftly dodging the barrage of magical stones. 2 of the watching maids cringe in distress, one unable to watch while the other desperately urges her to attack. The young blonde boy leaps to his feet, anxiously shouting for his sister to hurry and do something. The purple-haired woman gently covers the boy's mouth, calmly telling her son to be quiet. With a knowing smirk, the purple-haired woman observes that Luciel isn't unable to attack. She is strategically choosing not to. Luciel remains silent and focused, weathering the assault with a determined expression. Eris launches another powerful attack, smugly challenging Luciel to dodge this one too. Realizing she can't evade the spell, Luciel braces for impact. The hit registers and a purple orb beeps, displaying a score of 15. Luciel stands unharmed, looking around in confusion, as she realizes the attack caused no pain. Holding a captured score orb, Eris smiles triumphantly and exclaims, "Gotcha!" A brilliant blue aura flares to life around Luciel's ornate magical staff. As Eris gloats about how easy the fight is, Luciel raises her glowing staff from behind them. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Eris turns around with a look of confusion. Looking up, Eris is stunned by the insane amount of mana swirling powerfully around Luciel. Enveloped in a maelstrom of blue energy, Luciel lifts her staff high and angrily yells, "Shut up!" Eris is left speechless, completely shocked by Luciel's overwhelming magical power. A powerful shockwave sends Eris flying backward as Gilliard watches calmly from the sidelines. Lying on the ground, Eris looks up in utter disbelief at the turn of events. Luciel unleashes a magic arrow, and a defeated Eris curses, realizing they've lost while screaming in frustration. Dazed and immobilized, Eris lies on their back as the purple score orb floats peacefully above them. Luciel throws her arms up in victory, joyfully celebrating her win with a score of 61 points. Her family cheers from the audience, with the young blonde boy celebrating enthusiastically beside his amused mother. Eris sits on the ground in silence, looking thoroughly defeated after the duel. Luciel cheekily offers a rematch without any sleep breaks, but Eris flatly refuses to go again. Eris looks up as an adult figure approaches them on the dueling floor. Gilliard pats a dejected Eris on the head, reassuringly telling them they did well. Fidgeting nervously, Eris quietly points out that despite their efforts, they still didn't win. Gilliard chuckles, calling Eris a kid before offering to personally oversee their magic training at the magic tower, leaving them stunned. Overjoyed, Eris promises to work hard and become a great mage, addressing Gilliard as Master, which he finds promising. Gilliard invites them both to the next class on teleportation, an idea that intrigues Eris and excites Luciel. The scene shifts to an establishment called Kyle Rock Arms, where a carriage waits outside. Inside, two men in cloaks question why someone is lowering their interest rate by half. A man with silver hair explains he values information more than money and offers a pouch of coins for their assistance. He demands intelligence on the Belstein family, asserting that the brown-haired man must know plenty due to his connections. The silver-haired man smirks, threatening to expose the man for taking bribes if he doesn't cooperate. The green-haired man scoffs at the threat, calling him stupid for openly admitting to the crime of bribery. In the shadows, the green-haired man vows to repay the favor in kind, promising that bribery is not nearly enough for lawbreakers. An aerial view shows a grand estate with a carriage parked in the central courtyard. The young blonde boy with red eyes from the duel stands in a hall, announcing his arrival. He looks ahead with a soft expression, thinking to himself, "You're here." A maid named Eva greets the young master warmly, asking if he's been well. The young master returns her smile, asking if she has been well in return. The maid Eva tells the young master that nothing has really changed for her, though she trails off with a but. The young master's attention is drawn to the large brown chest he's carrying as he wonders what's inside. He smiles faintly, his hands moving to unlatch the mysterious chest. A young girl with white hair and large bows appears, happily calling out the name Ellington. A man with brown hair and a green tunic greets the girl as "my lady," asking where she's been. She looks up at him and earnestly asks if he could tell her more about something. The man grows concerned as he watches her, realizing with a start that she's trying to learn about him. Crouching down to her level, Ellington asks the pensive girl if something is bothering her. Startled out of her thoughts, the girl thanks Ellington for sharing with her. She watches with a sad expression as Ellington turns and walks away down the hall. Elsewhere, a man laughs maniacally while admiring glowing blue gems, gloating that he'll be rich now that a legendary being has appeared. The white-haired girl stares intently, pondering if a woman named Penelope was referring to her unique eyes. She walks purposefully through a grand, sunlit room. Taking a seat, she stops and settles into an ornate chair. At her desk, she suffers a headache as fragmented, frustrating memories of someone named Marquis Callan return, showing flashes of a distressed man and a red-haired woman. Clutching her arm, she grits her teeth in a moment of sharp frustration. Slumped over her desk, she wishes she'd known how to use magic when she was at the academy. Looking up with determined eyes, she thinks that if she had, she would have punished them herself. She examines a glowing red jewel, admitting she still can't get used to the overwhelming emotions it brings. Reading a long list of names, her expression hardens as she thinks, "Those bastards." She angrily crumples the list in her hands, comparing the people on it to cockroach droppings. Letting out a weary sigh, she leans back in her chair, exhausted. A sudden noise catches her attention, and she looks toward the door, wondering who's there. The door opens to reveal a giant, smiling, cloud-like figure, leaving her completely stunned. Behind the fluffy cloud, the young blonde boy with red eyes kneels, presenting his unusual gift with a smile. Her face lights up with pure joy as she recognizes him, happily shouting his name. "Kiziv!" Realizing the fluffy creation is cotton candy, she wonders aloud if the sweet treat is for her. Kiziv happily confirms that the rabbit-shaped cotton candy is a gift, leaving her speechless with wonder. She clasps her hands together, a bright, grateful smile spreading across her face. She eagerly thanks him, saying she was hungry and will enjoy it, which makes a blushing Kisev look away. Kisev playfully asks if she's happier to see the cotton candy than him, and while taking a bite, she shyly admits it might be true, just a little. Her snack is interrupted by a sudden thought. She was supposed to give him a gift too. Blushing with indecision, she debates with herself, wondering if she should really go through with her plan. A memory surfaces of a long-haired maid asking if she's searching for the perfect gift for her fiancé. In the memory, two maids fuss over her as one asks if the gift is for the young master, to which she confirms. The maid smiles, advising that while many things are nice, the best gift of all is something special. Back in the present, Kisev calls out her name, Luciel, as she stands behind him, recalling the maid's advice. For someone you miss, the best gift is a warm hug. Lucille calls Kizef's name, getting his attention as he begins to turn around. She rushes forward and surprises him by wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug. Pressing her face against his chest, she tells him she missed him and that the hug is her gift in return for the cotton candy. Kizef is left completely flustered, covering his blushing face as he utters her name. Trying to regain his composure, Kizef suddenly declares that it's her nap time, insisting she needs sleep to grow big, leaving a surprised Lucille to question the timing. Before she can react, he swiftly lifts her into his arms, much to her shock. He gently places a bewildered Lucille onto her bed. With a lingering blush on his cheeks, Kizef softly wishes her a good rest. As he walks out of the room, he unknowingly drops a crumpled piece of paper onto the floor. Kizef pauses, picks up the paper he dropped, and wonders what's going on as he recognizes the crumpled list. The scene shifts to a pensive, older-looking blonde man staring out a window at night. The brown-haired man, Ellington, approaches from behind, asking the blonde man what he is thinking about. The blonde man with red eyes resolves to investigate Marquis Cabell's history, suspicious of why he held back an assassin. A shocked Ellington asks if he must investigate everything, and the man orders him to urgently look into the Orbia family's nanny as well. Holding a drink, the blonde man smiles confidently, certain that a secret is being hidden. The scene shifts to two maids, one with red hair and one with black, admiring a young lady and declaring she'll become the most beautiful woman in the empire. A much younger Lucille, dressed in an elaborate pink gown and a flower crown, shyly asks if she is truly that pretty. The maids assure her she is, predicting that young Master Kizef will be stunned by her beauty, which makes Lucille giggle. Lucille thanks them with a bright smile, giving all the credit to the maids, Bessie and Rose, for dressing her. Her purple-haired mother enters the room and asks if she is ready, causing a surprised Lucille to call out to her. Her mother smiles, telling Lucille she looks like an angel as she presents her with a gift. She hands her daughter a beautiful bouquet of flowers, which a delighted Lucille accepts, exclaiming that it's pretty. Her mother expresses her happiness and suggests they head to the ceremony, to which Lucille enthusiastically agrees. Walking down a grand hallway with her mother and maids, Lucille thinks about her pounding heart and how the moment is finally here. A quiet, elegant shot shows Lucille in profile, ready for the ceremony. Meanwhile, Kizef waits patiently on a balcony, dressed in a formal white uniform. He smiles softly, his anticipation clear as he looks onward. A hazy memory shows a younger, carefree boy with a feathered cap standing with Lucille. In a flashback to the Phoenix incident, he remembers watching over an unconscious Lucille, recalling her as a light that dispelled his darkness. Another memory shows a younger, smiling Lucille with large bows in her hair. Back in the present, Kizef looks down with a gentle, thoughtful smile. His thoughts are interrupted as someone calls his name, and he looks up with a more serious expression. His father, the older blonde man, greets him with a smile and asks if he's nervous. Looking straight ahead, Kizef's determined expression betrays his inner turmoil as he feels his heart might explode. His father watches him with a knowing smile. Kizef looks startled, as his father apologizes for making him wait. His father then informs him that after the ceremony, he is to move into the couple's annex. A stunned Kizef questions the decision, arguing that Lucille still needs the care of her maids. With a sly grin, his father asks if his concern is because his bride is so young. Adjusting his son's collar, he declares that in that case, it's the husband's duty to take care of her. He gives Kizef's shoulder a final pat, telling him it's time to escort his bride and not to be shy. The scene opens on a beautiful outdoor wedding ceremony, with guests gathered and two figures awaiting the couple. The guests erupt in cheers as the older blonde man walks a tiny Lucille down the aisle of flowers. Standing at the altar, Kizef watches her approach, his expression filled with emotion as he thinks her name. With her heart pounding, Lucille walks toward him, thinking that she's finally made it this far. Kizef reaches out his hand with a gentle expression, commending her on a job well done. As their hands join, it's revealed that all this effort has led to a contract marriage. A masked officiant with long blonde hair raises a hand, bestowing a sacred blessing upon the young couple. He wishes them a future filled only with happiness, and a beaming Lucille agrees while standing beside Kizef. Kizef reflects that for the next 8 years he can prepare for the future, noting how well Lucille is handling the ceremony. Flustered but grateful, she thanks him, while thinking ahead to the day she will have to leave Belstein. Kizef stands before a seated Luciel, who has closed her eyes for a moment of peace. In a happy memory, the family celebrates Luciel's birthday. A younger blonde boy calls Kizef his big brother. The little brother innocently asks Kizef if husbands and wives kiss when they get married, insisting that everyone knows it. The mustache man playfully ruffles the boy's hair, calling him a rascal for teasing his older brother. Watching the endearing family squabble, Lucille laughs with a light, happy expression. The view focuses on the back of Luciel's elegant wedding dress and flowing white hair. A close-up highlights the intricate brooch pinned to her gown. Lucille suddenly excuses herself, telling her mother and another woman that she forgot something and needs to run back to her room. Kizef, holding his little brother, watches her go as the women wonder about her sudden departure. Safely back in a private room, Lucille slumps into a chair and lets out an exhausted sigh of relief. Stumbling slightly in her heavy pink gown, Lucille catches her balance and thinks, that could have been bad. Exhausted, she collapses onto the bed, thinking she still needs to sort the jewelry but is too tired. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, she quickly drifts off to sleep amidst the scattered jewels. Standing outside her room, Kizef calls Lucille's name and wonders why she isn't answering. A soft click sounds as he opens the door and steps inside, his boot nearly touching the gems scattered across the floor. He enters the room, surprised to see jewels everywhere, and picks one up questioningly. Lying on the bed, Lucille's eyes flash open in alarm. Sitting up, she recognizes the voice and sees Kizef across the grand bedroom, thinking his name in surprise. From across the opulent room, she sees him standing there and realizes it's definitely Kizef's voice she heard. She asks Kizef why he's there, immediately wondering if he came to see someone named Medine. Holding a handful of gems, Kizef asks Lucille if she likes jewels. Her mood instantly brightens as she cheerfully confirms that she loves shiny, pretty things. Kizef blushes slightly, saying he understands, and then apologizes for barging in when she didn't answer his knock. Lucille smiles gratefully, thanking him for being worried, and then asks if everyone doesn't like jewels, to which he confirms his concern. He thoughtfully questions her assumption before flatly stating that he, for one, does not like jewels. Lucille looks at him, puzzled, and asks if he'd still dislike them even if offered a precious gem. He explains that he dislikes receiving valuable gifts without a good reason, viewing them as just another form of something unspoken. Looking down at the gems in her hands, she softly says, "Oh," and thanks him for picking them up for her. Kizef then adds that a special jewel might be different, catching her off guard as he trails off, saying, "You." He smiles gently and tells her that she sparkles more brightly than any jewel, leaving her wide-eyed and stunned. Completely flustered, Lucille quickly turns away and touches her forehead. As sunlight streams through a grand window, Kizef calls out her name. With a serious look, he tells her there's something he'd like to ask. He directly questions her about her relationship with Maximus von Cavell, leaving a confused Lucille to ask, "Huh?" He reminds her that Maximus was the boy who led others in throwing stones at her at the academy, and asks if she truly doesn't remember. Feigning ignorance about the academy, Lucille thinks that while she knew him in her past life, she must not show any recognition now. Kizef looks at the crumpled list of names, deciding that even if he showed it to her, she probably wouldn't answer his questions right now. His expression darkens as he wonders about the story behind the other names and what truly happened to Lucille in her past. Lucille cautiously asks why he's asking, but quickly adds that he doesn't have to tell her yet if he doesn't want to. Kizef dismisses the topic as nothing and announces he has something for her, making a tiny, curious Lucille wonder what it is. A bright, flowery panel exclaims, "Ta-da!" Now wearing a pink bunny-eared hood, a bewildered Lucille asks what it is. Kizef presents his birthday gift, explaining that the ears on the hood will move if she pulls the tassels. He warmly wishes her a happy birthday and expresses his hope that they'll get along well from now on. He gently pats her head, and a beaming Lucille thanks him, agreeing they should get along well too. The scene transitions to a peaceful village under a bright blue sky. A blue-haired woman with a snowflake pattern on her hand peers into a microscope, gasping that her discovery is unbelievable. She stands abruptly, determined to hurry and inform the young lady about the incredible power she's found within the jewel. A woman with red hair bursts into a room, calling for her darling, while a man reading a newspaper calmly asks why she's being so noisy. She excitedly announces that an invitation has arrived from Belstein for the young lord's marriage reception. The man looks up from his paper in surprise, saying, "What?" and asks to see the invitation. As he takes the letter, the woman asks him what they should do. A malicious grin spreads across his face as he decides they'll attend the banquet, noting that Belstein's gates haven't opened in a decade. He muses that it will be worth it just to attend, as the scene shifts to a view of a grand estate. A woman with long, light brown hair and a tiara smiles, thinking it would look good for the prince and princess to visit Belstein for the occasion. The couple agrees with her wonderful idea, while a woman with dark purple hair listens in stony silence. The older blonde man asks Luciel if she likes having her own palace, and she happily agrees. Kisev tells her the baby estate she requested is nearby and encourages her to visit, saying it will be a good experience to interact with the people. Luciel's face lights up with a wow as she eagerly declares she wants to meet the residents soon. Kisev cheerfully rejects her plan, insisting she can't go until she has personal guards, which makes Luciel visibly disappointed. With renewed determination, Luciel declares she will train her mind and body while she waits for her personal guard. The older blonde man praises his daughter-in-law's admirable spirit and agrees to appoint a guard immediately, much to Luciel's delight. A smiling Luciel thanks her father-in-law, thinking that having a guard will make it much easier to go outside. The scene shifts to a training yard where the sharp clang of swords rings out. Knights spar intensely while a focused, black-haired man stands at the ready with his sword. Luciel watches the training with an impressed "wow," remarking on the diligence of the black wings of Belstein. As they observe the knights, the older blonde man calls out to Luciel. Kisev suddenly appears, asking a startled Luciel what she is doing there. Blushing and flustered, Luciel explains that she came to pick out a personal guard. She asks Kisev if he trains hard in swordsmanship, and he replies that he must become stronger to protect others. Luciel asks if his goal is to protect Belstein, then confidently predicts that he will become incredibly strong in the future. She gives him a wide, bright smile and exclaims, "Definitely!" Still beaming, she reassures him that he will become incredibly strong one day. A blushing Kisev looks away, quietly wondering if he'll truly be able to protect everything. With unwavering confidence, Luciel smiles brightly and tells him, "Of course he will." Touched by her faith, Kisev promises to protect it all and asks her to be careful until he's strong enough to protect her himself. Kisev heads back to his training, leaving Luciel to ponder his promise to protect her. Sometime later, the older blonde man introduces Luciel to a smiling brown-haired man, and they shake hands. In a study, a long-haired blonde man explains that teleportation magic is limitless and offers his guidance, which Luciel accepts. Luciel waves goodbye, telling the long-haired man that his lesson was absolutely fascinating. She looks at a ring on her finger, recalling that her grandfather said it could transport her to Kisev's location. Suddenly, a blue-haired woman pops into view with a zeep sound, startling Luciel, who exclaims, "Erica?" Erica playfully asks if she should call Luciel Madam now, but a startled Luciel tells her to use whatever she's comfortable with. Erica notes Luciel's pale complexion, asking if her research request was too burdensome, but Luciel insists it was exciting. With dark circles under her eyes, Erica forces a smile and declares she's not tired at all. Recalling that she asked Erica to investigate a gem's power, Lucille suggests they continue their talk at her fiefdom. The scene transitions to a peaceful cottage surrounded by lush greenery under a bright sky. Inside, Erica sits solemnly and explains that the emerald holds power far beyond what she imagined. Lucille leans forward, eagerly asking what kind of power the gem possesses. A magnificent green gem is shown, glowing with a brilliant, magical light. Erica admits she's never seen a gem like it, as Lucille correctly deduces that emeralds possess the power of wind. Surprised by Lucille's knowledge, Erica asks if she could possibly have other gems as well. Lucille confirms she has others, recalling a painful memory of forming a black obsidian, but states she wants to avoid studying them at the tower for security reasons. Understanding her concern, Erica agrees with Lucille's plan to set up a secure, private lab first. Erica reaffirms that maximum security is best, and Lucille asks her to wait until a proper facility is built. When Lucille asks what instruments they'll need, Erica explains the problem. The equipment is not only expensive, but requires special authorization. A flashback shows a mysterious, shadowy figure with flowing blue hair as Erica explains the tower's lord has disappeared. Lucille wonders if he died, But Erica clarifies that he is said to be immortal, wandering the world in the form of an animal. Erica mentions rumors of him being seen in the snowy plains, which Lucille finds too vague, deciding to ask her family first. Erica thanks Lucille for the experience, but Lucille insists she keep the gem, as their research is not yet finished. Lucille reveals her plan to use the gem's power for weapons or accessories, and asks for Erica's help on this long journey. Lucille then offers a sponsorship of 500,000 tilings, leaving a shocked Erica speechless at the immense sum. The offer is specifically for research into that special gem. Lucille admits she can't reveal all the details yet, and asks for Erica's trust, who hesitates for a moment. Convinced that Lucille is different, Erica smiles and formally agrees to join her cause. The scene shifts to a large, elegant mansion with a unicorn statue out front. Inside, Lucille relaxes in a plush chair, sipping a drink and sighing contentedly. Her peace is interrupted by a red-haired maid who announces that she has a visitor. Lucille looks up from her drink, surprised by the news of a visitor. A brown-haired young man with green eyes, identified as Ellington, smiles warmly while presenting a box of colorful glass samples from Hamill's workshop. Lucille inspects a yellow glass shard, thinking that while the colors are beautiful, they lack the transparency of typical glass. Ellington explains that Vincent, the eldest of House Hamill, injured his arm and had to stop working, which Lucille laments will be a heavier burden for Mr. Max. Ellington adds that he's requested a small subsidy to support their livelihood and has more to discuss. Sitting in a chair, Lucille looks at the documents and wishes the samples had better showcased the essence of glasswork. Lucille asks Ellington if it's possible for her to visit the workshop and meet Mr. Max, leaving him momentarily speechless. With a pleased smile, she thanks him for agreeing. In a fiery workshop, a brown-haired artisan concentrates as he skillfully shapes a glowing piece of molten glass. The artisan, Mr. Max, explains that the next step is shaping with tongs and warns a fascinated Lucille and Ellington to be careful, as the glass is slowly cooling at 500 degrees. Mr. Max explains that rapid cooling could cause the glass to shatter, then offers to show Lucille one of his finished pieces. He leads them over to a shelf, proudly presenting his work. Lucille gazes at an ornate blue pitcher, recognizing it as a beautiful piece crafted with inherited skill. As she inspects the pitcher, however, she finds its design to be too plain. She thoughtfully concludes that while he will improve with time, the piece wouldn't be enough to impress the Empress, and time is short. A hopeful Mr. Max nervously asks Lucille what she thinks of his glasswork. Lucille begins her feedback gently, complimenting his work as already being great. With an oof, she gives her blunt critique. For fine glassware, it needs to be glossier, more transparent, and have a unique design, noting other artisans are more skilled, each point landing like a blow. Taking the critique in stride, Mr. Max smiles and agrees he has much to improve, promising to keep working harder. Lucille momentarily worries she was too blunt before changing the subject with a bright idea. With a warm smile, she nervously asks if they would care to join her for a lunch she brought. A gooey green dish is served alongside sandwiches and croissants, and while Mr. Max says it looks delicious, both he and Ellington seem uncertain. Lucille forces down a bite of the green seaweed, her face scrunching up from the taste. She cheerfully calls the taste wholesome and encourages them to try it, while privately thinking it's sour and finishing her meal. Mr. Max stares hesitantly at the steaming green seaweed on his fork. After trying the seaweed, he remarks that its taste is unlike anything he's had before, and Lucille explains it's called Neeple and turns transparent when heated. Mr. Max's interest is piqued by the fact that the seaweed becomes transparent when heated. Lucille nods excitedly, confirming that it becomes as clear as glass. The words, "as clear as glass," resonate with Mr. Max as a brilliant idea forms in his mind. Turning to Lucille, he shyly asks if he could use a bit of the seaweed. Delighted by his interest, Lucille enthusiastically encourages him to take as much as he needs. Mr. Max takes the seaweed and immediately gets back to work, adding it to the molten glass in his fiery furnace. He successfully crafts a small, sparkling glass rabbit, amazed at achieving a level of clarity he's never managed before, even with other ingredients. A proud and determined smile spreads across his face as he admires his creation. He presents the clear glass rabbit to an impressed Lucille and Ellington, who both marvel at its beauty and the seaweed's effectiveness. Blushing slightly, Mr. Max thanks Lucille, explaining that he is now confident he can produce much higher quality glass. Lucille smiles and says she looks forward to his future creations, encouraging him to challenge himself with new types of items beyond ornaments. Mr. Max admits he's only ever made the same things, but he promises to consider her suggestion. Holding the glass bunny, Lucille reaffirms her belief that his talent would be wasted on ordinary things and resolves to find a way to help him. The scene shifts to a view of the grand estate under a starry night sky. Kizef, with Belle perched on his head, quietly peeks into Lucille's room and asks if she's asleep. He finds her sleeping soundly in her bed. Seeing she's fast asleep, he sits on her bed and gently touches her forehead. He thinks about how busy she always seems, even though he doesn't know what she's been doing. A flash of jealousy appears in his glowing red eyes as he recalls her going out alone with Ellington. He tells Belle that her master, Lucille, has been very busy lately. He thinks back to when they used to exchange letters about their daily lives, a habit that has become rare since she returned to the duchy. Stroking Belle gently, he notes that Lucille has become even busier since their wedding. A troubling thought suddenly strikes him. Watching her sleep, he wonders with a hint of sadness if she's already preparing for the end of their contract. He recalls that he was the one who proposed they part ways upon coming of age, but the thought still pains him. Remembering Lucille's happy smiles and how close she is with his family, he tries to convince himself his fears are untrue. As his hand rests near her, Kizef questions if he even has the right to feel this way. Sitting by her bedside, he stares at the sleeping Lucille before his red eyes gleam with newfound resolve. The scene transitions to a bright, sunlit morning among the lush green trees. Lucille awakens, looking around in a state of confusion. Kizef, holding a tiny, dressed-up Belle, greets her warmly and asks if she slept well, as Lucille wakes up and asks when he arrived, thinking it would take her 50 years to match his height. During a conversation, Kizef reveals he arrived last night and knows she was in Ibunok, confirming he heard it from Ellington, which startles Lucille. Feeling awkward, Lucille nervously breaks the silence by asking if he's eaten yet. When Kizef says no, Lucille suggests they have breakfast together, which he agrees to, though she notes his lack of further explanation. Kizef tells himself not to overthink things. Lucille beams with a bright and happy smile. Happily enjoying her pudding, Lucille declares that desserts are the best after a meal and offers some to Kizef. Kizef watches her with a fond, blushing expression as hearts flutter around her. Kizef pushes his own plate of pudding toward her. Surprised by his gesture, Lucille wonders why he's giving her his delicious-looking dessert. Lucille points accusingly, asking if he's a picky eater like Leonie, catching a flustered Kizef off guard. With sparkling eyes, Lucille realizes she's correct. Kizef playfully concedes defeat with a sign, admitting he dislikes all vegetables but doesn't refuse to eat them. He abruptly stands up from the table. Blushing, Kizef announces he has sword training with his mother and must leave, while Lucille muses that his embarrassment is cute and wonders if hating vegetables is hereditary. Turning back, Kizef earnestly tells her he was worried and wishes she had told him where she was going. Lucille is taken aback by his sudden seriousness. He takes a determined step towards her, beginning to state his position. Kizef reminds a stunned Lucille that he is, after all, her husband. Looking up at him, Lucille quickly apologizes and reassures him that she was with Ellington and Ralph the entire time. Kizef declares that it's his duty and responsibility to protect her, asking that she always inform him of her plans first. In response, Lucille cheerfully tells him her plan for the day is to visit the baby territory. Kizef acknowledges her plans, thanking her for telling him. He smiles, says he'll see her at dinner, and turns to leave. Left alone with her dessert, Lucille pauses, fork in hand, looking thoughtful. She smiles to herself, reflecting on his words and realizing how incredibly affectionate Kizef is. She muses that he cares so much, even for a contract husband. With a happy heart, she continues to enjoy her pudding. Elsewhere, a man with light brown hair relaxes as another man runs toward him, yelling for his captain, who asks irritably what he wants. The subordinate nervously hands over a letter, insisting it seems important, and his captain warns it had better be. The captain, Maximus, reads a wedding reception invitation from his friend, Kizef von Belstein. The subordinate is shocked that Kizef sent an invitation, while Maximus simply scoffs. A sinister grin spreads across Maximus's face as he interprets the invitation as both a warning and a challenge. Welcoming the break from his boredom, he declares with a chilling smile that he will gladly accept the invitation. The scene shifts to a serene garden with a bubbling fountain. Lying on the grass, Lucille sighs that she's fallen again while practicing her magic. Sitting up, she notes her growing proficiency with teleportation, feeling confident she can move quickly when the gems react. Lucille stands with renewed determination, ready to tackle her mountain of work one step at a time. She contemplates her next move, finding the ageless frost mage, Arzion, who is rumored to transform into animals, and considers asking her grandfather for help. Gasping, she has a sudden realization, recalling the magical snowy deer her father-in-law brought from the north. With a new lead, she thinks that if it's that deer, she must find it. Lucille breaks into a run, heading toward the forest. Deep in the woods, the ethereal, pale blue deer stands peacefully. Lucille finally catches up to the deer, panting from the chase. Huffing for breath, she begins to ask the magical creature a question. After the deer gently nuzzles her, a look of awe crosses Lucille's face as she hopefully asks if it is Arzion. As a powerful blue light surrounds her, Lucille cries out, shielding her eyes from the sudden magical transformation. Before a stunned Lucille stands a tall man with long, light blue hair who praises her for discovering his identity, calling her Crystal Fairy. The man, Arzion, summons a staff that crackles with bright green magical energy. Holding her own staff, Lucille cautiously asks who he is and how he knows she's a Crystal Fairy. Arzion explains he knew instantly from her crimson eyes and potent magic, which shocks Lucille into realizing he approached her with full knowledge of who she was. He reassures her he has no ill intentions, stating he only desires one thing from her. Wary from past betrayals, Lucille shouts back, questioning how she can possibly trust someone she just met when everyone else has tried to exploit her. Looking down at her, Arzion begins to state his true purpose. He reveals that his only wish is for her to break the seal that binds his immense power. Surrounded by crackling electricity, Lucille silently processes his world-changing request. With her hands glowing with blue magic, Lucille looks up and asks what she must do to help him. Elsewhere, a blue-haired aide excitedly informs her lady that the long-missing Lord Arzion has suddenly returned and approved all pending documents. Lucille smiles, recalling her formal exchange with Arzion. He agreed to process her documents if she used her magic to release his power, and she accepted. Reflecting on her deal, Lucille smiles peacefully, thinking that since the matter is resolved, everything is fine. She recalls receiving a silver bracelet that will protect her from Arzion's deer form when his seal is broken, feeling confident in her safety. With that matter settled, she stares into space, pondering what her next big project should be. As Lucille sighs and exits a room, two maids, Rose and a black-haired woman, watch her with concerned expressions. The black-haired maid urges Rose to cheer Lucille up, but Rose explains she already tried, only for Lucille to sigh without explaining what was wrong. Pushing Rose forward, the black-haired maid insists she keep trying, leaving a frustrated Rose to reluctantly agree. Rose gently asks Lucille what's troubling her, suggesting a visit to the cathedral might help, which gets Lucille's attention. Lucille smiles reassuringly, apologizing for worrying her maids, who are flustered but tell her she doesn't need to apologize. Sitting alone, Lucille thoughtfully examines a small, flat object in her hands. Looking at a glowing object, she thinks about how she's been stuck on her problem for days without a solution. Rose suddenly points out that the object in Lucille's hand looks just like stained glass. Lucille looks at the glowing crystal in her hand, intrigued, and asks what stained glass is. Rose explains that stained glass refers to the colorful, sparkling windows found in churches. Holding two glowing gems, Lucille quietly repeats the words, stained glass, as an idea begins to form. With a brilliant flash of inspiration, Lucille beams at Rose and asks to be taken to a cathedral with stained glass windows immediately. A promotional page marks a brief pause in the story before the next scene. Standing in the grand aisle of a cathedral with Rose, Lucille's eyes widen in silent awe. She gazes up at the magnificent stained glass window, captivated by its beauty and wondering if the technique could be applied to crafting. Lucille turns to Rose, asking if glass is typically only used in architecture, and Rose confirms she's never seen it used for anything else. Lucille gasps, her eyes sparkling with the dawn of a revolutionary idea. Realizing its potential, she thinks that by piecing together colorful glass, she can create a completely new design that will surely capture the Empress's attention. Grasping Rose's hands, a beaming Lucille thanks her profusely, declaring that her worries are finally resolved. Lucille excitedly tells Rose they should return to the castle, as she now has a new place she needs to visit. The scene transitions to a grand library filled with books, a large clock, and a globe. Lucille studies a book on stained glass, her excitement growing as it confirms the technique is used almost exclusively in architecture. Ellington enters the library, looking around for the little lady. His eyes sparkle with curiosity as he spots her across the room. Lucille smiles brightly as she sees Ellington, holding up a small, glowing piece of glass and happily announcing his arrival. Ellington correctly guesses the object is a sample sent from the glass workshop, which Lucille enthusiastically confirms. He thoughtfully considers her idea, recalling that stained glass is primarily a technique for cathedral windows. Lucille confidently explains her belief that the architectural technique can be miniaturized for delicate crafting. Examining the samples, Ellington realizes her innovative idea could give birth to a beautiful new art form that no one has ever conceived of. Smiling, Ellington offers to deliver her idea to the artisan, Max Hamel himself. Lucille acknowledges his good idea, but declares with a bright smile that she has an even better one. She thinks to herself that for a hands-on craftsman like Max, words are not the most effective method. She decides the best way is to let him see the inspiration with his own eyes, now standing beside Mr. Max, ready to take him. Mr. Max stands inside the cathedral, completely mesmerized by the magnificent stained glass windows, awestruck that such beauty existed there all along. Lucille asks for Mr. Max's opinion, and he replies that he's never been in a cathedral and is stunned by its beauty. Feeling humbled, Mr. Max thinks that glass can be an incredible art form, and his own work feels like a child's toy in comparison. Lucille reassures him that their fields were simply different, and challenges him to consider how he can make this new art his own. Mr. Max looks on, silently contemplating her inspiring words. Flustered, Mr. Max admits he knows nothing about stained glass, explaining that his only skill is the traditional glassmaking he learned from his family. He doubts his ability to surpass his brother, but Lucille clarifies that she isn't asking him to abandon his family's craft. Lucille declares that by doing so, he could create a masterpiece that wins the hearts of the Empress and the entire empire. Amidst a background of bright flowers, she guarantees that he will experience tremendous growth. Surrounded by sunflowers, Lucille gives him a final, encouraging look. A blushing Mr. Max looks down, captivated by the idea of growth. Mr. Max smiles and agrees to try, though it may take time, while a delighted Lucille resolves to continue working hard to be helpful. Ellington finds them in the cathedral and asks if their talk went well, which they both happily confirm. Later, Ellington reflects on Lucille's remarkable idea to apply an architectural technique to glasscraft. An associate asks Ellington if he can truly secure a meeting with the architect Gallius. Ellington admits it may be difficult, but expresses his firm belief that Lucille will be able to influence the man. He considers the situation, recalling rumors of a falling out between the Valuque merchant group and Gallius. Acknowledging that Gallius is extremely picky, Ellington remains confident in Lucille and decides to watch carefully during the upcoming banquet. The scene shifts, focusing on a sunlit plant on a balcony. Lucille walks through a garden, delighting in how lush the plants have grown with the arrival of summer. She crouches down to greet a specific plant named Tatea, complimenting it on its growth. Observing the plant, she notes it's not yet ready to bear fruit, and wonders how much longer she will have to wait. A voice suddenly calls her name, startling her so much she cries out. Recognizing the voice of Lady Phoenix, Lucille looks down at a wilting red rose as it asks if she has forgotten it. Lucille apologizes to the rose for being too busy to offer it manna, and the flower sadly pleads not to be neglected. Reaching out, Lucille channels a burst of glowing blue manna into the wilting rose. As the manna flows, she feels a wave of dizziness from giving too much at once. The reinvigorated rose glows brightly, and Lucille recalls that Saliah always returned her life energy. Her thoughts turn somber as she remembers her mother's incurable illness, which could worsen at any time despite Lady Phoenix's help. She concludes that a manna supplement would be helpful given the nature of her mother's condition. While pondering the future, Lucille has a sudden flash of inspiration. A woman in a lab coat named Cyclin enters the greenhouse, and Lucille greets her warmly, glad to see her after a while. Cyclin notes that Lucille seems unwell and asks if something is troubling her, as Lucille recalls a manna supplement Cyclin once made. A quiet moment passes as Lucille wonders to herself what she should do. Lucille decides to call in a favor, asking Cyclin to help her with something she needs. With hopeful eyes, she asks Cyclin if she could create a remedy that is good for mana. Stunned, Cyclin questions the request, reminding Lucille that she is not an apothecary. Lucille insists, praising Cyclin's previous remedies for Leonie and the knights, which Cyclin admits is true. Smiling, Lucille reminds her that a knight even returned for more and asks how that felt. Cycline blushes, admitting she was happy because it proved her remedy was effective. Lucille proposes a new project, creating and distributing emergency medicine to citizens, offering to fund it as Cyclin's first step toward becoming an apothecary. Touched by the offer, Cyclin repeats the words, "My first step as an apothecary." Cyclin eagerly accepts the challenge, planning to start with simple remedies, much to Lucille's delight. She also promises to carefully research and develop a remedy specifically for mana. Lucille smiles, telling Cyclin she's counting on her, while Cyclin thoughtfully considers the task. With her plan in motion, Lucille sits with a peaceful and content smile. The scene transitions with an image of blooming pink flowers. From outside a grand mansion, a voice calls out for Lucille. Inside, a worried-looking Kizef calls for Lucille again. He finds the room empty, looking around in quiet concern. Kizef sits with a stern expression, wondering if Lucille ever takes a moment to rest. Annoyed, he thinks about how she's always busy and comes home late, while he came straight from sword training just to see her. Lucille appears cheerfully, announcing she won't go far today because a very important guest is expected. Kizef stands up abruptly, surprised and curious about the identity of this important guest. He looks down for a moment, a flash of apprehension on his face. His curiosity grows as he wonders why Lucille, who he believed preferred solitude, is suddenly so interested in someone else. As Kizef walks down the hall, deep in thought, a black-haired maid carrying a laundry basket accidentally collides with him. A white cloth drapes over his head, and he recoils in shock from the impact. The black-haired maid panics, crying out in alarm for "Your Grace." She apologizes profusely, but Kizef calmly tells her it's all right while holding the cloth. As the maid offers to clean it, Kizef's expression darkens ominously as a strange sensation overcomes him. He suddenly snaps, ordering her not to touch it, which startles the poor maid. He dismisses her, telling her it's fine and to just go, before turning and walking away looking distressed. Alone, Kizef lets out a heavy sigh, rubbing his eyes in exhaustion. He nervously touches the jewel on his cravat, clearly unsettled by the incident. A haunting memory of a scarred woman flashes through his mind, surrounded by a dark, oppressive aura. He shakes his head, trying to force the memory away and convince himself that it's all in the past. Clutching his cravat, he composes himself with a determined look. The scene shifts to Lucille, peacefully reading on a park bench, with snacks laid out beside her. Kizef suddenly appears before her, smiling as he says hello. Kaya, startled Lucille, flails her arms, dropping her book in surprise. Still flustered, she asks what just happened and what's going on. Kizef smiles sheepishly, explaining he was just curious if this would work and asking if he caused her any trouble. Lucille laments that he found her secret hideout but reassures him she was just lost in thought, and he's glad to hear it. Kizef looks around at the garden and fountain, asking where they are, and Lucille explains it's her estate villa. Lucille thinks with relief that he didn't see her making a jewel, while Kizef stands quietly beside her. She asks if he really came to test the ring, and he confirms that he did. Blushing, Kizef admits with a shy smile that he couldn't feel at ease without her. A blushing Lucille is completely flustered by his direct confession, thinking it's a direct ambush. She tries to brush it off by reminding him they saw each other that morning, but Kizef just looks at her intently. Sensing his unease, Lucille's expression turns serious as she asks him if something happened. Kizef looks down, beginning to explain his troubles. Now sitting together, Lucille understands that his past experience is why the detached palace has so few servants. Kizef recounts his traumatic childhood memory of being touched by the chillingly cold hand of a grotesque, dead nursemaid. He explains that when he confessed to a doctor, he was told he had mental issues, which only made him more afraid and isolated. Lucille looks at him with deep sympathy, as he admits he's never told anyone else since then. With a pained expression, Kizef confesses his greatest fear was that he would be alone forever. Lucille embraces him, insisting he isn't alone and that the Belstein family would have believed him. Holding her, Kizef admits that he lacked discernment back then, and eventually got used to bearing his burden in silence. Lucille begins to cry, his story reminding her of her own past when she too was unable to say anything. Kizef gently comforts her, stroking her hair and promising it's all right because he doesn't see them anymore. Still crying, Lucille thinks Kizef is a fool for being so kind, and that his pain is reopening her own old wounds. He holds her closer, pleading for her to stop crying because he can't bear to see her like this. As she holds him, a glowing blue jewel materializes in her hands, and she decides it's time to tell him her secret. Kizef stares in astonishment at the brilliant blue light emanating from her hands. Luciel presents the newly formed, glowing jewel to him with both hands. With tears streaming down her face, she reveals that she comes from a line of fairies who create jewels from strong emotions. Kizef takes the jewel, quietly repeating the words, "Crystal, fairy." As he processes her stunning revelation, he examines the gem, asking if her fairy power is the reason it shone so brightly. Luciel sadly confirms that the jewels are proof of her lineage and the reason she and her sister were sold into slavery. Kizef repeats the word slaves, realizing Count Orbia isn't her father, as Lucille recalls the horrifying memory of escaping after her sister died. Lucille explains this is her secret, apologizing for her late confession and assuring Kizef it wasn't from a lack of trust. Enveloped in a murderous purple aura, Kizef's red eyes glow as he vows to kill the man right now, startling Luciel. Kizef coldly states that killing the man won't be difficult, prompting a panicked Luciel to grab his arm and plead for him to stop. Turning to her with a grim expression, Kizef questions her, asking if she doesn't desire revenge for what was done to her. Luciel fiercely declares that she will get revenge and that she'll be the one to kill him with her own hands. Kizef clenches his fist, insisting that such a man isn't worth staining her hands with his blood, but also isn't worth letting live. He gently places his hand on hers, revealing that this is precisely why he is learning magic. Moved to tears, Lucille thanks him for being angry on her behalf, confessing that she had always been alone until now. Overcome with emotion, a blushing Lucille covers her face with her hands. Kizef watches her, his expression softening as a slight blush appears on his cheeks. With his back to the viewer, Kizef stands in a shower of sparkling jewels, having a profound realization. He glances at his own jewel, thinking of its beauty and recalling the one she created from her sadness. Standing behind her, Kizef gently holds her hand and asks if she still truly dislikes jewels. He softly admits that he thinks he's starting to like the girl who makes jewels, leaving a stunned Luciel speechless. Kizef looks down at her with a gentle expression and calls her a fool. Blushing and completely bewildered, Lucille asks what he could possibly mean. He takes her hand, explaining that whether she makes jewels or flowers, the creation itself isn't what's important to him. Kizef tenderly brings her hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. Wow! Lucille is completely overwhelmed, her face flushing a deep, brilliant red from his gesture. In a burst of pink light and stars, a dazzling new red crystal materializes from her overwhelming feelings. Holding the new gem, Kizef asks what emotion created this one, but a flustered Lucille shouts that he doesn't need to know. Later, Kizef approaches his grandfather, who looks up from his papers and asks what's wrong. Kizef earnestly requests that his grandfather install a shield-sealing stone at the villa on Lucille's estate. The grandfather questions the request, pointing out that her estate is already well protected by a guard knight. Finding their bond cute, the grandfather agrees to inform Kizef's father and notes their relationship has improved, earning a quiet thank you. Thump! He puts down the paper, remarking that it's good to see Kizef's relationship with Lucille improving. When asked if marriage is different than expected, Kizef admits his primary concern is simply for her safety. His grandfather then casually mentions that Lucille has made a new friend, who also takes magic classes. He specifies the friend is a 12-year-old boy, causing Kizef's expression to tighten with concern. The next morning, a refreshed Lucille stretches with a loud, satisfying yawn. Ha! She sits up in bed, feeling well-rested and wondering if it's because sharing her secret with Kizef eased her mind. She reflects on how revealing her crystal fairy identity once felt like a frightening punishment. Lying back down, she marvels at the strange and wonderful feeling of being so lighthearted. As a maid stands by her bed, a sleepy Lucille assumes Kizef must have told the staff about her past trauma. The maid, Bessie, reports that she delivered the requested pouch and letter to Archmage Erica, and a grateful Lucille thanks her. Bessie mentions he said she could skip class if tired, but Lucille bolts upright, shouting, "No!" and insisting she's wide awake. While getting her hair done, Lucille thoughtfully considers the fact that gems contain the power of elements. Deciding to ask her grandfather how to use that power in her staff, she cheerfully announces to Bessie that she's leaving. Walking through the grand estate, she reasons that her grandfather, as the staff's creator, would know how to infuse a gem's power. She hesitates for a moment, worrying that it might be a weird question to suddenly ask him. A casual voice greets her, "Yo, Luciel," and she turns in surprise to see who it is. A boy with wavy blue hair named Eris waves cheerfully, asking how she's been and declaring he's been doing great. Kizef suddenly appears, yanking Eris by the ear as he tells Luciel he saved her a seat. A bewildered Luciel looks on, trying to understand what is happening. In the classroom, Kizef firmly states that Luciel will sit next to him, while Eris protests and her grandfather looks on. Still confused, Luciel wonders why Kizef is even in her magic class, as he claims the seat beside him for her. Luciel offers a slightly nervous but friendly smile at the unexpected scene. Kizef looks at her with a sparkle in his eye, announcing that he came to learn as well. Eris throws his arms up in exasperation, questioning why a magical genius like Kizef would even need to attend a class. Kizef smirks, remarking that perhaps a genius is needed to help someone clueless realize their limits. What? An enraged Eris gets in Kizef's face, demanding to know who he's calling clueless. Ugh! Blushing furiously, a flustered Eris asks in disbelief how they could possibly know that. Spinning around, Eris asks Luciel if she was the one who told, but she calmly denies it. In the now quiet classroom, Eris looks around and wonders who the culprit could have been. A twitch of his grandfather's mustache gives him away, causing Eris's eyes to widen in sudden shock. Eris points an accusing finger at his master, who coolly admits he only told Kizef before starting the class with a thump. The lecture begins as the Archmage explains how to substitute an equation into a magical formula. Standing before a board of magical runes, the Archmage smiles and asks if everyone understood the lesson. After class, Luciel approaches her grandfather, who asks if she has more questions, but she trails off nervously. Lucille musters her courage and asks if it would be possible for her to meet the person who created her staff. Her grandfather thoughtfully identifies the creator as Rufdel, but explains that he lives in the demon realm and is unlikely to return. Lucille immediately declares she'll go to him, but her grandfather forbids it, stating the demon realm is too dangerous for a human. Lucille gives him an adorably pleading look, but despite being flustered, her grandfather holds firm and says he cannot grant her request. Seeing her dejected look, he offers to help with the staff himself, if she entrusts it to him. She politely declines, explaining she truly hoped to meet the creator in person, and tells him not to worry. He smiles, promising to help the staff grow and expressing his faith in her own strength, which she happily accepts. Filled with newfound encouragement, Lucille beams with a bright, joyful smile. As Kizef and Lucille walk away, her grandfather watches them with a serious and contemplative expression. He stands alone, thinking to himself how dangerous it would be to take her to such a place. He envisions a radiant Lucille, his thoughts trailing off as he considers a deeper, unspoken reason for his concern. A sly, knowing smirk appears on his face, suggesting he understands more than he lets on. The scene shifts to a lavish party, where Lucille, in a stunning pink dress, is amazed by all the guests. She walks through the grand hall, happily taking in the festive and bustling atmosphere. Standing amidst the crowd, she finds the whole experience fascinating. Her attention is drawn to a beautiful, multi-tiered cake. As she admires its elegant design, a voice suddenly calls her name, causing her to turn around in surprise. Kizef appears before her, looking dashing in his formal suit and a red bow tie. Kizef thinks how bothersome the situation is, while Lucille explains that she's just looking around the unfamiliar-feeling estate. Observing her, Kizef astutely guesses that she doesn't like crowds. Pfft. She admits that it feels suffocating, and Kizef chuckles softly at her candid honesty. Kizef leans in, gently touching her face as he notices that her eye color has changed. Blushing at his closeness, she explains that her grandfather temporarily changed them so she wouldn't stand out. He compliments her new eye color before asking if she's finished looking around the estate. Lucille replies that she was planning to see more, to which Kizef simply asks, "Really?" He gently reminds her that they are husband and wife after all. He holds his hand out to her, a silent invitation to explore together. She takes his hand, quietly questioning the idea of them being together as a couple. She reflects that she had always assumed being apart was the norm for them. As he leads her into the crowd, she decides that perhaps being together is all right. He glances back at her with a gentle smile, complimenting how lovely her hair looks. She beams, thanking him and giving credit to her maid, Bessie, for the hairstyle. Holding his hand, Lucille excitedly points and suggests they head in that direction. Kizef gently stops her, explaining there is someone they should greet first. She looks at him with a curious and questioning expression. His gaze directs her toward two elegantly dressed women chatting in the crowd. As they walk together, various guests approach to congratulate them on their marriage, bringing a happy smile to Lucielle's face. Lucielle is absolutely beaming, her joy radiating as she is surrounded by a cascade of flowers. A woman with short pink hair watches the couple from a distance with a thoughtful expression. Kizef spots the pink-haired woman and addresses her as Aunt, and she smiles warmly in return, glad to see him. Kizef's aunt compliments him on how dashing he's grown, and congratulates him on the wedding as he offers a simple thank you. The pink-haired woman smiles warmly and introduces herself as Lariette von Sarion. Lariette coos over how precious Lucielle is, and Lucielle politely expresses her pleasure in meeting her. Lucille has a sudden thought, realizing that if the woman is a Syrian, the scene focuses on the elegance of Lariette's beautiful, form-fitting white and gold gown. Lucielle's expression turns to one of dawning comprehension as she processes the name Syrian. Surrounded by a cascade of pink flowers, Lucielle realizes Lariette is her mother-in-law's sister and formally introduces herself with a curtsy. Lariette compliments Lucielle, calling her as lovely as a porcelain doll, and Lucielle returns the favor, comparing her to a blooming rose. A voice calls out her name, and Lariette looks over with a curious expression. A woman with long purple hair appears, addressing Lariette as sister and suggesting they sit and chat with the overwhelmed bride. Lariette reassures her sister with a playful wave, promising she won't bite the new bride. A realization strikes Lariette, and she notes that this new family connection makes her Lucielle's aunt-in-law. Lariette confidently boasts that she knows the social scene like the back of her hand, offering her help to Lucielle. Lucille responds with a bright and genuinely happy laugh, her hand to her chest. Kizef asks Lucielle to wait for a moment while he takes care of an errand, and she happily agrees to look around. Promising to be right back, Kizef notes how crowded it is before departing. Watching him leave, Lucille tilts her head and wonders if he saw someone he knows. Now alone, Lucille wanders gracefully through the grand sunlit hall. She notices two girls who look about her age, chatting animatedly with one another. One of the girls, who has short black hair, turns suddenly as if she's been noticed. Peeking from behind a pillar, Lucille is startled when the girl calls out to her. The two girls approach, correctly identifying Lucille as the Belstein lady, and invite her to join them with congratulations. A smiling Lucille thanks them and introduces herself while asking for their names in return. The girl in the yellow dress introduces herself as Masha, and the one in blue introduces herself as Dana. As Masha explains how much they were looking forward to the event, a girl with red hair watches them from the background. Whack! The red-haired girl suddenly appears, shoving one of the other girls aside with a dismissive gesture. She then firmly grabs Lucille's hand. With a bright, wide smile, the red-haired girl declares how much she wanted to meet Lucille. A bewildered Lucille looks down at her captured hand, confused by the forceful introduction. Lucille coolly points out this is their second meeting, and that the girl's teasing has worked, addressing her as Lady Kabyle. Lady Kabyle smirks, remarking that Lucille is surprisingly quick-witted, and says it's nice to see her again. She peers closer, her thoughts revealing she's noticed Lucille's eyes are no longer shining and now look ordinary. Lady Kabyle cheerfully suggests their meeting is fate, but Lucille closes her eyes and disagrees, stating some ties are better than others. Sniff. Lucille's eyes open as she seems to contemplate something. Lady Kabyle claims she wanted to apologize for her past rudeness at a boutique, but a confused Lucille doesn't seem to recall the event. With a tear welling in her eye, Lady Kabyle dramatically asks if Lucille will forgive her. Lucille looks at her seriously and asks if Lady Kabyle truly wants to be her friend. Kizef's voice cuts in, reminding everyone that Lady Kabyle couldn't even remember the Belstein family name. Lucille adds that her proper title is now Lady Belstein, questioning if Lady Kabyle's memory is simply poor. Lady Kabyle's face darkens with shock and anger as she demands to know what Lucille just said. Overcome with rage, she raises her hand to slap Lucille across the face. Thwack. A hand suddenly intercepts her wrist, stopping the attack. Lucille has caught Lady Kabyle's arm, preventing the strike. With a glare, Lucille sternly reminds Lady Kabyle of her warning not to be rude. Seething with humiliation, a blushing Lady Kabyle clenches her fist in silent fury. Kizef appears with a thunderous expression, demanding to know who dares to raise a hand against his wife. Lady Kabyle is struck dumb, her anger turning to shock at his sudden intervention. Lucille explains that the girl is Lady Penelope from the Kabyle family, and that they've had a dispute before. With a cold and serious look, Kizef asks where Lady Penelope's parents are. Flinching under his gaze, a nervous Penelope begs him to ignore what he saw, insisting she wasn't really going to hit Lucille. Kizef coldly tells a shocked Lucille that he thought Penelope might be different, but she's just as cowardly and vile as someone named Maximus. He gives Lucille's hand a reassuring squeeze. With a stern look, Kizef dismisses Penelope, telling her to find her brother. Shaking, Penelope flees with her friends before turning back with a furious glare, threatening them to keep silent. Her two companions, Masha and Dana, nod in terrified agreement. Penelope tries to calm herself, thinking she needs to find her brother, but she seems conflicted. Elsewhere, a man in a red vest sits with a deeply anxious expression. A woman in purple chides him for shaking his leg, reassuring him that their daughter will confirm things, but he grows impatient. The man glances aside, his expression hardening with resolve. Springing to his feet, he confidently tells his confused wife they won't have to wait any longer. With a sinister grin, he decides he'll confirm Lucille's identity himself while she is seen with Kizef in the background. Kizef politely greets the man, addressing him as Marquis Kabyle. Marquis Kabyle explains it's his family's first Belstein invitation and congratulates Kizef on his marriage. The Marquis studies Lucille's eyes, thinking they aren't gemstone eyes, and that his daughter Penelope must have been mistaken. Lucille thanks him, realizing he approached them specifically to check her eyes. A man with blonde hair and a green jacket appears, and both Kizef and Lucille recognize him, stammering, "Father-in-law?" A startled Marquis Kabyle addresses the newcomer as Your Grace. The Marquis formally greets the man, calling him Duke Belstein and expressing his honor at being invited. Duke Belstein eyes him thoughtfully. The Duke asks who the Marquis is, causing guests to whisper about the uninvited Kabyle family as the Marquis nervously introduces himself. The Duke calmly informs the Marquis that his name is not on the guest list, apologizing for the apparent mistake. The Marquis and his wife are stunned as the crowd murmurs about how the Kabyle family was under house restriction. Duke Belstein smiles pleasantly and asks them to excuse him, effectively dismissing them. The Duke walks past the mortified Marquis Kabyle and his wife. Kizef watches his father leave, thinking he's never seen him act that way before. Lucille looks on, a radiant light surrounding her. Later in a study, Kizef asks his father-in-law why he included the Kabyle family on the guest list. The Duke explains Marquis Kabyle was involved in illegal money lending on his land, so he invited him to observe his movements. Noticing her expression, the Duke asks Lucille if something is wrong, and she hesitates. He gently tells her to take her time, placing a reassuring hand on the sofa. Lucille sits quietly with the Duke in the grand, moonlit office. She tells her father-in-law that he feels more like a real father to her than her own ever did. The Duke scoffs at the comparison, stating Lucille is far more precious than that man, which she quietly affirms. Touched by his words, Lucille looks up at him, ready to speak. Trembling, she silently wonders if she can bring herself to reveal her true nature. The Duke gently places his hand over hers, offering silent comfort. He kindly tells Lucille that she doesn't have to say anything if it's too difficult for her. Looking into her worried eyes, he tells her not to push herself. Lucille decides she can trust him, believing he wouldn't covet her jewels. Gathering her courage, she reveals she's a crystal fairy who creates gemstones from strong emotions, holding up a shining yellow jewel. The Duke looks at her, taken aback, and simply asks, "What?" She confesses she's not a noble's daughter, but a purchased slave, and that her initial story was a lie. With a pained expression, she closes her eyes in shame. Looking up at him, Lucille sincerely apologizes for deceiving him. The Duke looks down at her with a gentle expression and calls her dear. He softly pats her on the head. He assures her that her origins don't matter to him in the slightest. Ouch. When she asks if he's truly not bothered, he playfully flicks her forehead, declaring she is a precious treasure of the family. Blushing happily, Lucille understands this means he'll have to double her protection. Whoosh! Overcome with joy and relief, she throws her arms around him in a grateful hug, as another gem drops to the floor. The Duke gently comforts Lucille, grateful she finally shared her painful secret, and she apologizes for not telling him sooner. He reassures her that keeping her secret was a necessary act of self-defense, before pausing in thought. He connects the dots, realizing Marquise Cabille was targeting Lucille for her gemstone eyes, and Lucille asks if his invitation will now be revoked. A mischievous smile spreads across the Duke's face as he reveals he has a fun idea instead, promising to make a fool of Marquise Cabille. With a devilish grin and horns, the Duke's playful malice makes Lucille nervously agree to his plan. Later at the reception, Lucille, now in a beautiful pink gown, reflects on how she never expected such a scheme from him. As she and Kizef greet guests, she smiles, thinking how kind her father-in-law is. A man in a purple vest rushes over, calling out to her as "my lady," and Lucille recognizes him as Ellington. Lucille tilts her head in confusion, asking why he was searching for her. Ellington introduces the stern, monocled man beside him as Count Gallius, the architect, who curtly states he despises wasting his precious time. The Count impatiently asks what they want to discuss, but Ellington pleads for just 10 minutes of his time. With a confident smile, Lucille prepares to make her pitch. She begins by complimenting the Count on his cathedral design, calling the stained glass depiction of the goddess magnificent and mysterious. The unimpressed Count asks if that's all she wanted to say. In response, Lucille simply offers him a warm, knowing smile. She asks him to look at something, revealing a detailed miniature model of a building. Adjusting his monocle, Count Gallius leans in to inspect the intricate model. He looks up from the model and asks Lucille why she made it. Lucille explains it wasn't her work, introducing a blushing craftsman named Max Hamel, who was deeply inspired by the Count's stained glass. The Count scoffs, dismissing glass crafting as mere ornament making and questioning why an architect's knowledge would be useful. Flustered, Lucille struggles to articulate her idea as she calls out to Max for support. A spark of insight hits her, and she brightly explains that his question is exactly her point. She proposes reimagining stained glass, typically part of architecture, as a standalone form of art. She paints a vision of a world where everyone could own their own personal piece of stained glass. Intrigued, the Count asks why she is so invested in the craft of glassmaking. Lucille passionately declares her mission to revive the dying art of glass crafting in Ibnak village with a masterpiece worthy of the imperial castle. Presenting Max as the key, she lets him explain how the Valk Trading Company's mass production nearly wiped out their workshops. With his pride as a glass artisan at stake, Max sincerely pleads with the Count to teach him. The Count remains silent, contemplating the young man's earnest request. He recalls that Ibnak, the village of glass, produced exceptionally high-quality work, a world apart from Valuk's products, giving Max hope. Lucille confirms that Count Gallius is sponsored by Valuk Trading. She then boldly offers him sponsorship from the Belstein family instead. Amused, the Count asks if she, a mere daughter-in-law, has the authority to make such an offer on her own. Lucille confidently assures him she can get the Duke's approval, promising he won't regret it because of the Duke's generosity. His amusement fading, the Count seriously asks what her conditions are. She reveals her only condition. He must teach his stained glass techniques to Max, leaving the Count utterly shocked by the simple request. Remembering the frustrating demands of past patrons, the Count finds her simple proposal far more appealing and agrees. The Count smiles, stating he wishes to discuss the sponsorship directly with the Duke. Max and Lucille are both visibly surprised and overjoyed by his decision. Ellington eagerly tells the Count they'll start with an inspection, clasping his hands in delight and praising Lucille for her success. Watching from behind a pillar, Kizef observes the scene with a pensive expression. He thinks about how he followed Lucille, only to be interrupted by a shadowy figure who taunts him for keeping him suppressed. Kizef forcefully shoves the figure away, coldly stating that Lucille is just a contract partner and to mind his own business. As he walks away, he reminds himself of their agreement not to cause each other trouble. The shadowy figure calls his bluff, accusing him of being interested in Lucille. The figure smirks, pointing out that Kizef isn't denying the accusation and is a terrible liar. Kizef turns back, demanding to know why the figure acts like he knows him so well. With a confident grin, the shadowy figure claims that no one knows Kizef better than he does. An unsettling, sinister grin emerges from the encroaching darkness. As Kizef wonders what's happening, a man with silver hair sits elsewhere, remarking on the boldness of being invited to the wedding reception by his own little sister. A man with silver hair and glasses smirks at a stoic, blonde-haired boy, sarcastically asking if he's now going to act like a proper young master. Ugh! The blonde boy is struck by a wooden training dummy. The silver-haired man laughs triumphantly, gloating that even a great guy like his opponent couldn't dodge the attack. With a faint smile, the blonde boy calls the dummy a toy and questions if his opponent is unconfident in his own skills. Enraged, the silver-haired man shouts not to be looked down on as he rushes forward. The blonde boy effortlessly catches his attacker's arm, causing the man to recoil in shock at his immense power. As the man struggles, the blonde boy calmly explains he's taking the hits to avoid using magic, and presumes the man is going to help him anyway. He asks why he would help, just as a dark, shadowy figure appears behind him. A man with long, dark hair and yellow eyes appears with a smile, cheerfully agreeing to help. Dark energy swirls around the newcomer's hand as the silver-haired man stares in shock, wondering what's happening. The dark-haired man swiftly gags his victim, who can only let out a muffled ugh. With a menacing grin and glowing eyes, the dark-haired man declares himself a Grim Reaper. A close-up shows his hand shrouded in dark energy. He explains that he guides the dead, then sadistically offers to review something as his victim chokes in terror. His glowing yellow eyes narrow as he offers to review all of the man's evil deeds. The Grim Reaper's piercing gaze holds his captive, emphasizing his promise to review his sins. He unfurls a long scroll covered in red arcane writing, presenting it as the record of the man's sins. Holding the terrified man, the Grim Reaper declares that hell was always his destination, calling him the very definition of filth. Leaning in close, he menacingly asks if he should demonstrate something. Now bound in ropes, the terrified captive muffles a scream as the Grim Reaper asks how he deals with scum. The blonde boy steps in, saying, "Wait," and stopping the Grim Reaper's shadowy hand. He calmly requests that the captive be allowed to speak. Psst. The man spits out his gag, looking humiliated, as the Grim Reaper thinks about how his cool moment was just ruined. The blonde boy addresses the tied-up man as Maximus and says he has a question. He asks Maximus if he knows Lucille, while the Grim Reaper watches intently. Maximus vehemently denies knowing her, calling the Grim Reaper a demon and threatening to kill him. The blonde boy concludes Maximus doesn't know her and wonders why Lucille would have written his name down. From the bushes, a red-haired girl watches as the Grim Reaper silences the struggling Maximus. Terrified, she decides to run, fearing she'll be killed if she's caught. Kaya! The Grim Reaper spots her, and a tendril of dark energy shoots out and grabs her. He smiles mischievously, asking where she thinks she's going. Gesturing to Maximus, he calmly informs the captured girl that her brother is right there. With both siblings now tied up, the Grim Reaper wonders aloud how he should punish them as the blonde boy looks on. Kizef watches the scene unfold, quietly asking what's going on here. He calls out to Lucille as she arrives, and she asks what happened while the Grim Reaper smirks in the background. Lucille notices a scratch on a blushing Kizef's face and asks if he's hurt after questioning his use of teleportation magic. Touching his cheek, Kizef dodges the question, saying it's a long story. He changes the subject, asking a confused Lucille if she knows Maximus von Kabil. Kizef explains he saw the list she wrote and asks with genuine concern if Maximus ever hurt her. He worriedly admits he was afraid Maximus had done something terrible to her, glancing over at the tied-up siblings. Lucille flashes back to her past life, where Maximus bullied her, but she tells Kizef she doesn't know him in this life. A flashback shows Marquise Kabil and another noble celebrating their acquisition of a mithril mine, while a miserable Lucille in her past life sits beside Maximus. In the past, a bruised Lucille glares with resentment, thinking about the jewels she's forced to create. Her past abuser mockingly tells her she can take a break from making jewelry, calling it a little vacation. She clenches her fists in her lap, thinking his behavior is disgusting. Vowing that nothing will go Maximus's way in this life, Lucille tells Kizef she simply wrote down an unfamiliar name that came to mind. She smiles sweetly, explaining she heard the name at the academy, though she secretly feels the situation is too awkward to explain truthfully right now. Looking past Kizef, Lucille curiously asks who the other person is. Kizef stammers while the dark-haired man waves cheerfully from behind him, offering a simple hello. Surrounded by a menacing aura of thorns and darkness, the man introduces himself to Lucille with a wicked smile. I'm Raven. As an annoyed Kizef looks on, Lucille shakes the man's hand, introducing herself and assuming he's a friend of Kizef's. But Lucille eyes him suspiciously, bluntly asking if he's actually a person. Raven grins, realizing she saw through his disguise right away. He chuckles that he's not cut out for pretending to be human, impressed by her perceptiveness as Kizef looks on, flustered. Wreathed in dark energy, Raven formally reintroduces himself as a Grim Reaper who guides souls to the afterlife. Stunned, Lucille can only repeat his words in disbelief. A Grim Reaper? He leans in close, reassuring her not to be scared as he is selective about who he takes. Kizef steps between them protectively, telling Raven to stay back while the Grim Reaper playfully asks about his relationship with Lucille. Pointing to Kizef's bruised cheek, Raven asks Lucille if Maximus was responsible, admitting he was just about to punish the man. Lucille curiously asks what kind of punishment he had in mind, and Raven smirks, suggesting she already knows. An angry Kizef covers Raven's mouth, telling him to stop as Lucille processes the information, realizing Maximus hurt Kizef. With a hardened expression, she walks past the two surprised men, who call out her name. Lucille stands before the bound and gagged Maximus, warning him, "Don't you dare." With a furious cry, she kicks him, shouting at him to never lay a hand on her husband. Pwahaha. Raven erupts in laughter, clutching a stunned and blushing Kizef. Still laughing, Raven remarks that he now understands why Kizef was avoiding him and didn't want him to witness this scene. He offers to scold the captives and erase their memories so the couple can enjoy a date, leaving Kizef blushing deeply. Lucille smiles sweetly as she leads the way forward. Sitting together on a bench under the night sky, Lucille comments on how beautiful the stars are, and Kizef quietly agrees. Lucille suddenly remembers something. She quickly turns and gently holds Kizef's face, asking where he got hurt and worrying that a scar might ruin his lovely face. She tenderly asks if his injury is okay, remarking that a scar would be a shame on such a pretty face. Lucille, however, remains unconvinced and worried. Thinking for a moment, she remembers an effective ointment in her baby territory and suggests they go there to treat his wound. She adds that teleportation magic will get them there instantly, and a grateful Kizef thanks her for worrying. A close-up shows Kizef's red eye as he blushes. Lucille smiles, guessing that he must be curious about how she came to know a Grim Reaper. Kizef gives a small smile, assuring her he's okay, and she realizes he hasn't asked any questions about it. She concludes that he's waiting to hear the story because he trusts her. Kizef asks why she hasn't written to him recently, surprising her. When she asks if she should write, he eagerly nods yes. She beams, happily agreeing that it's an easy thing to do. Kizef watches her with a gentle, appreciative smile. Lucille muses that maybe it's just the starlight making him look so radiant, but she decides his gemstone-like eyes seem even more beautiful and shining tonight. He asks what's on her mind, and she pivots, suggesting they head to her territory because she's hungry, which makes him blush. As they walk, she cheerfully tells him about all the tasty fruit in her territory. She lists off apples, strawberries, and blueberries as they stand together on a balcony under the starry sky. The scene shifts to an opulent room, the curtains rustling in a gentle breeze. Kizef sleeps peacefully, murmuring for someone named Leone not to poke him. Waking with an ow, he complains about being poked just after removing his bandage, only to see a large deer with blue antlers looming over him. Thud! He tumbles out of bed in shock. From the doorway, Lucille watches a few small cubes fall to the floor. Hearing the crash, she calls out his name, worried he fell off the bed. As Kizef gets to his feet, the deer licks his face, and he asks Lucille if she knows the animal. Stunned, Lucille stammers the name ours and questions why the snow deer is here. She explains that her father-in-law found the injured snow deer and brought it home, while Kizef tries to fend off its affectionate nuzzling. A blushing Kizef smiles, musing that a snow deer suits her, comparing her to a little snow bunny. Flustered and blushing, Lucille is taken aback by the snow bunny nickname. A knock sounds at the door, and a man's voice calls for her. "Uh-oh, Ralph," Lucille exclaims in surprise. Lucille stands in a doorway, asking a brown-haired man in a black cloak what he wants. The man, Ralph, explains that some people wanted to greet her, and asks if now is a good time. Surprised, Lucille wonders if he means right now, and Kizef encourages her to go ahead. Deciding, Lucille takes Kizef's hand. She looks up at him and asks him to come with her. Kizef thinks she must be shy about going alone and readily agrees. The scene transitions to a grand carriage rumbling down a sunlit road. Inside the carriage, Kizef praises Lucille, saying the people's desire to greet her means she's earned their affection. A nervous Lucille looks out the window, uncertainly agreeing with him. Kizef mentions hearing about her other good deeds, like the Prandal Lake Project, and asks if she's been busy with other things. Feeling a pang of guilt that he heard from someone else, Luciel quietly confirms that she has. She brightly changes the subject, noting that the bandage worked wonders and his wound is completely gone. Kizef falls silent, looking at her with a thoughtful expression. He gently asks her to promise that if she ever has something she can't say, she'll come to him first, assuring her he'll always listen. Lucille smiles, touched by his consideration, and agrees. As the carriage travels, she internally apologizes for hiding things about Belstein's future, but then comments on the lovely weather. She gazes out the window with determination, vowing to do her best and not repeat the mistakes of her past life. Woo! Upon arrival, they are met by a crowd of cheering townspeople, welcoming the young lord. The people cheer, "Long live the young lord," and "Long live my lady," leaving Luciel stunned by the heartfelt welcome. Later, Kizef sits at a desk reviewing a letter and asks an aide if they've found the woman. A black-haired man reports she's working at a vineyard in the Ricardor's Sicilian territory and asks if she's been seen meeting anyone. He continues, stating he hasn't seen any meetings yet but has learned something new. Kizef looks down at the report, asking if this new information started right after she entered the estate. He ponders aloud, questioning if Lady Vladia has been dealing directly with the palace since her arrival and noting the suspicious timing. His mind races with dark possibilities, wondering if someone in the palace is also searching for a crystal fairy. Looking determined, Kizef instructs his aide to continue watching her just in case. In another meeting, Kizef asks an aide named Ellington if the Marquis of Kabyle returned home without incident, and Ellington confirms he made no moves. Ellington elaborates that the Marquis reported his children missing, and soldiers found them in a nearby forest. He concludes that the children couldn't remember what happened but returned safely, dismissing them as troublemakers who are always up to something. An aide reports to Kizef and Ellington that the Belstein branch of Shylock Arms was a fake office used to funnel clients to their main branch. Kizef dismisses their methods as sloppy, realizing it was all just a ploy to get close to Luciel. A slight, knowing smile crosses his face as he understands their true motives. The scene shifts to a furious Marquis Kabyle, trembling with rage. He berates Maximus and Penelope for their pathetic excuse of not remembering, calling it a complete disgrace. The Marquis demands an answer from a nervous, stammering Maximus. Penelope quickly interjects, claiming she doesn't know what happened, and was just pressing the buttons on the puppet, like her brother told her to. Maximus snaps at his sister, accusing her of hitting him on purpose, which she furiously denies. Their father's rage boils over as they argue, and he bellows for them to stop. "How dare you fight in front of me?" he roars, silencing them as a terrified Penelope stammers, "Father." While Maximus scoffs at her tears, Penelope confesses that he was the one who told her to attack Lord Kizef with a puppet. The Marquis places a hand on his daughter's shoulder, calling her name Penelope. He confronts her, recalling her claim that Luciel's eyes sparkled like gemstones, but pointing out they looked completely normal when he saw her. On the verge of tears, Penelope insists she's telling the truth, swearing she saw Luciel's eyes glowing pink. Wah! She breaks down crying as her father tries to console her, looking conflicted. Overwhelmed, the Marquis rubs his forehead and dismisses them both, telling them to return to their rooms. TSK, he slumps onto a sofa, utterly exasperated. He deduces they must have used some kind of trick, acknowledging the magical skill of the Belstein people. His frustration peaks as he slams his fist on the arm of the sofa. Trembling with resolve, he identifies himself as Miaros von Kabyle and declares he will not back down. With a sinister grin, Miaros vows that he will find a way to get his hands on that crystal fairy, no matter what. A grand carriage, escorted by a knight, makes its way down a sun-drenched road through the forest. Inside, a brown-haired girl with purple eyes looks out the window, remarking that it's surprisingly warm inside the massive black wall. Elsewhere, a black-haired man with red eyes sits among roses and addresses an unseen Reynold, agreeing that Belstein's solid walls are impressive. He has a vision of a sword amidst chaos, thinking that if everything goes according to plan, his view will be even better, he concludes with a sinister smile. In a room, Luciel tells her maid Bessie that she'll like any hairstyle she chooses. Hee. As Bessie works, another maid, Rose, rushes in excitedly, calling out to her lady. Rose reports that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess have arrived and will be staying at the Tulip Palace. Luciel thanks Rose for the information, and Rose gives a cheerful, Of course! With a serious expression, Lucille realizes Reynold is coming and that the royal's attendance is unavoidable. Clenching her fists, she tells herself to remain calm. She remembers a dark prophecy of a cloaked figure completing a sword to march on Belstein at age 25. Realizing he began his preparations long before that, she resolves that she must act sooner rather than later. A new thought occurs to her as she wonders who exactly is the crown princess. Bessie finishes her hair, pulling Lucille from her deep thoughts. Lucille dismisses her worries, but Bessie correctly guesses she's nervous about the royal visit. Bessie and Rose gush over Lucille's appearance, exclaiming how cute she looks. Now in a lovely red gown, Lucille asks if it truly suits her. She beams, happy to be wearing such a vibrant color for the first time. A small bird lands on her shoulder, and she happily greets her companion, Belle. A blonde-haired boy explains he took the restless Belle for a walk, and Lucille adds that Kizef joined them too. Lucille quietly acknowledges his explanation. The boy curiously asks her why she's so interested in the palace guests. Lucille claims she was just curious after overhearing the maids, privately noting the boy has sharp ears. The boy recalls that while he's never met the crown prince, he played with the crown princess as a child. Intrigued, Lucille asks what the princess is like. The blonde-haired boy gives a vague, smiling, "Oh." He then sheepishly admits he doesn't really remember, much to Lucille's disappointment. His thoughts turn serious, concerned that Reynold de Sable-Hendrik was on Lucille's list, and deciding he must investigate him. He suggests Lucille visit the girls who helped her yesterday, mentioning he saw them in the Swan Garden. Lucille asks if he means the girls her age, and he confirms it. Ah, right. She remembers Dana and Masha, realizing she wanted to thank them for their help. The boy suggests she go now before some nobles leave, and Lucille agrees it's a good idea. Beaming, she thanks him and hurries off to the garden. As she walks, she tells Belle that he'll like the girls because they are kind. Suddenly, Belle takes flight, and a startled Lucille calls out his name. She chases after him, pleading for him to come back. Panicked, she realizes the path he's taking leads somewhere dangerous. Finding Belle in a tree, she quietly calls his name, looking around nervously. She scolds the little bird, warning him that the crown prince kills animals for sport. Relieved that Belle is safe and not too close to the Tulip Palace, she decides it should be fine. She holds Belle and instructs him to return to the estate just in case, and he chirps his understanding. As Belle flies off, a man with long black hair and a cape walks along a path below. The black-haired man spots the bird, wondering if it's an owl. Before noticing Lucille in the distance, he squints, his attention caught by her distinctive silver hair. Lost in thought, Lucille worries that Dana and Masha may have already departed. The black-haired man's voice interrupts her thoughts as he mentions something about Belstein. He approaches her from behind, smiling as he remarks that it seems the rumors of snow rabbits in Belstein are true. Lucille freezes, her eyes wide with terror as she recognizes the man before her, the crown prince. Shaking, she clutches her dress, fighting to suppress the overwhelming fear and emotion taking hold of her. A traumatic memory surfaces of a sinister, black-haired woman vowing that Lucille will never escape and must craft jewels until she dies. In the memory, the woman grips Lucille's face, her grimy hands a stark contrast as she menacingly demands her understanding. Shaken back to the present, Lucille fiercely reminds herself that this isn't the past, and she is no longer a jewel slave. Struggling to focus and catch her breath, she trembles as the crown prince asks if she's unable to speak, privately telling himself to stay focused. Overcome with terror, Lucille collapses, fainting before him. The crown prince watches her fall, internally noting that she was shaking like she'd seen a ghost before fainting. Looking down at her still form, he wonders if she's just a child who got lost during the banquet.